access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. My name is Sean Pendergast. His name is Seth Payne. And Seth, we had another day where the sports gods decided to troll us viciously on Monday. Rough 24 hours, man. I thought that the only trolling that we would get yesterday from the sports gods after a weekend where they seemed to quasi-slam the door on the Astros' reign of dominance and move the Texans to 0-3 on the season, I thought the worst that we would get would be an incredibly watchable Monday Night Football game that reminded us just how far the Texans are from being able to get on a field offensively with either of these teams. And we got that. I mean, there was a lot of really, really watchable offensive football played last night. But this this thing that the sports gods have done to the Rockets is out of line, man. It's
unacceptable, really. This is Hurricane Harvey.
Who worships this god? The sports god.
It really is. It's like when Harvey just came and stayed. Remember when you're like, oh, so surely he'll be moving out here sometime soon. No, just parked right on our porches and on our roofs. Yeah, we're just gonna hang out here for a while. It felt like Hurricane Harvey yesterday. When I get this news, I was in a really bad cell phone. I had one bar and very little data, and I see this Shams Charania tweet. I'm trying to keep up with things. And Fred VanVleet, it was exactly my level of disbelief was the same as when we saw that Andrew Luck was retiring out of nowhere. And remember, you hit refresh and you tried to be sure, wait a second, is this Schefter? Is this real Schefter? This has got to be a fake Schefter account, right?
We were up here in the live lounge because the Texans were playing a preseason game that night.
And it's even worse now because obviously the Luck news was just so weird and unexpected. Yeah. And yet that was at a time when the blue check mark still meant something on Twitter. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so you could kind of check and be like, okay, that's actually Schefter. Now we live in a time where any number of fake accounts could also have a blue check mark. So I kept looking like, okay, I'm pretty sure this is Shams Charania. Wait a second. Do I even know how he actually spells his name? I'm not sure. I gotta wait a second. Let me cross-check this with somebody else. I don't know.
It's not. I gotta make sure it's not Scams Shabanya or something.
Yeah. And it's just, and the problem with it too is it's another one of these, kind of like with the Joe Mixon injury. Yeah. It's an off-season injury. That this one is obviously immediately it's more devastating, but it's just what is it? What is it with right now in this last 48-hour period? So many bad things happening.
I don't know
to Houston sports, but that also this is just like the Joe Mixon injury, some vague off-season injury that is going to very much affect the regular season.
I don't think it's as vague as Mixon's because and by the way, I don't think we've even said the name Fred VanVleet yet in this segment.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Fred VanVleet tore his ACL.
He tore his ACL. Apparently, they were conducting workouts in the Bahamas.
Right,
and that's where like Joe Mixon, we have no clue.
That it's a basketball injury, even though it's off season.
And he seemed to be working out with teammates and whatnot. And like Mixon, he might have been like boogie board.
Could have been a wave runner. I don't know.
Yeah.
He might have been parasailing.
But the impact. This is. I mean, if we can just drill down on what this means to the Rockets, this is horrible news. Like this is in what was just for purposes of the 2025 seasons for each team, a really bad weekend for the Astros and the Rockets, seriously damaging to playoff chances or hope or anything like that. This is to me, this is worse than both of those things. Like this is the second most indispensable player on your team. The one player that I'm assuming. I know he hasn't suited up for the Rockets yet. The one player I'm assuming that we don't have a solution for if he were to go out is Kevin Durant. That's the big one. That's the big move you made. This is number two. And I'm not saying Fred VanVleet is their second best player, Amen Thompson is their second best player, might be their best player by the time the season's over, the way his career is going right now. And Alperen Şengün obviously is an all-star and a very good player as well. Like Reed Shepherd all of a sudden is one of the most, until they find another solution, if they find another solution, and they are really they're up against the cap. There's a lot there's a lot of nerdy CBA reasons why they can't just go get somebody right now. Because I know Rafael Stone is probably trying to figure that out. For now, Reed Shepherd is one of the most pivotal figures in Houston sports.
Right. And I envy, man, the confidence of so many people I saw that were the exact opposite of what you think sucked anyway. That was just Reed Shepherd's season. That's all. It's as simple as that. All we need is for Reed Shepherd to step up and play like a veteran point guard that can just run the show, direct traffic, do all of these things. Right. Nobody's saying that Fred VanVleet is the perfect player or anything like that. It's that this is a very key and critical position and player when you're bringing in Kevin Durant to be the cherry on top to really tie all of this together, to be able to have a half-court offense, all of these things. It's tough to have a really good half-court offense when you don't have a veteran point guard directing traffic.
This reminds me of, and this didn't come about because of injury. It just came about because the Rockets back in the late 90s they were paying stars and they had to skimp somewhere. And this reminds me a little bit of back in 1997 where they make a big trade with the Phoenix Suns, by the way, a big trade for Charles Barkley. They trade away Robert Horry and Sam Cassell. They bring in Charles Barkley. So now you've got Charles Barkley, Clyde Drexler, and Akeem Olajuwon. They signed Kevin Willis. So they've got these three Hall of Famers and then Willis, who's a borderline all-star. And that's 4 of the 5 guys that are going to start for you. We don't have money really to go get a point guard, so Matt Maloney is the point guard for that team. Matt Maloney was the point guard, and that was the Achilles heel. Like, who ended up killing them in the playoffs? John Stockton. And this feels right now a little bit like that, where it's like, man, they got all these athletic – well, first of all, they trade for Kevin Durant, Hall of Famer, Şengün, all-star. They've got Amen Thompson, a budding all-star. They've got these athletic wings in Tari Eason and Jabari Smith Jr. And they've filled in with some role players that they've been able to get. Like, it's a deep roster. It's a really good roster. It's well thought out and well put together. Fred VanVleet himself didn't opt in. Like they came to an agreement for him to not get the $43 million for 1 year. He does a team-friendly deal. Like, Rafael Stone put this puzzle together perfectly, and now this happens. This, right. That's a tough pill to swallow.
The NBA salary cap is just a quagmire to try to figure out, and we can start talking about the first apron and all of that. Is there any? I mean, in terms of just, hey, you've put together this team that is relying on an aging guy in Kevin Durant, and you're playing that game already. They like Fred VanVleet. VanVleet worked with them and waited to get his extension done.
Yep.
Can they kind of rejigger his contract in such a way and push some things off into the future?
I don't know. It's a 2-year
capologist, Sean.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a 2-year, $50 million deal. Like, that's like the NBA.
I know. They kind of handcuff them in a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, the NBA and MLB they're like, they live in a different universe than the NFL, where the NFL contracts are basically like, hey, look, man, we need to rework this thing. I don't think there is.
Yeah. So Fred, I mean, really, all we need to do, if you talk about Reed Shepherd, okay, there's replace terms of veteran expertise and experience.
Floor generalship, probably.
I mean, he can be. We know that he has the potential to be a better three-point shooter than Fred VanVleet. And Fred VanVleet's a volume three-point shooter. So some of the things that Reed Shepherd can offer, at least, and make up for is, all right, if that part of his game develops, you're going to take a hit on some of the things that he's only going to get with experience in terms of being a point guard. He just has to grow up real fast and hopefully as quickly as possible. And you've got and make up for it in the meantime with just scoring points.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was a third overall pick in the draft, so it's not
right.
This isn't a Matt Maloney thing, you know.
Right, yeah, it's not like don't have an optimistic view, or I'm excited about Reed Sheppard's future. But this is a team that's built to win right now. With the addition of Kevin Durant.
Yeah, no. My point with the third overall pick in the draft, I made that Matt Maloney comparison. Like Reed Sheppard he's an incredible talent. Like the physical tools, the God-given gifts, the shooting, as you point out. Sometimes guys need to take a big step up. Like third overall picks in the draft are largely expected to be productive players in their second year in the league.
Well, and it's like what we've talked about with this young core. It's all of those things are, man. Like there's so many things that look like the trajectory is so good. Amen Thompson is in that group too.
Yes,
there's still that one. All these guys still need to take one more step. So I don't think you don't look at it as if last year's team is going to be. There needs to be improvement with all of those young guys, and to keep following that progression. Reed Sheppard is in that same bucket. So I don't look at it as a death blow, but it's just that much more importance now attached to, we love this young core. They just got to keep taking steps forward. And it becomes that much more accelerated right now.
Yeah. I think you mentioned Amen Thompson. I think he's part of this. Like Amen Thompson came into the league, thought to be like a point guard to be in there somewhere. I'm not saying like he's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or something like that, but he's got those. He's got those types of skills. I think we could see them running the offense through Alperen Şengün some in the half court. He's a really good passer for a big man.
You've got all the ability of Durant to be a point forward as well.
Yeah,
there's a lot of different. There's a lot of fun things you could do that kind of opens up the playbook now. But it's also on a team where you're looking at it and wondering, like, all right, okay, that's not necessarily been the forte of this team.
Right.
The offensive genius and strategy. That's
no.
Like, is this the team that's going to really reinvent basketball and the way you operate a system?
Yeah, I think to me the biggest thing is they're still going to be a very, very good regular season team, which means you've got the regular season to maybe figure this out. If the Reed Sheppard, Amen Thompson two-headed thing isn't working, then there will, like, December 15th, a big date in the NBA, because that's when certain guys become tradable. Like, Seth, your point about any sort of nuance with what the Rockets have available to them to do, because the NBA CBA sucks for sports talk radio. It's horrible. It is just, whoever sat down and wrote this. I almost dropped an F-bomb. Screw you to whoever wrote the NBA collective bargaining.
It's like every 3 years when I'm like, you know what, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go back and I'm going to take calculus online, and I sign up and I pay money for like a college class. And nope, not doing this.
No, that's the NBA collective bargaining agreement. All right, we're off and running. So that's the news today, kids.
No, it's a positive, Sean. This is chaos is a ladder. Yes, chaos is a ladder. And that's what's going to happen. The Amen Thompson, Reed Sheppard, Aaron Holiday. I don't give a damn who you. This is going to force them to reinvent their identity of who they are as a basketball team. Yes.
Right, if you say so, Pope Zaza, I'm with you on this. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on the Fred VanVleet. Horrible news with the Fred VanVleet torn ACL.
Chaos is a ladder.
Chaos is a ladder. Monday Night Football last night. How fun or not fun was that to watch? I've got a question about this week coming up in the NFL that's relevant to the Texans and last night's game. And also, DeMeco Ryans clarified, I would say, two of his more polarizing or more noteworthy statements from his post-game press conference on Sunday. He clarified yesterday at the podium. We'll get to Coach Ryans as well. First up,
Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Monday Night Football last night, and you just knew this is how it was going to look. As the gods continue to troll Houston, you look at it, you go, Lions, Ravens, there are going to be points. Take the over. It's going to look good. Dan Campbell is going to be letting them hang in the fourth quarter, 4th and 2, midfield, with the Ravens still having all 3 of their timeouts left. And he goes for it. And Jared Goff throws a dime, drops it right in the bucket to Amon-Ra St. Brown, who would have gotten the first down even if he didn't catch it because he drew a hold on Marlon Humphrey. Like, this was football last night.
Hold on a second, Sean. Hold on a second. Are you sure that that's what happened? Because last I checked, the Lions have a second-round offensive lineman starting for them. And I'm not so sure you can actually string it together when you're out there with a rookie on your offensive line. How on earth did they ever manage? How did they score all that many points against the Baltimore Ravens?
Looks good too.
Yeah. Well, the Lions are a team that I like annoyingly pointed to a bunch last year of like, look, yes, they've got Penei Sewell, sure. They've got some good offensive linemen, but they also have some guys who are, journeyman plus blue-collar type players. They're just a really well-coached offensive line.
They are. And we're talking about Tate Ratledge, I believe, is the lineman you're
referring to. Tate Ratledge. I didn't mention his name.
Yeah.
I didn't mention Fred VanVleet in the last segment. No,
it's okay.
This one, it was Tate Ratledge.
It's okay.
Yes.
Well, his name, a lot of Texan fans last night that are on my timeline watching the game going, oh, he was there in the second round. Like, he was there. Could have had him.
He's not Ariante Ursary. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, the other thing, just to bring it to the Texans, and we'll get to the Ravens and some of their issues that they showed last night. I think that if you look at the rookies in general and the way that teams have been able to use their rookies, Emeka Buka's still out there killing it. Yeah. He's a darling of the league right now. It's the Texans' inability to get the best out of their rookies or even keep them on the field all that much, it's frustrating right now.
Very
when you see other teams doing it.
Yep, very frustrating. So the Ravens are 1-2 right now. The loser of that game last night was going to come out of the game 1-2. They're both 1-1 going into that game. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Certainly the Titans are more than enough to have on the Texans' plate right now because they need a win. But as I'm watching this game last night, I'm going, okay, well, this is the second out of 3 games where the Ravens have just on national TV. They gave up 41 to the Bills in the season opener in the Sunday Night Football game, and then they gave up 38 to the Lions, who were just piecing them last night. Now, obviously, the Texans aren't on the same planet as the Bills and the Lions offensively right now, but this is not a good Ravens defense. And Derrick Henry all of a sudden has got a case of the fumblies.
He went through a stretch that spanned 3 seasons, the end of 2022 through 2024, where he fumbled the ball 3 times total. This year, he's fumbled 3 times in 43 touches. Wow. It's crazy. He's known as a guy that never fumbled, incredible ball security, everything you'd want, and he's got the yips.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't. Hey, Brian Thomas Jr. had the yips and has the yips this season, but he also ended up catching the game-sealing reception for the Jaguars on Sunday. So it's not like I'm going to sleep on Derrick Henry or something. But the Ravens are struggling right now. They've allowed 97 points in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And a couple of those really good offenses, but still. And they face the Chiefs next week. So we're in a situation where one of those 2 teams is going to start off 1-3. Who
do we want it to be?
That's not what you would have expected.
Who do we want it to be? And again, I'm acknowledging the Texans play the Titans this weekend, but why not build up a little hope for Week 5 while we're at it?
Everybody's looking ahead to that Ravens game with dread now.
Yeah, well, that is true. Because that's now, I think a lot of people are best case they're 1-4. Going into the bye week, and why wouldn't you feel that way? The Texans have given you 0 reason historically over the last couple years to have hope against the Ravens, and they've given very little reason through these first 3 games to have hope that they're on the same playing field with that level of team. I don't know. I don't know that I want the Ravens coming into Week 5 1-3. That would feel like that you're going
really good point.
At home. You're going to get a pretty desperate version of that football team. I think I'd rather they be 2-2.
You know what? I'm being selfish. Because I really want to watch the Chiefs start off 1-3.
Yeah.
I want to see that, but that's really selfish of me, isn't it?
Yeah.
I got to think about, okay, what sets up the Texans for the best chance to slug it out or just put up a fight versus the Ravens.
And it just so happens that it's the same thing you're rooting for. You know, I think the best thing for the Texans is that the Ravens.
Oh, okay, yeah. You know what? No, I had misunderstood. You're right. Yeah, you want the Ravens to win.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. I apologize for the cobwebs in my brain this early in the morning. You're right. Yeah, that's exactly what I want.
You're great.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. You're good.
Oh, good.
This is great.
All right. Yeah. Now, this is the test. Look, the Texans defense, as good as they are, one of the things last year we saw versus the Ravens at home, where the Texans defense is incredible. The pass rush is unstoppable. At home, we saw, versus Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, it was a whole different deal. Those guys put the Texans defenders in conflict. They didn't do a good job reading the run versus the pass, all of that. You watched last night, man, the Lions sacked Lamar Jackson 7
bunch of times. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's good.
It's not just the offense. This is a chance for the defense to have a chip on their shoulder and really show, no, we're not last year's Texans defense. You can rely on us.
If anybody from the Texans is listening right now, and they do, they're like, hey, guys, that game's in 2 weeks. Yeah.
Shut up. I'm looking ahead. You guys stay focused on the Titans. Turn off the radio and go get to work on the Titans themselves, okay?
Keep the
you don't have to be listening to our slack asses talk about this. We're looking ahead. We're on to Baltimore.
Yeah. 0-3.
Hey, D'Amico, what do you think about the challenges of playing Cam Ward this week? Well, we're on to Baltimore.
We're on to Baltimore. Oh, that would be amazing. That would be incredible. All right, let's get to D'Amico Ryans, because there were some clarifications that were needed, I think, after Sunday's press conference.
That's interesting. I'm glad you framed it that way, because I don't think there was a need for clarification. This was an interesting clarification.
Yeah, this was.
I didn't even know that this needed to be clarified.
Yeah, so D'Amico Ryans was asked, "Hey, you said team is close. Define close."
Yeah, what I mean by close is we were close in our 3 games, right? We were there in the fourth quarter. Right, we were close to finishing and closing those games out. There are plays in each game that we've had these first 3 games that we didn't finish and win the game. So I'm not talking about close as a team, I'm talking about winning the football game. That's what we're here to do. We're here to win football games. We've been in position to win those. I won games, so we got to find a way to win the game. Right, we got to make the plays in the fourth quarter of the games we've been in. We got to make those plays to put us in position and to just ultimately to win the football game. That's what we're here to do, right? That's what we work tirelessly and hard for, is to win football games. So the games have been close. We've been right there in the games, right? So we just got to find a way to get it done.
Yeah, I guess that's the way that I had understood that he was talking. I guess, did he mean that when he was saying close, people were taking that as like, hey, we're close to being a better football team? Or
it was it was kind of a throwaway line at the end of his opening statement. So he just kind of closed his opening statement with, hey, we're close. Nobody in that press conference followed up with, hey, what do you mean by exactly what do you mean? I went off on this on Monday about him saying we're close. Like they are nowhere near close enough offensively to feel like they're going to have a good football season.
Okay, yeah, I guess, yeah. It's one of those things. It can mean multiple things. And as far as, them close to being a better football team, because you don't want to make excuses, and yet it's been down to the wire in these 3 games. Yeah. The first 2 games were better football teams than this one. Yeah. It is one of those, by a couple random bounces of the ball, if the Texans are 2-1, are we sitting here saying would we be sitting here saying look, they're 2-1, but this is a flawed football team?
Yes, that's what we would be saying.
I think that's what we would be saying, especially if one of those games was a victory over the Jaguars. I think you're looking at it and you're saying, the way a lot of people in Jacksonville are right now, I know, I've monitored it a little bit. Yep. There's a lot of people in Jacksonville saying, look, they're 2-1, but this is not a championship caliber football
Correct.
team.
And I think if they were 2-1 and it was the Rams game and the Jags game that they won, it inherently would have meant they'd gone down at the end of the game and scored points. Unlike the Tampa Bay game, which the closeout for that game was Henry To'oTo'o makes a tackle and the game's over. I think we feel a little bit differently about the offense if C.J. Stroud marches them down like he was doing at the end of the Rams game before Dare Ogunbowale fumbled, like he was doing at the end of the Jags game multiple times before there was a Nico fumble and then the Josh Hines-Allen tip ball and things like that. We're definitely feeling a little bit differently about the offense that, like, hey, they played poorly for 3 quarters, but when they needed to get it done, they got it done. We would absolutely be saying that. I heard Mark Vandermeer yesterday and John Harris talking about the 9-game winning streak that the Texans had back when they went 0-3 and made the playoffs in 2018. And they were absolutely right. It was a bunch of close games. They needed missed field goals. They needed a pick 6 from Nathan Peterman. Right. People were
the Colts going for it instead of kicking a field goal, all that
to get their first win. People were nitpicking every win in that 9-game winning streak. They would 100%. That would be the narrative set that they were 2-1, 2-1. But man, this offense is a major issue right now.
Bill O'Brien was pissy as hell during that 9-game win streak that people weren't giving them more credit for the 9-game win streak.
Yes.
Right, fluke, and because they'd gotten off to such a bad start that everything was just kind of weird. I think that this is and that's the hard part is that, man, in the Rams game, yes, they started driving and things opened it up, but it was when they needed a touchdown at the end of the game, and the defense plays a little bit differently when they're just trying to keep you out of the end zone. If they're trying to stop a field goal and you open it up, that means a little bit more. Mm-hmm. So likewise, with the Jaguars, they know that you need to score a touchdown, and it just doesn't carry the same weight. It's hard to say, oh yeah, if they can do it and drive like this on the final drive, then sure, they can do it the rest of the time. The other thing about the Jaguars game was the only reason you were back in the game was because the defense got a turnover and you got them with a shot play immediately, which credit to them, credit to the play call, credit to everything else. You took it. That's what you're supposed to do. When you get a quick change like that, take a shot, catch the defense sleeping or a little bit discombobulated, and credit to them for that. But it wasn't like it was a great play, but it wasn't 9 plays stacked together in a dominating fashion.
No, that's a good way to put it. The other clarification we got from D'Amico Ryans yesterday was, and I'm glad we got this. I think it was Jonathan Alexander that asked about it. The cameras catching him yelling on the sidelines. I think everybody assumed because of the sequencing of the shots that they show Nick Caley and then they shoot over to D'Amico. They were never both in the shot at the same time. Mm-hmm. They show Caley kind of, looking at his sheet, trying to get a play in, and then they show D'Amico, it looked like he's telling somebody to speed it up, right?
Yeah.
And that's what everybody assumed, including myself. I assumed that too. D'Amico was asked about it, and he said, no. D'Amico was yelling at the referees.
Yeah, no. When you guys saw me animated on the field, that was directed. I think during that snap, we got on the ball, we went tempo, and the refs held our offense from continuing to run their play, and the ref said that we were substituting, which we were not substituting. No one on our sideline got off the sideline or moved, and so they didn't allow us to run our tempo offense. They held the huddle. So that's who I was talking to, the official, right, and making sure that we were able to run our offense the proper way.
Just we don't think you were, but so just to clarify, you weren't yelling at Nick Caley, correct?
I just said I was talking to the official. All right. No, I was not yelling at anybody on our sideline, any coaches, any players. I'm too cool for that.
Okay, I like. Well, I like the follow up. I'm like, I need to hear you say you weren't yelling at Nick Caley. I need to see you say it.
Almost sounded like maybe Jonathan Alexander had some kind of evidence that he was going to introduce. Because here in the documents we have, it says that honestly, we didn't get the chance to talk about this yesterday. I know a lot of people when they thought that he was yelling at Caley, they liked that. For me personally, that's the kind of issue where I like yelling at the offensive coordinator to hurry up while he's in the middle of figuring out the play call. That's like coaching. That's like screaming at a kid while he's taking an algebra test.
Yeah.
Like do algebra faster, you idiot.
Yeah.
That like in the moment, I would say that's probably not actually the best pre-snap process. So, I don't. The Caley as an offensive coordinator right now has not impressed. I don't think anybody. It's like there's so many things that you could look at in terms of either the play calling, the way the play calls are being executed, everything else that just scream first-time offensive coordinator, what the hell are we doing? You don't want to let the individual players off the hook, but it's not great right now, man.
No.
They gotta figure some things out. Going up tempo, spreading things out some, and again, it's worked in the fourth quarter where it's a little easier for it to work, but there's some things to it where, hey, the pass protection isn't great. You know what? Okay, so spread it out. Is the pass protection going to be any worse? It becomes a little bit easier sometimes when you spread it out for the quarterback because defenses can't disguise as much.
Yeah.
They can't load up the line of scrimmage with 8 guys at the line of scrimmage when everything's spread out because there will be opportunities, whether the blitz comes clean or not. So some of that, it puts more pressure on the defense, but it is what it is at this point.
Yeah.
Until you really fix the pass protection, just go ahead and spread it out, make it easier for CJ to operate, and it's going to put more pressure on the defense if you're going up tempo. But the defense is by far the strength of your team right now.
Yep.
You got to get the ball rolling. It doesn't have to be every single series to mix up a little bit.
Yeah, Clint talked about that on the postgame. He said you can just, as a quarterback, you can see things better when it's spread out like that. You know. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, up next, headlines, top of the hour. Ross Tucker joins us. He's on the call for Titans-Texans on CBS this weekend, so we'll get a really good preview of the Texans and the Titans and things going on around the NFL with Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, at the top of the hour. Guess who won on Prize Picks last night? Who has
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to it. Headlines. Let's start with the Texans. We'll get to the Astros. Actually, no. Hang on. Back up. Sean went to bed last night and forgot to add Fred VanVleet to the headline segment.
Oh, my God, yeah.
This is the headline, yeah.
What the hell are you doing, Sean?
This is the headline.
Yeah, you're in denial is what you are.
I hope I am, yeah.
These things don't happen by accident.
No.
All right?
You're probably right on that one. The big headline today is a Rockets headline. If you're getting a Rockets headline in mid-September, the chances are it's probably not good. Fred VanVleet, Rockets point guard, done for the season with a torn ACL that he suffered in workouts down in the Bahamas. Team getting ready for training camp, which starts up at the end of the month. And now, Seth, in my estimation, and I think in many people's estimation, maybe not the second best player on the team. He's not the second in terms of talent, second best player on the team. He is the second most indispensable player on the team, however, behind Kevin Durant.
By the way, and I see most of the reports framing it as likely out for the entire season, and that is, I guess, I don't know if I even want to throw this out there. I mean, people do come back from ACLs in 6 or 7 months sometimes. It's usually not advised at all. Happens more in high school than it happens in in professional sports. But for whatever it's worth, that's a like you got to get to the playoffs first before you wonder whether Fred VanVleet might come back.
Miss the regular season, I would.
And very, very unlikely that he's back until next year.
Yeah. So they're going to operate as if he's out, I'm sure. Reed Shepherd, all of a sudden now, very important player, pivotal player. What does Amen Thompson have in his bag to be able to run an offense on occasion if he needed to? How much do they run it through Alper and Şengün? I mean, the puzzle to put together becomes very intriguing. The problem is this isn't a team that I need intriguing. This is a team that's built to win an NBA championship. It'd be intriguing if they were trying to make the playoffs like they were last year. Now it's like, okay, this is debilitating is what this is.
It's debilitating, and, I think you thought I was joking when I said chaos is a ladder early in the show.
I did.
I do half mean that in that, man, all right, if this means that you're going to run the offense through Şengün, if you're going to run the offense through Durant at times, Reed Shepherd's going to have to accelerate his development. At the very least, he has the potential to be a much more efficient three-point shooter than Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet was a volume three-point shooter. So there are some positives you can take from that if they can follow through on it. I guess my big concern is that this is not a team that really makes its money with innovative offense.
No.
But they're going to have to figure out a way to do things differently than they had planned.
Yep.
And a lot of that is obviously Amen Thompson we feel great about. Reed Shepherd's really got to accelerate that development. He's going to have opportunity to do so.
Yeah, no, there's no question about that. That's choice number one right now, probably. We'll talk more about the Fred VanVleet injury in the 7 o'clock hour, I'm sure. Ross Tucker joins us at the top of the hour. And speaking of the Texans, D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. Speaking of injuries, we got an update on Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah, Stingley is still, we're evaluating his oblique. He hurt his oblique early in the game yesterday, tried to push through it. He couldn't push through it, so we're still evaluating him, probably be day-to-day with where he is.
Okay, so he hurt it early in the game. I think that does clarify one thing. I know there's a lot of conjecture out there, Seth, that this was somehow tied to that hip injury that took him out of the Rams game for a little bit. This is an injury. I was dubious that was the case, only because he practiced the entire week after the Rams game and played the whole game against the Bucs. That would be awfully strange for an injury to pop up 2 weeks later out of nowhere, like 5 plays into a game. So this is a different injury. It doesn't make me feel totally better about everything.
Yeah, and it's that classic, okay, it's all related in some way.
Maybe,
the old anatomical chain.
Yep.
So it might not be directly related, but maybe it is also part of Derek Stingley, just kind of one issue causing another issue and all of that.
Could be. So there's that. So Stingley, I would guess we'll see Stingley on the injury report this week and pray that he's limited and not practicing.
And credit to the Texans making do how they did without Stingley being in there. And now the Jaguars helped out with some drops, but some of those were contested drops. It's not like every one of Brian Thomas Jr.'s drops was an easy catch or what have you.
Yeah.
So they The Titans have a whole week to game plan for no Derek Stingley. That's a whole different deal. They gotta clean up some of the miscommunications on the back end that lead to things like that Brian Thomas Jr. reception at the end of the game.
No doubt. Jimmy Ward off the commissioner's exempt list onto the PUP list. So he's going from one can't play list to one that's a little more football-y, where he's just injured. He's not. Now the league is still looking into his off the field matters, but they've seen fit to remove him from the commissioner's exempt list. This is all tied back to the alleged domestic incident that the criminal courts no-billed and threw out last week. Still a civil lawsuit out there on Jimmy Ward, but he is now, as a football player, he's now on the physically unable to perform list.
Which means that he's not allowed to return until after week 4,
right.
And then there's a 5-week window where they can make a decision on him. So he's not going to be available for the Titans game no matter what the league says about his eligibility. It's that Ravens game, which comes into look. Man, there's times back there we've seen already this season, Kalen Bullock is still playing like a younger player much of the time. And I know you can't rely on Jimmy Ward to stay healthy for an entire season, but as long as he's healthy and available and legally cleared, then he can definitely add to – this team's going to have to lean on the defense until the offense figures it out. Jimmy Ward's a big plus. I know nobody really wants to feel that, but he is. He's a big plus if he can come back.
Well, yeah, look, in the game on Sunday, Gardner Johnson went out of the game. It looked like he lost a contact lens or something like that, but he had to leave the game, and in comes MJ Stewart and get this many years in the league with what God gave him. Jimmy Ward, when he's healthy, is a better player than MJ Stewart is at safety. So that's, the depth, if nothing else, would be a nice thing to have. The Astros are back at it tonight after yesterday off. Look, we'll lay this out at some point during the show. This is pretty easy. You got 4 teams vying for essentially 3 spots, and they all have 6 games left. None of them were playing yesterday. Everybody's got 6 games left. The Astros, by record, have the easiest of all the schedules because the Red Sox play the Blue Jays and the Tigers. Tigers and the Guardians are playing each other the next 3 days. And the Astros are playing the A's, who are a better team in the second half of the season than the Astros have been, but they're still the A's. And they play the Angels, who are not a good baseball team. So the Astros, I think at a minimum, you got to go win these 2 series. You got to go 4-2 in these 6 games.
You got to go 4-2 in these 6 games, and also thanks schedulers for MLB that the Astros fans get to try to stay up past midnight for these
the most important games of the year. Yeah,
it's hard enough staying awake. Look, we've been through trying to stay awake for all these it's not hard to stay awake for the playoffs and the World Series, but it does take a toll over time.
Yeah.
Now you're stacking on the end of the regular season to it as well.
Yep.
Everybody just don't worry about your physical health during this last week.
That's right.
All right? Drink some extra coffee in the morning.
Good advice.
You'll be fine.
Yes.
Okay?
Chaos is a ladder, as we've learned. Yes, in your personal life. By the way, quick hitters on Lions-Ravens. Monday Night Football in the previous segment. Lions beat the Ravens 38-30 last night. Nick Bosa, torn ACL. He's done for the year. CeeDee Lamb, high ankle sprain. They're going to monitor it for the next couple weeks, but he's expected to miss at least 3 or 4 weeks with that. So there's your injury updates. Hey, also, it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday here on Sports Radio 610. Make sure you're listening next hour. Your shot for a pair of tickets in the bullpen for this Sunday's Texans and Titans game at NRG Stadium. Speaking of which, Ross Tucker is going to be on the TV call for CBS on that game. He's going to be on with us here in just a few minutes. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. Ross Tucker will join us coming up next.
Odyssey FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. It's 7 o'clock on a Tuesday, so we know what that means. It's time for our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Indeed it is. And we bring in the great Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Ross, are you excited to get to NRG Stadium on Sunday and watch the explosive offensive firework in 2025?
Well, I'm always excited to come to Houston because it's good to see you guys and because the food is delicious, in particular at the stadium. I mean, there's a real chance that the Texans and NRG vault to number one in the Ross Tucker podcast Press Box Food Power Rankings.
Nice.
That would be huge.
That's really what we've been going for. Listen, we don't really enjoy trips to the red zone with this football team. Yeah. We like to focus on press box cuisine.
Tuck spreads,
that's what we want to dominate the NFL in.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, listen, it's fantastic, and I'm very, very, very much looking forward to it, for sure. As for the teams, a lot of similarities, actually, between them. You know, a lot of penalties, a lot of O-line issues. You know, the difference is the Texans have a better defense and have a much more talented, I would say, defense, but still hasn't been enough for them to win these games late.
Have you had a chance to really start looking at either teams in depth yet? It's early. You do 2 NFL games on the weekend. I'm guessing you have a little bit of you try to take a break for a day or two.
Not really, no. I can't. Well, so first of all, I did Colts Titans this past week.
Oh,
so
good. Perfect.
I'm all over the Titans. And then
in which way can the Texans exploit and dominate them the way you expect them to, given the Texans building on offense so far?
Yeah, and by the way, I also watch every snap of Texans Jags. A, to talk to you guys, but B, to have some idea going into the week, who I want to talk to in the production meetings and blah, blah, blah. Well, so the Titans, they have a lot of issues. Rookie quarterback plus dropped from your best receiver plus beat up offensive line is not that's not the start of the NFL film Super Bowl video. That's not conducive to success. So I would say the first thing that jumps out to me is that the Titans O-line against the Texans D-line, that is not a good matchup for the Titans. Not a good matchup at all. And so they're going to have to figure out a way to run the ball more effectively than they have, they being Tennessee. And they're going to have to try to get the ball out of Cam Ward's hands quickly. He's, I think, learning, just how fast the pocket breaks down around him in the NFL. I think he's learning he can't escape and make plays all the time. The Colts did a really good job of kind of keeping him caged up in the pocket, sort of like the Lions did with the Ravens last night. So there have been a bunch of lessons. Now, Cam Ward's fun to watch, and he's talented, and he'll make several plays like, wow, that was awesome. Like, this guy's fun to watch. But, I think he's been let down a little bit. It's a bad combination of being let down by the guys around him and, learning a lot of hard lessons on the job here as a rookie.
Ross, when we look at the Texans, look, we anticipated and expected that there were going to be some hiccups early with a bunch of new players, a new offensive coordinator. I didn't expect it to look as bad as it is. The two things that really pop out, obviously, are the pass protection right now still remains an issue. But every receiver, like every former receiver or every former coach that I talk to that watches the Texans closely, immediately point out the spacing in the passing game. Like, the wide receivers are just not operating the way you expect them to. And that's a little bit of a surprise to me that they're including out of guys like Christian Kirk or whomever else, these veteran players. So, like, what leads to that with a new offensive coordinator and a guy that's been in the league a long time? And like, how do you fix that as well as the offensive line issues right now?
Well, so nobody designs it that way, right? Mm-hmm. So when issues like that are happening, it's because, in my experience, they are giving the quarterback and the receivers some freedom, right? It's almost like those guys are reading it as they're running their routes, and they have the ability to go where they see space, because there's not, I mean, people have bunch sets and you try to break out of the bunch set, but no one, like, down the field at the catch point has two receivers right near each other, because then you bring another defender into the mix, you enable theoretically one guy to be able to cover both, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know enough yet about the Texans offense and what freedom those receivers are given. Felt like a lot of play action, a lot of boots. Didn't feel like there was a whole lot to stretch the field until later in the game. You know, they don't trust their O-line, so they're throwing some quick, like, wide receiver screens on third down. Honestly, it looks a lot like it did last year. You know, I almost feel like if you watch the Texans with some of the O-line issues, CJ at times holding on to the ball, CJ at times not seeing anybody open. You know, if you didn't pay attention in the offseason, you'd probably think that the Texans had the same offensive coordinator and O-line.
Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Of course, Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side. Listen, now that I know I'm not getting paid for that, I don't want to play that anymore.
You don't want to play it anymore?
No,
okay.
no.
I thought,
yeah. That is, like, legitimately good.
Yeah,
Ross, we need to keep playing this. We're not playing this enough. Okay, is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Thank you, but my point is like, Seth, maybe you should consider some voiceover work, because that's like good enough that they could use it on the actual commercial.
Yeah, Judge Ross, if the Texans keep losing football games, you don't think I'm looking for an exit strategy? I just hired a voice coach. I need to refine my obvious God-given talent.
Yes. Ross Tucker joined. Yes, I thought Ross liked it. That's what I was playing. I'm trying to be polite to our guest, you know?
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Yeah. So, Ross, as far as CJ Stroud goes, and obviously the production of his rookie year is not there right now, hasn't been for over a season now. In your watching him, what are you seeing? What's the biggest difference you're seeing right now with CJ Stroud versus the 2023 Offensive Rookie of the Year version of CJ?
Well, I feel like he still throws a beautiful ball. And somebody said this to me, I think, when he was coming out of Ohio State, and maybe it's just stuck in my head, but he kind of reminds me of Troy Aikman, you know, going back to my, you know, childhood or whatever. I mean, he just throws such an awesome, typically accurate, catchable ball. It just seemed like even that first year, and I have to almost go back and watch, I know, like, he was more decisive. I don't remember him, you know, holding the ball as much as it seems like he has over the last year and a half. I don't know if he misses Tank Dell or, you know, isn't necessarily, because he's in a new system, not trusting what he's seeing. You know, there are certainly times, in fairness to him, where there isn't really a good spot to go with the football. And so what I would say is, and a lot of these are similarities with the Titans, I'd like to see them give him more answers earlier in the down. You know, more like quicker passing game, get it out sooner. Because what happens is, if you're trying to, you know, have answers down the field, but the O-line's not really holding up, those guys get really, really skittish and anxious, and I think they're trying to do that. I think with some of these wide receiver screens and stuff, they're expecting blitz, so they try to get the ball out to them. But it just is not a smooth operation in the passing game. And I'm not telling any Texans fan what they don't already know.
Yeah, that's where my nervousness in the offseason was, hey, it's great you're giving CJ more command at the line of scrimmage, but that comes with a whole lot of extra plates to spin during the process. But one of the advantages you hope that you get that can sniff out which blitz is coming, who's actually, who's just disguising at the line of scrimmage versus who's actually going to come. And I don't really see them doing a lot of things to diagnose that. So they're getting up at the line of scrimmage, but they're not running dummy counts and hard counts to try to bait them into showing what they're showing. They're not running nearly as much motion as they used to last year. So it almost feels like in trying to have a more complex offense, they've almost had to dumb it down to the point where it's too easy and it's too vanilla. And I don't know, how you get past that necessarily, through this sticky part of the season if you're trying to do all these things differently. I'd like to rely on the run game, and they showed I don't want to say they've had a good rushing game, but at least this year they've run consistently for positive yardage. The running backs are averaging more than 4 yards per carry when they're seeing cover 2 and all of that. Could it be as simple as really just going in and just really trying to establish the run and lean into the run game and set up the play action, all the old school cliche football stuff right now?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know what you're saying about the running average. I didn't, watching the tape, I still didn't think they were running it all that effectively.
Oh, it's not scary.
They had yeah, I mean, yeah, but some of that's passing downs and they hand it, or 3rd and long and they run it and get 12 yards. But they're still short of the line to gain.
Yeah.
Honestly, I know people all the time, but I saw this with Cam Ward and the Titans on Sunday. I swear these teams should just go more no huddle up tempo.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it forces the defense to be more vanilla. It tires out the D-line, which gives the O-line an advantage. If you're going up tempo, no huddle, you're typically you've got one call, one word plays you're calling. It just kind of simplifies things. And it just feels like the quarterbacks get rid of the ball faster when they're in that tempo. It's like the no huddle tempo of it helps them to get the ball out sooner, because there's similarities with both of them. I think the problem is, CJ Stroud's in his 3rd year now. I think if you're a Texans fan, you would want him to look a heck of a lot more comfortable, and maybe part of it is just new OC, and I don't even know. You guys have to tell me. Did he play in the preseason at all?
Yeah, a couple series in the second preseason game.
Yeah,
that's it.
I mean, I guess he's gotten some time, but it's unfortunate. I mean, the one touchdown was more or less a dropped coverage, but then they moved it better. Nico gets stripped, and CJ had the unfortunate interception, which was kind of a nice play by Jordan Lewis, the corner for the Jaguars, but they were at least doing things in the 4th quarter of that game.
Well, one of the things, Ross, that we've been, because this offense has been so bad, so there's all sorts of theories floating around as to, why and how they can fix it. But one of the things in training camp, they went, the ones went against the ones the entire camp, 2s against 2s the entire camp, 3s against 3s. So they're trying to install, I wish you'd been at some of these practices. They're trying to install this new offense, and they're going against Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter every single practice, and they're just, more often than not, the offense is just getting absolutely ruined. It was almost like there was never really a practice, or at least a couple of practices in a row, where the offense felt like they could feel good about themselves. Like they were just getting destroyed, it felt like, the entirety of training camp. I don't know, What does Dr. Ross Tucker say about that? Should they have had some reps against the twos maybe? I know you weren't there, but just in theory, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. I mean, that's interesting because certain teams do it differently. I'm sure they wanted to try to have best on best and have competitive periods, and I think they probably thought that was the best way for the offense to get better is by going against Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and those guys. I don't know. I mean, if they weren't even able to get plays off, if they weren't able to even operate downfield, like because CJ Stroud, they were blowing the whistle dead because Hunter and Anderson were getting the Stroud within 2 seconds, because you need to be able to have these receivers operate down the field and execute the passing schemes. If these tackles and the O-line was getting beat that bad that quick, then probably wasn't ideal. The idea is then when you get to these regular season games, well, the Bucs D-line isn't as good as the Texans D-line. The Jaguars D-line isn't as good as so the goal would be that the O-line would look good because they're used to going up against better guys.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Ross, it grated against me the first time Sean asked me that question. My old school tendency was like, no, you don't do that. You don't put them put them with training wheels. But it started to feel like you were like calling up a rookie pitcher from Double-A, and he's giving up 9 runs in the first inning every time he goes out, and you just leave him out there. And you're like, nope, this is the best for his long-term development.
Camp, yeah.
This is what we need to keep doing. Yeah. Like, all right, no, they need to figure out a way to send this offense back down to Double-A during training camp.
Yep. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. Ross, you got to go record the Even Money podcast right now?
That's right, and it was a bloodbath. It was a bad week. However, you know what that means? Everybody listening should check out the Even Money Betting Podcast, or you can go to YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. How about this spin zone?
Yeah.
I am poised for a bounce back week.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
If I have a great week, it's like, oh, man, I am hot. You got to listen to this show. You got to watch the show. If I have a bad week, there's never been a better time to listen or watch the show.
Climb aboard, man.
Poised for a bounce back week.
There you go. All right, well, go. And Ross, as you know, I am now a subscriber to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. I sent you the proof.
Yes, you did, and I'll text you guys about maybe getting together. I don't get until later Thursday night. And I know Shawnee has to get to bed early because he's got his morning show, but we'll figure it out.
All right, we'll do that, Ross. Yeah, hit us up.
Everybody listening, if you only go to if you want to just whet your appetite and get to know the Ross Tucker podcast a little bit, just be sure you listen to his the episode with Greg Cosell every week. That'll get you ready for a lot of the most important things.
Wow,
and that's it. Yeah,
Sean, Seth just outed himself because this year Greg is every Thursday and Friday.
Okay. So I didn't even realize that.
There's 2 Greg Cosell episodes a week. So not only did Seth mispronounce his last name after all these years, he proved he's not actually listening this year because he said the Greg Cosell episode when it should be the Greg Cosell episodes.
So
no, I don't. I only I listened to.
Hey,
I don't
Seth,
know how
why don't you go ahead and cut some more Nationwide promos?
How did I mispronounce his name?
Cosell.
Oh, stop it! Whatever. Look, I got a hard K sound and an S and an L.
Cosell?
Howard Cosell. Well, Howard Cosell can go. Well, he is dead.
Greg
Cosell. What? Yeah, I pronounce Fitzpatrick differently than other people too. And I don't listen, Ross. I don't
You're
have a set time.
You're putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, Seth.
I don't listen, Ross. I don't sit down at its designated time every week. I just look. I search Cosell on my phone, and then I listen to whatever's up there. So good job getting them locked down.
Let me step in between the two of you here. The one thing that we can the one thing we can all agree on.
Nationwide is on your side.
Thank you. We can all agree on that. All right. That is Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross, we'll see you later this week, man. Can't wait to catch up.
Sounds great. See you, boys.
All right, take care. That is Ross Tucker, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, the Even Money Podcast.
Ross Tucker. It's pronounced with an F.
Noted,
His last name is pronounced with an F.
Noted pronunciation Nazi, Ross Tucker. Yes. Oh, man, that was fun. And he will be on the call for TV for CBS on Sunday, noon, Texans and the Titans. Of course, you can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610 as well.
You know, and this is a classic case, too, where whenever the guy, Ross Tucker's a former offensive lineman, whenever anybody says, hey, the offense needs to go up tempo more, my knee-jerk reaction is always like, hey, you're selling out the defense now. Because, look, if it makes it tougher on the defense, because the defense, it's tough. Physiologically, it gets tough when the offense is going up tempo all the time. You end up playing more snaps, getting less rest on the sideline as a defensive player, and it can fatigue, it can wear you out. But it is what it is at this point. And apologies to Lopez, I know he hates that term. But it is what it is.
It is.
And the defense is the strength of this football team, the defense and special teams. Yeah, you might be putting them in a tougher position, but you got to figure out a way to get this offense going. And then if you have some success, if you make it into the red zone every now and then and get some field position. The Texans have entered the red zone 4 times so far this season.
Yeah.
That's worse than the NFL.
Yes.
Everybody's played 3 games at this point, and nobody has traveled to the red zone fewer times than the Texans. Then, all right, put some more pressure on the defense. Make it tougher, but you got to get this offense going.
As you know, their lack of trips to the red zone is the basis of my case against D'Amico Ryans saying that they're close. The red zone is close to the end zone, which is where you score points, and you've literally only gotten close to it 4 times, at least in the red zone.
And that's another one where, man, Tommy Townsend, you're not allowed to have games like you had against the Jaguars.
Oh, God.
Like, with the offense performing like this, you can't be just spotting the Jaguars 20 yards of field position.
You can't be having punts where the line judge, they're always standing at the pylon down there.
Yeah.
And Tommy Townsend kicks it out of bounds, and you're watching, and you're going, when is this guy going to stop?
When's he going to stop running to mark where
He's
this
at the
went
25 yard. He's ended right now. He's run 25 yards up the sideline, and the guy stops it like by the way, there's got to be an electronic way to determine where the ball goes out of bounds.
That's the whole time. That was exactly where I was going with it, is in my mind, I don't want to be in a position where I'm wondering, like, hey, how come they can't just track this with GPS? Like, I'm tired of my team getting screwed. No, he punted it 23 yards, not 20 yards.
Right,
yeah.
right. Yeah, there's got to be a separate issue. There's got to be a way to track that. But just Tommy Townsend, don't have punts where we're watching the line judge like he's the yodeler on that Price is Right game that's going up the hill. And he's just running up to the 35-yard line.
There was a point in the game where I said I wanted to, immediately after one of those instances, a Geico commercial came on with that cute little lizard, and I wanted to punt that lizard.
Right.
But I knew that it wouldn't even, he'd only go 23 yards. I couldn't even punt that lizard.
Right.
The Texans wouldn't be able to punt that lizard a respectable distance on that day.
Man. So, yeah, go and hurry up.
Tough to punt a lizard anyway. Really get the, you wouldn't feel the real...
No. It's kind of mean, too. I see little lizards.
Yeah.
I see them all the time on my walks. If you walk the neighborhoods here in Houston, and there are geckos just sprinting across the sidewalk constantly.
Sean, you and I have been through the iguana wars. You know, you and I fought off a herd of iguanas in South Florida during spring training.
They were a little scary.
Yeah, gecko doesn't do squat for me now.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Man, that's the undercard. My biggest concern with this game on Sunday, as we've been kind of laying it out here, we just got done talking with Ross Tucker about Titans-Texans for about 15 minutes. If you want to use the rewind feature, you can do that. If you want to listen to it on the Payne and Pendergast podcast, you can do that as well. Ross joins us every Tuesday at 7 o'clock on the show. He's great. My biggest concern as far as the season goes, Seth, obviously falling to 0-4 is horrible. Falling to 0-3 is horrible. I feel like right now the emotion in the Texans fan base is still anger, which I think is a good thing, that they're angry and they're engaged and they want to get this offense fixed, and they're wanting to fire people. And I know nobody's getting fired in week 4, I don't think. But I'm not telling the fans to lose that energy, because that type of energy means that they're still engaged. They're just engaged negatively right now. Yeah. My fear is if they lose this game to Tennessee, and they can lose this game. With this offense, they can lose to anybody right now. When you're the worst in the league on one side of the football, you can lose to anybody in the NFL. I'm not breaking any news here. My fear is if they lose this game, that the anger turns into apathy. The people are just out on the season.
That year, that 2018 year, when the Texans were the only team this century to start off 0-3 and still make the playoffs, there was a whole lot of apathy and skepticism as the Texans went on a 9-game win streak. It was it was a weird win streak, and it got more annoying almost because people didn't want to hear a guilt trip from Bill O'Brien about how, hey, you should be respecting this win streak more. Yeah. So people were agitated in general.
We got a lot of it's hard to win in this league during that 9-game winning streak too.
Yeah,
people don't like hearing that.
We got a whole lot of being talked down to about how we should appreciate this awesome football team for what it was.
Yep.
I think that, for one, obviously winning a football game could help a lot. But two, it's that you want to see some semblance of CJ Stroud showing that hope and promise that he had his rookie year. When Ross brings up some of the ways that CJ Stroud just hasn't looked the same really since last season until now, the big thing right now is, man, it seems like he's regressed in some ways in terms of just staring down routes and just waiting for one of our listeners, Steve Dent, who had been a college coach, phrased it. He said, "Looks like he's looking at routes instead of concepts. Like he's not really taking it in and diagnosing everything. He's staring down a route and seeing what happens." Some of that right now, as he's learning this new offense, could be like what Ross talked about. When there's room for nuance in this offense where receivers are going to tweak their routes based on the coverages they see and everything, there's clearly times right now where CJ and the receivers aren't on the same page. The missed throw, the slot fade to Christian Kirk late in the game where CJ placed it outside. Kirk, after the game, looked like he was saying to CJ, no, I wanted that inside. And I've heard people disagree about exactly what that should be. And that's exactly how they're reading it there. Yeah. A lot of conventionally, you would think, Christian Kirk should have seen that safety and worked towards the sideline. There is an argument that he, for whatever reason, but regardless, I don't care. They're not on the same page.
No.
CJ Stroud, when he didn't throw it to Nico Collins accurately in the first quarter on that deep shot on a play action, Nico's kind of slowed down in the middle of that route. CJ's waiting, and throws it with people at his feet. And I don't know if it was an inaccurate throw or if CJ just expected Nico to be working more aggressively towards the sideline. We don't know exactly what their rules are. All we know is that they're not on the same page right there.
Yep.
So there are a lot of, my tendency is man, CJ's not throwing it as accurate as he should. The interception to Christian Kirk, that was a combination of things. For one, the spacing wasn't right, and Kirk probably should have been deeper. Dalton Schultz should have been running his route more aggressively. But regardless, CJ threw a bad ball also.
Should have been higher,
it just
more
didn't
air
have loft. It shouldn't have been an interception.
Yeah.
It might not have been a connection, but it shouldn't have been an interception.
Yep.
So all of this is just off kilter. And sometimes it feels like CJ and his receivers aren't on the same page. There's other times where CJ just doesn't look as accurate as he used to.
Yeah.
And then they're doing all of this while the pass protection is breaking down too. And like Ross and everybody else has said, man, it feels like a whole lot of wash, rinse, repeat from last year.
It looks very similar to last year. No Tavondre Sweat for the Titans. I mean, that was a big storyline for the one game against the Titans. The second game was we kind of clinched what they were going to be. But that Week 12 game, that was your biggest key to that game last year was Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat inside against the interior of that offensive line. I bring that up because I'm hoping that this is a game that everybody gets well, that everybody at least starts to gain some confidence in what they're doing. Maybe it's not super clean. D'Amico used that word umpteen times the last two press conferences, which is we got to play cleaner, we got to clean it up, we got to clean this, we got to clean that. I'm hoping that this is a game that, you go out, maybe score 28, 30 points in this game. CJ looks dialed in. The offensive line is keeping him clean in this game. and you get a little bit of confidence at least going.
Right.
You know, they may go back and look at the film and say, all right, this is sloppy, that's sloppy. But at least you're watching the ball go through the hoop, like they like to say in basketball. You know, like we're seeing ourselves succeed. Right now, they're seeing so little success that on top of all the execution issues, there's probably a major confidence issue going on with everybody across the aisle. Like, Nico Collins is dropping passes right now. You know, like I think there's just – it would be nice if this was like a get-well game from that standpoint. Like just gain some confidence.
And then also, look, if there's no part of me that's going to look at the Ravens and think, oh, yeah, well, their defense has been really bad so far this year, so then that's an easy game for the offense, a get-right game in Baltimore. Like, there's no part of me that thinks that. Matabike and Kyle Van Noy were out last night, and, okay, that's part of it. I'm not going to make excuses on their behalf or anything. But, I mean, the Ravens are beatable in a way that they haven't been beatable typically. Their defense last year got off to a slow start and then rounded into form as the season went along. So like they've established that they can get things right, but there is an opportunity there that if you can get it right on offense, you're not going up and facing the classic version of the Ravens defense in Baltimore. You are still, I don't care how many times Lamar Jackson got sacked last night, this Texans defense needs to prove that they can handle the combo of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in a way that they couldn't at home last year. So there's still, that is looming big, but they've shown some chinks in the armor at least.
Dude, both of these games coming up, this Titans game on Sunday and the Ravens game in Week 5, should be games where, man, show the team the film from the home games against both of these teams last year and go out and have some pride. You lost to the Titans and Will Levis last year in a game where you had a pick six and 8 sacks on defense. How does that happen? And I'll tell you, it doesn't happen very often. Like the Titans were only like the third team since the merger to win a game where your quarterback got sacked 8 times and threw a pick six. Have some pride, and especially that Ravens game. And I know we talked about the Ravens a little bit in the first couple hours of the show today, more than we would normally an opponent down the road. But most of it's because they played last night and they looked horrible on defense. And this is a sequencing thing now where, okay, let's get some momentum this weekend against the Titans, and then let's go, and not just that Christmas Day game, but every other time Lions got here as the head coach, they've embarrassed you eventually. They embarrassed you from beginning to end on Christmas Day last year. The other games, at least, you've been competitive at the half, and then they just steamroll you in the second half. Man, Derrick Henry's been fumbling lately. Their defense is 32nd in total defense and 31st in scoring defense right now. Take these next 2 games and show some pride based on what both of these teams did to you at home within a month last year of each other.
This is where the Texans stand right now in terms of scoring offense.
Oh, man.
They woke this morning with 31 teams having scored more points than they have, Sean.
Okay.
That makes them the worst.
How many teams are in the league again? 30,
so they're 32nd in the league, Sean. They are the dead last in scoring. And by, for this early in the season, a pretty nice margin. The Falcons are scoring 14 points per game. The Texans are scoring 12.7 points per game.
Yeah.
The Browns are third worst at 15.3 points per game. They scored 17 points versus the Ravens.
They did.
But the Titans are the 5th worst scoring offense.
Okay.
So, yes. This is why the Texans are 7.5 point favorites versus the Titans.
Dude.
The Titans have been just an awful, atrocious offense, as have the Texans.
Yeah, so we got another blindfolded homeless fight going on this weekend on Sunday when it comes to the offenses.
The Texans' defense has been respectable, though. That's the only respectable unit of the 4 main units between these 2 teams is the Texans' defense.
Where do they wake up this morning on the scoring defense? Do you have it open right now?
I have the offense open.
Okay, don't worry about it. Yeah.
Oh, scoring defense?
Yeah, scoring defense, yeah. Because there's a texter that said, man, am I right that the Texans have only given up 51 points in 3 games? Yes.
Yeah, they're the 6th best scoring defense right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
the Titans are the 3rd worst.
Gotcha. So what you're telling me
Titans are allowing, that can't be right.
Yeah.
31 points per game.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, wow.
So what you're telling me...
But they're better than the Ravens.
Yeah.
The Ravens allowed 32 points per game.
What you're telling me is there are 26 teams that are allowing more points than the Houston Texans this year. That's what you're telling me, yeah.
That's what we're doing. If we're going to write for The Athletic,
yes.
It'd be like, they awoke this morning with 2 times 13, the number of
the hardest, whatever the hardest to understand phrasing of a stat is.
Yeah,
that's what you got to go with.
It's 5 a.m.
Yeah.
The Dolphins are the worst scoring defense. The Ravens are the second worst.
Yep.
And the Titans are third worst.
Okay, let's go.
The Ravens have played the Bills and the
Lions.
The Lions.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
I think the Ravens will settle in somewhere differently. The Titans might genuinely be that bad on defense.
They played the Colts this past game. I still don't know what the Colts are. I know they've been awesome the first 3 games. Do we really expect Danny Dimes to keep this thing going? What in Week 13? What are we expecting to see when the Texans play the Colts? Let's get way ahead of ourselves. Is this what are we going to get this offense that never punts? 13 or 10 weeks from now with the Colts?
You're going to get a team that never punts is teams like the Dolphins.
They played the Broncos in Week 2.
The Broncos have shown the Broncos aren't what everybody in the preseason wanted to. I honestly spent a lot of time trying to figure out if I was just drinking too much Haterade or anything.
Yeah.
But I wondered exactly why people were so bullish on the Broncos.
Yeah.
The defense, it made sense given the way their defense played last year.
Dude.
But, yeah, I don't quite get it. So, the Colts, they played the Dolphins, whatever the hell the Broncos are, and the Titans so far.
Okay.
That's different than who the Ravens have faced so far. Now, the Ravens allowed 17 points versus the Browns, and but they destroyed the Browns.
Yeah.
By the fourth quarter, it was over.
Dude, Danny Dimes cannot become good because he's got zero personality. He was on the Manning cast last night, and they introduced him. I should find the audio. We can play it in the petty cast because I'm petty about this. Eli introduced Daniel Jones on the Manning cast as the greatest quarterback in Colts history, with Peyton sitting right there. And Daniel Jones is like, really? After only 3 games? Huh? And dude, he's joking. The proper line there is to say everybody knows it's Andrew Luck. That's what you're supposed to say right there.
Right.
Lean in on the joke.
Yeah.
Danny Dimes.
Yeah.
All right, top of the hour.
It looks like Peyton's working extra hard on the Manning cast this year.
Yeah.
I see all these kinds of he's out doing skits and everything. He was trying to get Bill Belichick to laugh at a skit the other day, and Belichick just didn't know what the hell was going on.
Well, we know.
It's
feel safe to say that Eli's probably not putting in the hours on the Manning cast.
No.
Peyton feels like he's carrying the load there. All right, we got to hit the break here.
We're going to blow on through the break.
Texans Ticket Tuesday. Next segment, we're going to be giving away tickets to Titans and Texans this Sunday, so be listening for that. Up next, where does the Astros pitching stack up among playoff contenders? I was shocked to see this ranking, given where the pitching is right now with this team. We'll tell you what the experts are saying coming up next. But first, hey,
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That's got some to say. There's an article in The Athletic from the Dodgers to the dubious, ranking each MLB contender's postseason pitching core. And there's 15 teams that are still, I guess, mathematically eligible to get into the postseason. At least there's 15 teams that they stack rank in this piece here by Stephen Nesbitt and Chad Jennings on The Athletic. And as I open this thing, there's certain articles, Seth, like when your team is doing well, I love opening articles like this. Ooh, they're probably like third, the Astros. And there's other times I'm like, this is just going to depress me. I was legitimately surprised, given how banged up, injured, debilitated, whatever word you want to use, the Astros pitching staff has been throughout the year. I would have put the over-under as to where they were in this article, teams 1 through 15, at like 9.5. I would have expected them to be right around the bottom third, just based on the fact they're running out of bodies. They got a lot of guys pitching right now that are in over their heads. The Athletic has them 6th. It goes Dodgers, Phillies, Mariners. We saw that this weekend. Mariners got a really nice pitching staff. Milwaukee Brewers, San Diego Padres, Houston Astros. 6th.
Is there a blurb written about the
good?
Astros?
Yeah, there is. I'll read the blurb, and then you got to share some of these numbers. Well, they do the good and the bad in like kind of just quick hit. The good, highest strikeout rate among MLB staffs. So nobody strikes out more batters per at bat than the Astros. The bad, Josh Hader might not return in time. That's bad. Numbers for this staff are impressive, but the second half stats aren't nearly as good as the Astros struggled with significant injuries. Valdez and Brown are a potent combo at the top of the rotation, though it's worth and so I'm like, yeah, whatever. And then
this is definitely not Chandler writing this book.
It is not Chandler, and then because the parentheses, I'm like, all right, they're going to mention that Framber has stunk for the last 2 months. No, though it's worth noting Valdez's struggles in 3 of the past 4 postseasons. 3 of the past 4 postseasons. How about 7 of the last 8 starts?
Right. 3 of the last, no, full-blown implosion. Yeah. What are you talking about? Yeah. 3 of the last 4. I'm just waiting to see if he can hopefully hold the next regular season opponent to fewer than 8 runs.
That's right.
What the hell are you talking about? Yeah. Postseason. Yep. Honestly, this is the most jarring thing. And it's not a huge surprise that it's laid out this way, but it is so jarring. Once about every month or so, I like to go through and look and see who's pitched the most for the Astros this year. Yeah. So now that we're down at the end of the season, you got 2 guys that has just been there, solid and steady for you, Sean. Yep. You got Hunter Brown. He's got his 180 in a third innings. Yep. He's in second. But then you got Framber Valdez up at number 1 with 185 innings.
That's interesting.
Framber we don't trust. And
Framber has normally sailed past 200, but he can't get out of the 4th inning more often than not lately.
Right. Yeah. So Framber he's number 1.
Yep.
Nobody trusts him right now, especially Framber.
Yep.
Framber himself doesn't trust Framber.
Correct.
Hunter Brown, great, awesome. And it's just so weird. This is why it's so dumb that The Athletic, and to be clear, that's not Chandler Rome. It's very obviously that Chandler Rome didn't write that blurb. That's as a compliment to Chandler Rome. Yep. They talk about the full season stats for the Astros. Okay, yeah, the guy who's pitched the 3rd most innings at 86 is Ryan Gusto. Oh. Kind of forgot that he was ever even really a thing at this point. The 4th most innings pitched, Colton Gordon. And then you get down to Brian Abreu and Stephen Oker, your relievers. Jason Alexander has pitched the 7th most innings on your baseball team at this point.
He's pitched the 7th most innings, and that's the 5th most wild thing you just said in the last 15 seconds. Because let's lay out 3, 4, and 5 on this list. 3 is Ryan Gusto, who you traded for Jesus Sanchez. He's pitched the 3rd most. He hasn't been on your team since the trade deadline. And you saw fit to trade. You saw fit to trade pitching. Nobody trades pitching that's contending for anything. They traded a pitcher to get a bat. So he's number 3. Number 4 is Colton Gordon, who has been up and down all season long between Sugarland and the Astros.
He's been your 4th most reliable pitcher, Sean.
He's been your 4th most prolific pitcher in terms of innings.
6, 7. Yeah, as far as showing up.
Showing up, availability. Yeah, availability. Did you say Brian Abreu is 5th?
Fifth.
He's your closer. And when he's not your closer, he's your setup guy. You're your closer. He
goes 2 innings a lot.
He's in a job that is defined by pitching. Sometimes, rarely, but yes.
He's your 5th most used pitcher this season.
That's
Sean.
incredible, dude.
Then it's Stephen Okert. And then it's Jason Alexander, the guy where you're like, I don't know, maybe this guy's doing something. Haven't seen him pitch a whole lot. Oh, crap. You watch his last appearance. You're like, all right, things are starting. He's your –
dude, keep going.
Jason Alexander's 7th most.
Keep going. I want to hear this.
Then you got Brian King, a reliever.
Okay.
But that's all right. 9th is Brandon Walter.
Brandon Walter, who hasn't pitched in 2 months. And he wasn't on the team to start the season. This is incredible.
I know. Josh Hader.
Okay.
Another reliever. He's your 10th most. Though that's all right, though, because there are some starting pitchers in here, like Lance McCullers. Is the 11th. Lance McCullers. Like eternally unavailable.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers, with multiple trips to the IL this year after getting a late start, has the 11th most innings pitched in this season at 52 1/3.
He's one mop-up outing this week. Oh, no, wait. He got put on the IL. Never mind. With a sore hand.
We could do a whole the Immaculate Squares or whatever game it is, just with the pitching staff on the, because it is a trip down memory lane,
dude.
I mean, like, of course, if you told me Bennett Sousa has the 12th most inning pitches for the Astros this year, I'd say yeah, duh. Or Ronel Blanco.
You're sure on this, right? These stats that you're looking at here.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha,
let's just year to date, Houston Astros innings pitched. Yeah.
That's credible.
I just kind of, because the Athletics saying that the Astros have the 6th best pitching staff of the playoff potential teams, where you can tell in this blurb, again, you can tell that this is not Chandler Rome's piece, because the Chandler would not have written the same blurb. This is a bunch of staff writers from the Athletic that just aren't paying attention to what's going on with the Astros.
Who's paying attention, thank you. Anybody who's paying attention to the Astros would immediately mention that Framber Valdez has been a disaster for the last 2 months. Forget about the 3 out of the last 4 postseasons. Like, no. In the immediate recent past, Framber Valdez has bordered on unusable in a playoff series.
Okay, we'll just go through the month of September. This is the month of September. Like, as the Astros supposedly are the 6th best pitching staff
out of 15 teams.
These are the guys who have pitched the most innings in September.
Yeah.
Framber Valdez, 8.27 ERA in September.
There you go.
Hunter Brown, 1.93 ERA in September. Yep. Jason Alexander, 5.50. Obviously, that last outing
That's
did
skewed.
it. Christian Javier at 5.51 in September, except that one bad outing. I'd feel probably second. I think Javier would be my number 2 starter right now.
Tonight's a big night for you then. He pitches tonight.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, because Bluebaugh might be the other. Like, Bluebaugh is actually making a case for me. I mean, Bluebaugh's at a 0.0.
No, Bluebaugh's been awesome.
In September. Yeah, right. Bluebaugh's been great. It's just a matter of, like, okay, how much do we really. But these are the guys who. I'm going by innings pitched here.
Yep.
So, like, that's where these are the guys who've pitched the 7th most. Sean Alexander, Christian Javier, AJ Bluebaugh, Colton Gordon, and then De Los Santos.
Yeah. I mean, you got there's 1 or 2 guys that might not be on the playoff roster in there if they make the playoffs. So
those are the 7th most guys, and 6 of those guys have a 5+ ERA or 4.91 or higher ERA.
That is scary. Big night for Javier tonight, man. He's on the mound for the Astros tonight. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour. We go. Ooh, petty cast, Seth. Are you ready to get petty?
Oh God, I am.
Yes.
I'm so primed for the petty cast right this moment. I've never been more ready.
Let's give away some Texans tickets right now too. By the way, as we round things out here in the 7 o'clock hour. Call now 713-572-4610. I know there's a ton of you that still want to go to this game on Sunday. Come on now. Support our squad. Caller number 5 wins a pair of tickets in the bullpen to see the Texans take on the hated Titans this Sunday. I added hated. It says rival. No. Hated Titans. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5. You're on your way. Be sure to listen to In the Loop in the noon hour, the drive in the 5 o'clock hour for more chances to win. Texans Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. Pettycast is up next.
Oh, Zadok Jewelers has one of my favorite non-sanctioned.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Matthew in Rosenberg, congratulations. You are on your way to the Texans and the Titans on Sunday. You'll be sitting in the bullpen first row. So I'm going to wait. It's in the noon hour and the 5 o'clock hour as well. So stay tuned. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. We do this before every Texans home game. There's not another Texans home game until week 8 after this one. They don't play another home game for a month because they go to Baltimore. They got the bye week. They go to Seattle. So get in while you can, man. All right, time to get petty. Boy, people are excited. I'm looking at text. Forget commercials. Let's get petty.
Let's do it.
Super petty. Maximum effort petty. This is me reading you guys. The kind of petty that gets me fired. What time is it, kids? Petty time. Someone said, this does bring to my attention that I need a Manny and a petty. Okay, no. Petty, not Pedi, all right?
We need some intro music for the Pettycast.
We do.
We'll work on that.
Let's think on that.
We'll make Ben work more hours.
Ben.
More hours off the clock.
We'll ask. I'm going to ask ChatGPT during the break. What's good music to play underneath a segment that's about being petty on the radio?
I'd like some. We could do some drops from sitcoms, some classic sitcoms.
I like
think.
that too. Yeah. Again, even more work for Ben. We love that. All right, the first one is Texans related, and we've played it already this week, but I think it's worth dropping in here in the Pettycast. This was CJ Stroud when he was asked, what are some things that you guys do well on offense?
I thought we ran the ball well. I thought we somewhat threw it well. It's always better than what you think, but when you lose, of course, it's not good enough. So, there's the sun will rise up tomorrow, and we'll be able to go back to work. You got to just keep going forward. Everybody's going to talk crazy like they've been doing and have these analyses, and rightfully so. That's NFL. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So we got to be able to stay together, stick together, stay as a family, stay as a brotherhood, and, try to get these things fixed because, it's a long season. It's, sucks you start 0-3, but, it can be flipped, so.
Okay, it's the crazy talk.
The crazy talk is what it got people. It was funny. I was doing my Believe in Texans podcast with Cecil yesterday, and he hadn't seen that clip, I don't think. And immediately, when he heard the crazy talk, he raised his hand.
Yeah.
Like I said, on our 2-person podcast, because he was like, "Wait a second, crazy. Where is the crazy talk? You guys are the worst scoring offense in football. I don't know what the crazy talk is, and frankly, I don't like that my quarterback is aware of the crazy talk. That all right, you need to be focused on the Texans offense. And yes, guess what? Whether you're the worst offense in the league or the best, there's going to be crazy talk out there.
Yeah.
We live into the age of social media. You're never going to reach a spot where there aren't crazy takes out there saying something to the extreme and getting engagement because of it. Why is that even in your head? Yeah, there's crazy talk. You guys suck.
Yeah.
Your offense sucks right now. Do they understand that the offense sucks?
Right.
It's not like, it's too bad about the Agumbawale fumble or the Nico Collins fumble. You're the worst offense in the league. The worst offense in the league.
Right.
And you haven't even really faced, defense yet. Or on the caliber of, the Baltimore Ravens back in the day or something.
Yep.
So, no, you're the worst. There's no crazy talks. You're the worst offense in the league. Label that crazy.
There you go. That's the exact reaction I wanted on a Pettycast about that cut right there. All right, we continue. Some of it's us being petty. Some of it is us playing audio people being petty. John Gruden was on Wake Up Barstool with Dave Portnoy and Chris Olsen. And Portnoy asked the two of them about,
Greg Olsen. Yeah.
What did I say, Chris Olsen?
Yeah.
That's his brother. His brother played at Notre Dame. His brother was a quarterback at Notre Dame. Greg Olsen. Sorry about that. Greg Olsen. And Portnoy asked the two of them about the dynamic of Belichick and his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, visiting him on the sidelines before games. Seemingly, almost intimately, right up in his face, giving him a hug, whatever the case may be. Greg Olsen went on a long thing about how he was okay with it. As long as you're winning games, you can invite everybody down to the sidelines. Gruden was not as understanding of this.
I've never seen anything like that. Mike Lombardi works for North Carolina. I've heard him criticize me several times. I'm sure he'll produce a TikTok today explaining exactly what was going on there.
Okay, I need more Gruden and Lombardi going against each other in my life.
Lombardi's been with Belichick on and off for years and years and years.
He's his GM at North Carolina right now.
And when he's in the media, he likes to almost act like everything that Belichick has done is clearly Lombardi himself, all that. Yeah, I like that. I approve of that pettiness. I approve of that. Because, man, it does feel like at various times Belichick has been vulnerable to influences, like the influence of people who maybe aren't the best influences. Michael Lombardi might be one of those guys. Yeah. I think Jordan Hudson is one. Yeah. Jack Easterby is another. Yeah. So I wholeheartedly approve of John Gruden taking a shot at Mike Lombardi, as Mike Lombardi is the general manager of one of the weirdest situations we've ever seen in college sports. Yes.
So big fan of that one. All right, let's keep it moving. Seth, you sent to me, the first I saw of this on Sunday was when you sent me the video of your former teammate, beloved teammate, Aaron Glenn, the head coach.
Older than me. Yeah. I'm 50. He's got to be 52 or so. Yeah.
Head coach of the New York Jets. Now, the Jets are an 0-3 football team like the Texans are as well. But like the Texans, they got into a tussle with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home this past weekend and almost beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Spearheaded by, they ultimately lost on a last-second field goal, but one of the big plays in this game was a blocked field goal for a touchdown. We saw a few of those around the NFL this weekend. A blocked field goal for a touchdown where Aaron Glenn is running down the sidelines with the player, and when the player crosses the goal line, Aaron Glenn stops and does a dance that was amazing.
It was an amazing celebration.
Dance.
And it was. You wouldn't have known if it weren't for his gray hair. You would never think that the guy was 50-plus years old.
I know Aaron Glenn is because you sent it to me. I'm looking at him like, this kid looks like he's about 26 years old.
Yeah, I taught him that move back in the day.
You did?
It took him a while to pick it up. Right. But yeah, it was like him and I. It was like something out of Footloose or something.
I could see.
I was showing him the moves and everything, and then he picked it up. Yeah.
You were Kevin Bacon. He was Chris Penn.
Sure. That's exactly how it went down. Okay, so who wasn't happy about that? Obviously, the Jets end up losing.
Yeah.
But as somebody had put it, Aaron Glenn won the gift war.
Right.
They may have lost the battle, but Aaron Glenn won the gift war.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you who had a big shock, who had an issue with it. Old man Francesa. Mike Francesa, long time radio host in New York, does his own streaming show now up in New York. Not a fan of dancing Aaron Glenn.
First of all, I don't need Aaron Glenn. I'm going to tell Aaron Glenn something right here, okay? And I haven't been hard on Aaron Glenn. I've said nothing negative about him this year. And I'm willing to give him time. But I don't need a cheerleader on the sideline. I don't need one of these coaches who runs up and down with his team like he's still playing. You're not playing anymore. Use your brain. You're there to coach. You're not playing. So I don't need you jumping around and running up and down the sideline when your team finally makes a play. That is a coach who doesn't know what the hell he's doing. That's not a coach. I want the guy who's there thinking about the next play.
And God forbid he dance on Mike Francesa's lawn.
I love, man. There's so much of this that I can entertain. Listen, everybody, don't get triggered. I'm about to talk about a little racial stuff here, okay? But in a fun way, all right? So I'm just imploring you, please, don't get triggered about this.
Sit tight, yes.
This goes back to my senior year in college, back in 19 season. The NCAA sent out a video of acceptable versus unacceptable celebrations. And it's this old white dude telling us about it. And every example they showed of an acceptable celebration was white guys jumping up and down for joy, arrhythmically. High five.
What?
The unacceptable.
What were the bad ones?
Showing any kind of dancing ability. And then you get into the NFL, and forever they changed it finally, but it was the choreographed celebration.
Oh, yeah.
And the epitome of that was one time when Jonathan Joseph and Kareem Jackson had just made a play, and they kind of just started dancing with each other.
Yeah.
and it flagged choreographed. There's no possible way they could have done that. Dancing in unison, that takes hours and hours of rehearsal. There's no way that's...
For weeks, they've been planning this. You can tell.
You can tell. Nobody dances that well together without lots of rehearsal and a director of some sort.
What is wrong with
Choreographed.
The hell is wrong with that?
Francesa, I had a flashback to that video in 1996 of the acceptable versus unacceptable.
Oh, my God, that's tremendous. What is wrong with our people? Come on.
I remember they were showing that video, and I'm looking around, and I'm like, this is it's going to make it tough to go to the D-line meeting room after this.
So good. So good. All right, good job, Francesa. Way to be petty. Keep being petty. Give us material. All right, sticking with that game, Tampa Bay and the Jets. Didn't think it would be the Baker Mayfield. Tampa Bay wins that game on a last-second field goal. Baker Mayfield, as we all know, quarterback for the Bucs. He was asked about that game. He was asked specifically about Todd Bowles, because Bowles used to be the coach of the Jets, got fired by the Jets. So he was asked about the revenge factor for Todd Bowles, and Baker pointed out, there's plenty of revenge angles with that game.
I loved it, and it's also their D coordinator was the one that cut me in Carolina, so it was a lot of stuff was personal today. Hassan Reddick, former Jet, a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't know. I know you didn't speed that up, Ben. It sounded like Baker was either coked up or just drank 6 cups of coffee before the presser. But, yeah, I didn't realize that. Steve Wilkes is Aaron Glenn's DC, and he was the interim coach in Carolina the year that Baker was there. He cut Baker Mayfield in Carolina. So Baker carries all kinds of receipts around. Man, Baker's wallet looks like George Costanza's wallet that's stuffed full of like 8 jillion receipts, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so
Did he get cut? He got cut in season?
He got cut in season, and remember he signed with the Rams down the stretch.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He got cut in
season.
season.
Yeah, good job, Baker Mayfield.
Yep.
I don't know. Baker is one man. He's the classic case of a guy that I just gone up and down on in terms of whether I like him or hate him or anything, and he's just got that kind of a personality. I feel like if he's on your team and he's winning, man, he is easy to really, really love.
Yep.
I think he's learned how to keep the appropriate size chip on his shoulder.
No doubt.
Some guys, it's good to, Tom Brady always had a chip on his shoulder about being drafted late and everything, but you just got to learn how to manage it and not let it overtake you. I feel like Baker might have found that spot.
This one is an NBA one. You actually sent this one to me. Jordan Crawford is a former NBA player who has a podcast. This is classic example of like my era of player versus the current day's era of player. This is Jordan Crawford. Take a listen, saying, who's the bigger name between Michael Beasley and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the reigning MVP?
I told Beasley this. Who name bigger? I'm asking y'all right now on the spot.
Right.
Who name is bigger in basketball? Shai Gilgeous or Michael Beasley?
Michael Beasley, without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Oh, man.
It's not even close right now.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not a close race.
Okay, I think they're being petty against younger players.
Yeah.
I'm petty as somebody who likes common sense and logic. Like, who's the bigger name right now? The reigning MVP
that's the whole thing.
of the league now.
You could be making a nuanced point about who's more impactful or this or whatever. It was like, okay, the biggest name in the league. That's
one of them for sure.
Yeah. But that one I found I like just because that came across my timeline like 2 hours after you had been talking about how your favorite thing to watch on social media anymore is old NBA players just being petty as hell, hating the younger generation, all of that.
It's one of my favorite things. It's one of my favorite things. Like, these guys all hate the younger generation the same way their senior peers hated all them back in the day. If there were podcasts back in the 80s, you would have had Isaiah Thomas and Larry Bird and, some other players sitting in a room talking about how horrible Kobe Bryant was. This young guy, Kobe Bryant, let me tell you. Shaq. Oh, this Shaq kid. Oh.
What? I didn't even watch the whole clip. What was their argument for Michael Beasley?
I don't know. I only watched what you sent me. I just think it was an utterly ridiculous 13 seconds of audio. What are we talking about here? It wasn't they didn't even think about it. That was the crazy thing. Definitely Beasley.
Definitely.
Like,
where would the Shanghai Sharks be without him? I don't even know what are you even talking about?
Yeah, where would the big three be without Michael Beasley?
Oh my God.
It's crazy, man. All right. That's our That's our petty cast right there.
We have some holdovers too. Let's do it. We can do an extra petty cast in the last segment.
Don't
we have another Francesa?
We do. I'm saving that for Take-A-Mania. I think we can
for
play it.
Take-A-Mania, that's right.
We'll do a Take-A-Mania preview. Yeah, we'll do some of them a little bit later. Yeah, because there was a lot of petty going. Football season. This is the first football season in which we've done the petty cast. It is very conducive.
Is it that recent of an invention?
We just started doing it early in 2024, like in the spring. We haven't been doing it that long. Yes.
Oh, it feels like we've been doing it for like 7 years.
No, we've just been petty for 7 years. We've been doing the petty cast, a specific.
Do we
segment.
remember what sparked it?
I think it was we were doing some petty stuff. It was your idea. You're like, we should. Yes, it was.
Oh.
You're like, we should do something called the petty cast. Yeah, it was your idea. It was a really good idea. People love it. All right, up next. It's been a bad 48 hours for the Houston sports teams. Which development among the Astros, Texans, and Rockets, and I think we know most damaging to their playoff chances? We'll lay it out. I've got a poll. See if Seth can guess who wins it. We'll do that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast is driven of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're really being tested here in Houston, man. The sports gods are testing us. We got to stay strong because within a 24-hour period, starting on Sunday afternoon, the Texans went to 0-3 at about 3 o'clock local time on Sunday afternoon. Shortly thereafter, the Astros were swept by the Mariners. The Mariners completed a sweep of the Astros at Deion Park. And then the next day, probably even before the 24-hour mark from the Texans losing to the oh my God, who did they lose to? The Jaguars. I might have said Titans. I meant Jaguars. 0-3. Fred VanVleet tears his ACL. Like, that is three to varying degrees crippling blows. You know, for the Astros, crippling blow to winning the division for sure, and maybe symbolically kind of the feeling like, all right, well, the end of the dominance is here. They're going to now settle in to just being a team like the Guardians that just is kind of in the playoff mix every year and occasionally makes a run in the postseason. That's probably what the Astros are going to be for the next few years. The dominance is over, and I think we've been feeling that for a while. Texans going 0-3, we know statistically is a crippling blow to making the postseason, just based on the mere fact set that 118 teams prior to this season have gone 0-3 to start the season this century and won.
And it's the manner in which they've gone 0-3 as well, with just complete ineptitude on offense. So the worst offense in the league right now.
So that statistically is a crippling blow, and you're right, the aesthetics of it are horrible. And then to pile on, the very morning where I wore a Rockets golf shirt as a sort of my silent protest about how the Astros and the Texans played this past weekend, I would say the second most indispensable player on the Rockets, second hardest player to replace on the Rockets is Fred VanVleet. Kevin Durant's number one. Fred VanVleet, I think, is number two. He tears his ACL, working out, playing basketball in the Bahamas. So, and I know you have not. I'm guessing you've not looked at this yet, Seth. I put up.
I have not. In classic Pendergast Penderpole fashion, I like to guess. Yes, I like to guess.
All right. So the question is this: for the tortured Houston sports fans, what's the worst blow dealt to playoff hopes for your teams in the last 24 hours? Astros swept by Seattle. Texans going 0-3. Fred VanVleet, torn ACL.
If I were to go strictly, I'm going to cut this into emotional and statistical, okay?
Yep.
And I think that maybe your fans or the people that voted on this were relatively similar. As far as the Astros being swept by Seattle, it sucked that it happened at the hands of the Mariners, and yet the Astros still remain the very, very capable of making the playoffs. Statistically, they're still not that far off, as much as it might not feel like. They got beat by a team that's red hot, et cetera, right now a better team than the Astros are. It doesn't change necessarily how I felt about the Astros already. If you had told me beforehand that's what's going to happen, I would have been like, yeah, I could see it. I could totally see it. Oh, Fromber's not going to pitch well? Okay, I get it.
You don't say that.
Fred VanVleet, the torn ACL, it's still too early, and there's still the potential with that young core. Remember, it's not just the young core being as good as they were, as promising as they were last year. They all have room to grow still. They all have time to develop. Reed Shepard especially, but even Amen Thompson still has room to continue to develop as a basketball player. And you've added Kevin Durant into the mix. It's too early, emotionally and statistically, I think, to dock them that much. It's the Texans going 0-3. Statistically, makes it really, really hard for them to even make the playoffs. And because of the manner in which they did it, especially, where I think this Texans defense can be really good. I don't think they're good enough to win a Super Bowl or to make a deep playoff push the way very, very few teams this century have done. If you go back to the Bucks early in the century or the Ravens, for instance, I don't think they're not that good of a defense yet. So for me, it's the Texans, and I think most people agree, and they would have picked the Texans.
Okay, so Ben, we got to get the ding and the buzz ready here. Seth is right. It is the Texans that are winning this poll. Now, what the several hundred, his 7 hours left, this poll's still open if you want to vote. But as of this minute, Seth, what percent of the people pick the Texans? And again, I'll repeat it for the audience. For the tortured Houston sports fans, what's the worst blow dealt to playoff hopes for your teams in the last 24 hours? Astros swept by Seattle. Texans go 0-3. Fred VanVleet torn ACL.
I think what we have here is a plurality and not a majority, Sean. I think the vote was split more so than I would have thought, or would have thought personally, because of recency. So I'm going to say the Texans won by 47%.
You think they have 47% of the vote? Man, I hate that we need degrees of buzz. It's a buzz. But you're the buzz. I think the cushion is 5% either way that we usually use. I mean, you're right there, 41.6%. If we round up, it's a ding. So it's just what mood are we in today?
Get out.
Okay, though that's Ben deciding. Yeah, all right. Ben has spoken via Vandermeer. Get out. 41.
Ben takes his shots.
41.6. Yeah, right. Using hotkeys. 41.6%. Texans going 0-3. 40.8% Astros swept by Seattle. So it's a dead heat between those two.
There.
Very split.
Yeah, and I guess the playoff hopes is interesting too because, chances of making the playoffs versus chances of making a deep push in the playoffs.
Okay, I'm glad you said that because
I still feel like the Rockets this early on, I feel like the Rockets could totally, they got Kevin Durant on the team. They got Amon Thompson, all of that. It's going to be Astros. I don't know about how much of a deep push you feel like they can make right now.
Well, even if we're to take playoff hopes, and again, some of it's phrasing. Sometimes I leave it open like that because
right.
But if people interpret it as making the playoffs, then the Astros and Texans should be in a dead heat. That sweep really damaged your playoff. Now, granted, they're still 65%. It really damaged the Texans' chances of getting to the playoffs. The Rockets are going to make the playoffs in the NBA without Fred. They'll make the playoffs with Reed Sheppard starting at point guard 82 games. I feel strongly about that. They've got a strong enough roster the rest of the way. And keep in mind, it's like there's 4 teams that make a play-in to become the 7th and 8th teams in the playoff. Like, they're going to make the playoffs. What would be interesting, and maybe I'll do this afternoon, what's the worst blow dealt to a team's title hopes this past weekend? Title hopes, because I think VanVleet wins that one.
Yeah, I don't think anybody looks at the Astros or the Texans right now as a team that's gonna take it all.
Right.
I think that's to a greater degree with the Texans and the Astros because baseball you get into it and there's a lot of randomness and it's like all that.
Yeah.
But right now. I don't think anybody feels very optimistic about either of those teams winning a title. I still very much think it's in the cards for the Rockets. It's just, again, you got to figure out a way to make up for the loss of Fred VanVleet. There are also enough Rockets fans that they're not fans of Fred VanVleet, so they won't even acknowledge that it's a loss. I saw way more acting like, who cares? He's a bum anyway. Like, all right. You might feel like the Rockets overpaid him for the $50 million for 2 years or whatever, but you're a little delusional if you act like this isn't a major blow to the Rockets.
Yeah,
he's a valuable part of the basketball team.
That's a Rocket fan that chooses to live in a game where VanVleet is shooting 1 of 9 from 3. Like the VanVleet that pops into, because there were plenty of other games in the postseason that VanVleet either shot the Rockets into the game or shot the Rockets out of the game. Like, he shoots a lot of threes. That's what he does. So
right, and that's where and Reed Sheppard, really developing into what his potential looks like it could be. That's an improvement in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
You're going to lose a whole lot on the backcourt veteran presence and directing traffic, all of that. But there are some upsides to it if Reed Sheppard develops.
If I had to guess, because we've seen, unfortunately, in Houston, we've seen plenty of star players we've lost them for the season before. And I think of Justin Verlander. Well, he chose to rehab his Tommy John injury away from the team, I think down in Florida. Man, sure would have been nice to have Justin Verlander in the dugout, around the team. Like Lance McCullers, he's been horrible pitching this year. He would travel with the team. He'd be with the team. And there's probably nuggets that with some of these young pitchers, Lance McCullers can be a productive member of a dugout without pitching. Stephon Diggs, that was one of my hopes with Diggs when he tore his ACL. Like, man, I hope he stays around the team. But, man, God, they voted him a captain, and he was such a – he didn't come back till that Christmas game that was on Netflix, and I think he came back so people could see his new fur coat that he got for Christmas on Netflix. VanVleet strikes me as –
working on getting his sperm count up.
No. VanVleet strikes me as a guy who is going to be with the team all year, like almost.
Yeah, you
like
might be a guy who's thinking about becoming a coach afterwards or something. And this is where I think I've thought about this a lot lately. When it comes down to just after reading the Belichick book, I've been trying to reassess how I feel about things like leadership and what have you. I mean, so much of it at the professional level, especially, that people don't realize, I think, is that there are a lot of position coaches that really don't teach technique all that well.
Yep.
And it's one of the things you get away with in the NFL because you get guys who already have way better technique than most high school or college players. So they can get away with not necessarily being great teachers of technique or even understanding it all that well if they got a good mind for the X's and O's or scheme or what have you. That's one of the values of having veteran players there. It's not like for some rah-rah motivational thing or something. It's the players themselves are often better technique coaches than the assistant coaches.
Yeah.
And that's where I could see a guy like Fred VanVleet really being an asset to younger players. It's just on the nuts and bolts of getting it done.
Well, especially Reed Shepherd. Like if Fred VanVleet is almost like a personal coach of Reed Shepherd. Like because an NBA staff have to, so they've got more coaches. The coach per player ratio in the NBA is very robust. There's plenty of coaches to coach guys. If Fred VanVleet, it'd obviously be better to have him on the floor. Is there incremental value to having Fred VanVleet, a guy who's had to make it into the NBA as an undrafted? He became an all-star as an undrafted guy. You never see that in the NBA. Fred VanVleet was an all-star back in 2019 or 2020 as an undrafted guy. A guy like that to help out Reed Shepherd, who's the third overall pick because he comes from phenomenal basketball genes. And he was a great player at Kentucky. Like a guy like that who's had to do the little things to get to where he is. I think can be perfect for Reed Shepherd. So man, just trying to make lemonade out of or chicken salad out of chicken bleep, I guess here.
Let me get on a soapbox real quick about athletes playing the same sport year-round. This is what I've noticed just through watching AAU basketball and club volleyball. One thing I've noticed over the last few years is, man, these kids are playing year-round and not actually getting genuinely good instruction the entire time.
No, just roll the balls out.
There's so many times where I'm like, man, these guys, if they just had genuinely good instruction during their actual high school season, they'd be way better off than by playing year-round with not getting genuinely good instruction at any point along the way. They're wearing their bodies down and actually not getting coached all that much.
You know whose take we need on this? Former AAU coach John Lopez. Lopez, if you're listening, we're going to get your take on this during the toss. All right, we're going to power rank the power rankings for better or worse at the top of the hour. But up next, they're 0-3, as we just outlined in the Pender poll here. They're 0-3. The last three times they've been coming off back-to-back division titles, they've had horrible seasons. 3 games in, does this season feel like any of those other 3 bad seasons 3 games into those seasons? We'll take a look down memory lane. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Texas sinus and snoring.
From the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We'll power rank the power rankings for better or worse in the next segment. Where do the Texans stack up in the eyes of the experts? They're 0-3. Unfortunately, this season is going the direction of the last three times, the only three times, that the Texans have been coming off back-to-back division titles. They've won 8 division titles in the history of the team. They've all been won in 2-year pockets, 2011, 2012, 2015, 2016, 2018, 2019, and then, of course, the last 2 seasons, 23 and 24. We'll see how this season plays out, but right now, Seth, it's looking like it's going the direction the last 3, the only 3 times the Texans have been coming off back-to-back divisions. All 3 of those seasons went off the rails for different reasons. Mm-hmm. And so the exercise I want to do here while we've got a few minutes is, does this season feel like any of the other 3 times? Are we learning anything from history here? The 3 times go like this. The 2013 season, the Texans won back-to-back division titles in 11 and 12. There was a lot of hope. They came into the 2013 season probably as lauded with the highest expectations of any team in Texans history. They were 12-4 the season before, super talented roster.
They were the national media's darling in terms of, hey, they weren't statistically or in Vegas a favorite to win the Super Bowl, but it seemed like everybody on a national show is saying, hey, watch out for the Texans. Yeah. That team's, they're going places, you see.
Yep.
Yeah.
Texans are this fun young team.
They weren't that, but there was probably, Peter Schrager probably liked them back then.
Well, and they had a lot of name brand appeal. I mean, Aaron, if you had Andre Johnson, I even had Matt Schaub, like it was in terms of people that names that people took note and loved having on their fantasy team, all of that. There was a lot of bling to that team.
They had 8 or 9 guys on the Pro Bowl the season before. And most importantly, they had, I think, 3 on the offensive line who made the Pro Bowl.
On the offensive line, yeah.
Wade Smith, Dwayne Brown, Chris Myers all made the Pro Bowl. 2013, thank you, 2013, 3 games in, they were 2-1. Mm-hmm. Remember, they won the first 2 games, and then they lost 14 straight. 2-1. They won on a last-second field goal against the Chargers. They beat the Titans in overtime on a DeAndre Hopkins touchdown, rookie DeAndre Hopkins. And then they lost 30-9 to the Ravens in Week 3, which the Ravens were the defending Super Bowl champs, so there was no shame in that.
Right.
Schaub was 2 pick-sixes into his pick-six streak. So he threw one against the Titans, and he threw one against the Ravens. So it looked a little odd, like, okay, 2 weeks in a row. It didn't go off the rails, I don't think, until the Gary Kubiak stroke game, where Gary had the stroke.
I thought it went off the rails against the Patriots. Oh, no, that was the year before. The Patriots were the first dose of reality.
Yeah, that was the Monday night game.
When you realize, like, okay, wait a second, they're a not yet ready for primetime team. Okay, going into that season, it's easy with hindsight, but I think that this is real. I think there were people saying this at the time. There's people who were texting the various shows at the time saying these things going into that season. One is that a lot of the success from the previous season was fueled by batted balls, like J.J. Watt running for a touchdown. Like, there was a lot of stuff that previous year that felt like a little bit fugazi in terms of the actual football team being that good. Yeah. And that feels similar to this year. Last year, some of the success was fueled by a lot of turnovers on defense that masked some of the problems on offense. The one big thing is that Andre Johnson a few years ago did an interview where he talked about going into that season in 2013, he was nervous because he was looking around and he saw how many starters were playing special teams.
Yep.
And it was a very top-heavy football team. It did not have a good middle class, and it did not have a bunch of scrappy journeymen or anything. I think this Texans team is more solidly built in terms of there's not as big a gap from top to bottom. Yep. I think the complete roster is better, but there is that same. We've seen it already. Wow, when the defense isn't taking the ball away, they don't really have a whole lot of options. The only time the offense showed life really in this last week was for one single play after the Texans got an interception and the offense ambushed the Jaguars.
Yep. So that was 2013. 2017, again, we're comparing the first 3 games of this season to the first 3 games of the last 3 times the Texans were 2-time defending division champs. 2017 was Deshaun Watson's rookie year. They started out 1-2. They lost to Jacksonville at home. That was the game the Hurricane Harvey game, where it felt like everybody involved in that game was just exhausted from dealing with the hurricane for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
JJ ran a flag and the American flag, but they got killed by the Jags. A Jags team that would wind up being pretty good that year. Deshaun Watson starts on Thursday Night Football, his first start against Cincinnati. They win that game in a low-scoring game. The only touchdown was Deshaun's run right before halftime. And then the close loss to New England in Week 3, where Deshaun walked off the field with a lead, or there was a decision Bill O'Brien made that was a super conservative decision, and then Tom Brady hits Brandon Cooks, of all people, with a game-winning touchdown. I just remember feeling 3 games in, even though they were 1-2, like, okay, they're 1-2, but Deshaun Watson just threw for 300 yards against a Bill Belichick offense in his 3rd game as a pro. And I remember feeling like, okay, well, at least we know it's going to be exciting, and it was. Then the season went off the rails when Deshaun tore his ACL. Like, that was the big reason they wound up. I don't know that they would have made the playoffs that year, but they don't finish 4-12 if Deshaun doesn't get hurt, I would guess.
Right, yeah, that was Deshaun getting hurt and it being his rookie year to begin with. That was a weird year in which the Texans didn't make the playoffs, and it was disappointing, and yet there was a lot of enthusiasm about the upcoming season because of Deshaun Watson, because he showed so much promise.
Yeah, Tyrann Mathieu signed here in the offseason after the Texans went 4-12 the year before.
That's right.
He came here in the offseason. So I don't think it's probably not a great direct comp to that team just because it was an injury to your quarterback. The last time they were 0-3, 2020, the COVID year. Lose to Kansas City in the opener, come home, play Baltimore Baltimore, and again, empty stadiums or virtually empty stadiums.
Yeah. You and I got to go to a couple of games.
Yeah,
and then
early
they shut
on.
that down.
They did, yep. Baltimore at home in week 2, where we were at that game. They went on the road to Pittsburgh in week 3. They lost that game. And I feel like that was the game leading up to it, either the week before or the week after, that we heard rumblings of J.J. Watt getting into it with Bill O'Brien at practice that week.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That was fun.
So things were kind of like this was, and that was a team that was put together by Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby. They were the ones making the decision. That season went off the rails after 4 games. Bill O'Brien fired, Jack Easterby made interim GM, and they would go on to go 4-12 that season.
The Vikings game, the cruel irony of that one, the 4th game was the Vikings game, and that was the game where they had the picture taken beforehand of the all 3 of the Texans head coaches up to that point, because both Gary Kubiak and Dom Capers were on the staff in Minnesota, so they took a picture before
the game.
And then Bill O'Brien got fired.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine, Seth? Like if they were getting that picture together,
so messed up.
And the photographer was like, "Hey, Romeo, why don't you get in there also?" Like Romeo's like, "Why?"
Take one with you. We'll take one with you 3,
right?
And then we'll take another one with Romeo.
Yeah, like when Romeo's like, "Why would I be in this pic? Just trust us."
No reason.
Just no reason.
Brett Coomer just thinking, just diabolically planning for the future.
Yeah. And for those who don't know, I say that because a day late, coach of the Houston Texans. That's why. All right, so there you go. I think the closest comp is probably that 2013 team. And I don't like that at all because they went 2-14 that year.
The 2013 team, I think Mike Meltzer would argue to the death that season actually went off the rails after the Schaub's pick 6 against the
Seattle Seahawks in week 4.
Because all Schaub had to do, Schaub just could take a sack at that point.
Run the clock out.
And the Texans would have won the game. But he decides to throw the ball directly to Richard Sherman.
Yeah,
and Richard Sherman runs it back for a pick 6.
It is one of those what ifs. Like, hey, if they run that clock out, I mean, keep in mind the Seahawks won the Super Bowl that year. They won the if they just run the clock out, the Texans, they're 3-1, and they just beat the team that eventually would win the Super Bowl that season.
I think that's what I would always say to Mike when we were getting in an argument about this, like once a week for 3 straight years, about whether my argument was always that the things that led systemically, the systemic issues the Texans had that led to Schaub throwing a pick 6 in that situation, including the fact that Schaub just did not have his fastball anymore. Like, it wasn't. That one moment in winning that game wasn't all of a sudden going to cure all those same issues. Schaub taking a sack there doesn't all of a sudden change all of the other things that would continue to lead to more pick 6s and everything else. I think it's a little too – we try too hard sometimes to fit everything into a 5-act play where there's a moment that's a defining moment. And it's just – now, there was no – if they win that game, it wasn't like all of a sudden greatness the rest of the year. They still had the same issues.
Yeah. No, you don't go 2-14 because there's one fork in the road in week 4.
One particular moment, which and those moments continued, were happening before that and happening after that.
Yep.
Like you pointed out, Schaub had already started his pick 6 streak before that game.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we got to do it. When the Texans are good, we do it. When the Texans are bad, we do it. They're bad right now. We power rank the power rankings. What are the experts saying? This will be interesting, actually. People giving up on the Texans in the national media. We will find out when we power rank the power rankings coming up next.
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We'll get to the power ranking of the power rankings in just a second. ChatGPT, Seth, seems to really think we should be using something by Taylor Swift as the music underneath the Pettycast. Her songs are very petty, though. That's why. I mean,
that's true. Yeah, she's got a lot of pettiness.
A lot of beef, man.
Up. I can't wait until her song. She's going to do a whole album on Travis Kelce one day.
Oh yeah. Not in a good way. I sent somebody put together a cut up of all the times that Travis Kelce has blown up on the sidelines, like anger wise, like throwing his helmet,
flipped out, nudging and saying, "I'm so sick." The great one was last week or 2 weeks ago when he was yelling, "I'm so sick of this bleep."
Yeah.
And this is after he had dropped a pass for a touchdoon earlier in the game. Yeah.
Yep. He had dropped a pass after he injured his own guy the week before that.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot he took out Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, like I was kind of like Andy Reid kind of bumped him this time around this week. I'm like, yeah, you go, Andy Reid. But somebody put like a 90-second cut up together of all the times that Travis Kelce's temper has exploded. And I sent it to my daughter, the Swiftie, and I'm like, old Tay-Tay probably needs to be careful. Like, look what she's getting into here. And my daughter's like, whatever. Like, she'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
You know what? If she wants to feel any better about it, just send her a reel of him blocking. And they'll be like, oh, this guy would never hurt a fly.
right.
He wouldn't know. Oh gosh, no, yeah. Like this guy couldn't rough up a woman if he wanted to. The whole thing about there was a. Anyway, no, I don't want to get off on a tangent.
That's okay. No, I was just going to say like this. So we might have to workshop some of these songs for the underscore the Pettycast.
Okay.
We'll do that tomorrow. Thanks, ChatGPT. Power ranking the power rankings. Let's do this here. And normally, totally coincidentally, the power rankings, the higher you rank the Texans, it just so happens the higher your power ranking ends up on our list here. If they lose to the Titans this weekend, the Texans, the power ranking of the power rankings might coincidentally turn it on its head, and the higher you have the Texans, the worse you might be in this. But for 0-3, if you're on the bandwagon, that'll benefit you to some degree. All right, so let's do this here. Power ranking the power rankings. We've got 5 sets of NFL power rankings in front of us here in no particular order yet. SI.com, CBS Sports, The Athletic, ESPN, and USA Today. Who did the best job of ranking the Houston Texans? Number 5 on the list, The Athletic. Bunch of non-believers.
How dare they?
They have the Texans.
How dare they? I am irate.
They have the Texans 27th overall in the NFL. Down 3 big notches from 24th last week.
This officially marks the return of me having to use Command F to find the Texans on power rankings.
Yes.
Whenever I learned how to use Command F and then typing in Texans instead of scrolling all the way down, I got some respite from it. For the last couple years, I've only had to I'll just scroll down somewhere between 1 and 15.
Yeah, they're 12.
I got to start hitting Command F again to find the Texans.
Yeah.
27th, my God.
27th, and the category that The Athletic does, they do a topic for the week for each team. QB confidence. Time for the panic button, they say. CJ Stroud's 2024 season was dismissed as a sophomore slump after his incredible rookie year. But now those issues have lingered into year 3, and it's time to be worried. Yes, the offensive line stinks, but Stroud has thrown 13 interceptions in his last 17 games. 1 big-time throw this season per PFF. It's fair to be concerned.
It's fair to be concerned, 100%. Mm-hmm. And, this is the first time, I think, where you're just starting to see more people, myself included, start to say, all right, yes, I understand all of these issues that CJ has going on around him, but now he's in an offense where he has more command and control, and if anything, it seems to be worse for him after it being something that he wanted. And this is where I always go back to, hey, you're going to run a version of the Josh McDaniels, Tom Brady, Bill O'Brien offense. The quarterback The quarterback has a lot of control in those, and one of those things that he needs to be is a really good receivers coach. If you want to be Tom Brady was the best receivers coach who ever lived, and he made sure that he was on the same page with those guys. And right now it looks too often like CJ's just not on the same page as his wide receivers, including veteran guys like Christian Kirk. There's everything's just a little disjointed and out of whack. CJ's not doing a great job of identifying the blitz and setting the protection beforehand. All of this stuff that he wanted, man, you better start getting to work on actually looking like you know what you're doing, because it's just the pass protection is an issue, yes. The injuries have been an issue, yes. But CJ himself has not been as accurate in moments where the protection is good or where he's making the right decision. He's just not throwing as many accurate footballs. The other part about this one, too, we'll get this out of the way because I think this is going to be common throughout these power rankings. Right now, the Bears and Caleb Williams are far above the Texans on this power ranking.
Yep.
They're at 18th. Caleb Williams patient in the pocket Sunday, showcasing the growth that evaluators have noticed under Ben Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's ever since people keep bringing up that moment from last year where CJ gave that little talking to Caleb Williams afterwards, and it keeps getting sent to me at least once a day by various people. Yeah, I get it. But why are you not highlighting that the talk seems to have worked?
Yeah, it was good advice.
CJ seems to have spurred something in young Caleb Williams.
Right. Now, if
1 month younger than CJ Stroud.
Now, if Caleb could just get on the phone with CJ and give him some advice to get him out of the doldrums, that would be nice.
Every time somebody sends me that video anymore, I say, yeah, CJ did a great job.
He did.
Giving some advice there, didn't he?
Yes.
CJ's on his way to becoming a great NFL coach someday. Yes.
All right, number 4.
Perhaps sooner than later.
Number 4, power ranking of the power rankings is CBSSports.com and non-believer Pete Prisco. He says this. At 0-3, the Texans have major problems. The hole might be a real challenge to climb out of with their schedule. CJ Stroud just doesn't look right.
No, he doesn't.
He does not look right. He does not. And by the way, here's something that's a little painful. 25th on the rankings, Carolina Panthers.
I noticed that occurrence.
Carolina Panthers, yeah. Is there still time for the Carolina Panthers to say, we got the pick right with the number 1 pick in the draft?
There's time. I don't think it's not. Bryce Young isn't draping himself in glory this year. The Bears, by the way, just I'll mention every Caleb Williams reference here. Let's see, they're 21st. It's too bad they don't play the Dallas Cowboys defense every week, but credit to Caleb Williams for playing well in the victory. Now he needs to carry it over.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Cowboys defense is horrendous. So you go out and you do what you're supposed to do against a horrendous defense. There's times Caleb Williams has not done that in his career. All right, number 3, power ranking of the power rankings as we rank the top 5 power rankings out there. 24th, SI.com. Down from 18 last week. Connor Orr does the SI.com power rankings. The Texans offense looks irreparably broken with some of my gripes about the construction of the offense. While some of my gripes about the construction of the offense are also C.J. Stroud isn't throwing it problems. It's a vicious combination that has to somehow solve itself in real time. That Jacksonville loss was the kind of ugly that tends to stick with a unit.
Ooh, yeah. No, and this is a get-right game, 100%. Slump buster, whatever you want to call it, versus the Titans. You're facing a horrendous defense in the Titans. You're playing them at home. If you can't get it going against them, then they are genuinely in dire circumstances. This is the canary in the coal mine is not dead yet, but he ain't looking so hot. He's like he's kind of lagging off to one side of his little perch, looking kind of woozy, like he had a few too many or something. When I do the Command F on this power ranking, the Texans actually pop up a few times before we get to the Texans themselves. First time they show up, the Indianapolis and Texans are a full 3 games back. Let's see, the next mention, Jacksonville Jaguars at 20. They beat the Texans, and it happened multiple times against the Texans, which got patched over thanks to a critical win. Mm-hmm. Talking about Trevor Lawrence not trusting his receivers and making inaccurate throws.
Yeah.
All
right.
They are, the Jaguars are indeed above the Texans in the power rankings.
As they should be, yes.
Understandably so.
Next, USA Today. They rank 2nd in the power ranking of the power rankings. They had the Texans 21st. Down just one big notch, Seth, from 20.
It's in the bottom of the third tile. Yeah.
Second trial.
I mean,
yes.
if you add an extra team to the NFL, an expansion team or something, so it's in thirds.
That would
we'll
be
say
clean.
there's third tiles.
They're
the last of that third tile with an expansion team to be designated.
Sounds
later.
good to me. Here's what they say in USA Today about the Texans. When they start losing games in Jacksonville, first time since 2017, then it's time to start eyeing the panic button. Ooh, our second panic button of the power ranking of the power rankings, especially if pushing the panic button could add points to the league's worst offense. Oh, that'd be awesome. If the panic button were like the smart bomb and defender back in the day, like, we need to get to 15 points a game. Where's the panic button? There it is.
Listen. I feel like we're getting to I feel like the panic button is going to be overused to the point where it's even more of a cliche here in the next week or two.
Mm-hmm.
Let's come up with some alternatives.
Thank you.
Like nervous knob. Well, you gotta twist the nervous. twist. You're gonna twist the nervous knob. That's what I'm doing.
That sounds like something
twisting
else.
the nervous knob.
That sounds like something.
What? Oh, get your mind out of the gutter. I'm twisting the nervous knob over here.
My mind exists in the gutter. Sorry. I'm trying
to talk about football while twisting my nervous knob.
The name...
You're sitting there trying to make this into... we don't work blue, Sean.
The name of the fantasy team I share with Amy is the Explosive Pendergasm. What do you want from me, all right?
Yeah.
All right. Last one. Number one on the power ranking of the power rankings.
We're flipping the sweaty switch.
Hey, ChatGPT, what's another name for the panic button?
That's all. That came from Seth's brain.
No,
I didn't have to ChatGPT that.
Yeah, I love how you
think ChatGPT is going to come up with gold like the nervous knob?
No, I don't. I like how Seth points at his forehead like it's an app. That came from Seth's brain right there.
Mm-hmm.
Number one in the power ranking of the power rankings, ESPN.com, who also has the Texans 21st. But you know why I'm putting them first, Seth? They've got those links up at the top where you don't need to hit Alt-F.
Yeah.
You can just hit HOU and it skips straight down to 21 in the rankings. So ESPN, for your technology, you are getting number one in the power ranking of the power. I had actually legitimate technical reason why these power rankings are better than the other four. Biggest issue on defense is the category for ESPN this week. Yeah. And DJ Anime right power rankings in which they're down 7 notches to 21. Biggest issue on defense, getting that final stop. Houston's defense doesn't have any glaring issues. The Texans are tied for 5th in scoring defense. They've got 9 sacks on the season. They're on pace for 51, which would be a team record, by the way. I'm adding that in there. The one spot where they could improve is the final drive of the game, during which they've allowed winning touchdowns over the past 2 outings. But even given that criticism, the Texans held the opposing offenses to 14 and 10 points until under the 2-minute warning. So that falls back on the Houston offense, which is continuing to struggle. I would add, in addition to allowing touchdowns in the last couple minutes, that you couldn't get off the field at the end of the Rams game either. You had them 3rd and 8, and they got you into a perfect play for them, and they close out the game. So I think DJ's spot on with that one.
All 3 of these games, like some of the defense playing well and then having a huge letdown on the final or penultimate series of the game to kind of either to not seal the deal. That's a tough one.
Tackling. I'd add tackling too.
Tackling, yeah. How about instead of twisting the nervous knob, I think about I'm gonna pull it out. I'm going to pull out my nervous knob. Okay, like if it's on a panel and it's like you pull out the knobs that like an aircraft, like an airplane almost.
Okay, I dare you at our next Odyssey company meeting to stand up and say, guys, I'm about to pull out my nervous knob.
I'm going to pull out. Texans are not looking good. It's time to pull out my nervous knob.
My nervous knob, not a nervous knob. My nervous knob.
I've been walking around with this
don't
for
do
a
that.
long time.
I want to do this show with you for a long time. Please don't do that in a company meeting. Don't do that.
Push the nervous knob, extend my nervous knob, whatever it might be. Yeah.
What type of action is
that out right away?
Okay, don't drag Vandy into this. All right, that's the power ranking of the power rankings. All right, let's hear from D'Amico Ryans in the next segment. Let's get some clarity on some of the things he was talking about following the game on Sunday. What does he mean by close? what was happening down on the sidelines where it looked like he was yelling at Nick Caley. He was not, but he clarified who he was having an issue with. What are you laughing at? What's so funny?
I'm laughing at the segue I'm about to use.
Okay. All right, let me do this football read here. I'm anxious for this. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Watch the new season of Tulsa King, now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Maybe you're at home twisting your nervous knob over your finances.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, D'Amico Ryans, let's get some clarity here on what exactly you meant by some things you said on Sunday at the press conferences the press conference after the game. D'Amico Ryans did his Monday availability yesterday and was asked, hey, when you said we're close, what did you mean by we're close?
Yeah, what I mean by close is we were close in our 3 games, right? We were there in the fourth quarter, right? We were close to finishing and closing those games out. There are plays in each game that we've had these first 3 games that we didn't finish and win the game. So I'm not talking about close as a team, I'm talking about winning the football game. That's what we're here to do. We're here to win football games. We've been in position to win those games, and we have not won the game. So we got to find a way to win the game. Right, we got to make the plays in the fourth quarter of the games we've been in. We got to make those plays to put us in position and to just ultimately to win the football game. That's what we're here to do, right? That's what we work tirelessly and hard for, is to win football games. So the games have been close. We've been right there in the games, right? So we just got to find a way to get it done.
This sounds weird to say about a team that's 0-3. If they win the game this Sunday against the Titans in the fashion that they one of the first 3 games they played, last 2 minutes, got to make a stop, got to make a play. I don't know that that's going to quell people's fears that this team is not a very good football team.
Right, yeah, that's I don't even know. Like, this is D'Amico's given that answer yesterday. I'm like, where are we? Are we really trying to parse out exactly which meaning of the word close D'Amico is trying to use? I didn't even know that was a. I didn't know if that was a debate topic or something. Like, all right, no, he meant that they were close to winning those games, as opposed to like, wait, no, they're close to being a really good football team. Whereas it's like, no, we're close. We love each other. Like, I don't know. I don't care.
Well,
I don't care.
I'm gonna try to explain, and I'm gonna try. I totally get what you're saying. I think D'Amico in some ways is, when he's talking about this, is getting conflated with Bobby Slowick last year. Because Bobby Slowick did specifically say many times throughout the season as the offense was sliding into the toilet about how close they were. Right. And that was a specific facet of the team. And so when D'Amico gets up there and says, we're close, and that's my fear. Because when he said it in that press conference, he said it at the very end, and there was no follow-up to what did you mean. The follow-up didn't come until yesterday's press conference. That's my concern is I think D'Amico's a good coach. I have concerns about some of the things he says and the way he feels about how football looks in the NFL, where he almost talks into existence these close fourth quarter games. Like, hey, every game is a game, and it's which team makes a play here and there. And it's true that a lot of games come down to that, but they don't have to come down to that. So many games over the first 2 seasons he was here, especially the first season and a half, they could have easily won by 3 touchdowns, but they're doing silly things in the second half that are allowing teams to hang around. Now they're making mistakes that don't allow themselves to make those plays at the end of games.
And this is the part, though, too. I mean, it's like because I see a lot of people say, "Well, CJ's not taking any deep shots," and I'm watching, and I'm like, I'm seeing deep shots. I think what you mean is CJ's not completing any of these deep shots.
Yes.
He took a deep shot to Christian Kirk where Christian Kirk thought the ball was going to be placed inside. CJ placed it outside. He took a deep shot, another deep shot to Christian Kirk where Jaden Higgins was wide open on the outside on the route next to him, but CJ chose to try to make the perfect throw in between a safety and a defensive back to Christian Kirk instead of throwing to the rookie on the outside. I saw CJ take a deep shot to Nico Collins on a play action that was protected well enough, but CJ had a little bit of clutter at his feet, and he waited a little too long to make the throw, and he misfired to Nico Collins. They're taking deep shots. CJ is not connecting on them. Sometimes because of inaccurate throwing, sometimes because he's not on the same page as his guys. But this is the biggest problem with the offense right now, and why it doesn't feel like they're anywhere close at all, is that they had a plan. They talked about it all offseason long. We're gonna be physical at the point of attack. We're gonna run the football. Do that is that all of a sudden you can You can protect your rookie offensive tackle. You can make your offensive line look better in pass protection because you open up the play action. And you make the defense commit an extra player up in the box. You set things up for the passing game. The one nagging little detail in that entire plan is that they're not that kind of a rushing football team. They can't do it. Then everything falls apart because they can't sit back there and just use 5-man protection, hardly ever. And when they do, they get destroyed for it. When they try to go max protection and keep multiple guys into block, then CJ doesn't have any options downfield. And it all starts because they thought they were going to come into this season and be a smash-mouth, physical football team that could run the football. And without that, like if that's your plan, none of it gets started. Like you don't have any fuel in the tank to get any of that started, and then everything else looks askew. So that's where they are right now. And, yeah, that's where I would say they're definitely not close because their whole MO is to be a physically punishing football team that can win on the ground game, and they can't do that right now, and it makes everything else look that much worse.
Yeah, with this offense, if this is what the offense is, they'll be lucky to win 5 games this year.
And that's where I go with what a lot of people are saying, like, all right, look, that's not working. Just spread it out, okay? At the very least, go play up tempo. Do something to get the offense going. And it is. There comes a point where you have to realize, all right, our plan and our strategy, our chosen mode of operation isn't working out. We got to do something. These guys are not getting it done on the ground.
Amen. D'Amico Ryans was caught on camera in the game on Sunday, yelling at somebody and looking like kind of making an arm motion like, move the pace, let's go. A lot of people, including myself, assumed that he was yelling at Nick Caley just because of the sequencing of the shots on CBS, because they were showing Caley looking down at his play sheet. Then they flash over to D'Amico looking in Caley's direction, yelling, and then they flash back to Caley looking at the play sheet again. So D'Amico clarified this, was asked about it yesterday. Who was it that you were caught on camera taking umbrage with on the broadcast?
Yeah, no. When you saw me, if you guys saw me animated on the field, that was directed. I think during that snap, we got on the ball, we went tempo, and the refs held our offense from continuing to run their play, and the ref said that we were substituting, which we were not substituting. No one on our sideline got off the sideline or moved, and so they didn't allow us to run our tempo offense. They held the huddle. So that's who I was talking to, the official, right, and making sure that we were able to run our offense the proper way.
Just we don't think you were, but so just to clarify, you weren't yelling at Nick Caley, correct?
I just said I was talking to the official. All right. No, I was not yelling at anybody on our sideline, any coaches, any players. I'm too cool for that.
Hey, man, D'Amico, we're just trying to make sure that the media gets it right, okay, with the follow-up question. One brought up, and I'm sure it has been by somebody, I just haven't seen it, that play where D'Amico is taking issue with the referee and they're slowing down their tempo, that was C.J. Stroud's first interception, was that play.
Right.
And so there's part of it, and I credit to D'Amico for not blaming the interception on the referees slowing them down. But if you look at it, maybe the referees don't step in and do that. The play gets executed a little bit better, and the Jags are a little bit more on their heels, and they don't turn the ball over in that spot. Who knows?
Yeah, the optics of that, I think, could have gone a bunch of different ways, because the optics of it after the game where people thought, oh, yeah, look, CJ's yelling at Nick Caley, and the broadcast kept showing Nick Caley. It would show CJ yelling, then it would show Nick Caley, and then he throws the interception. I think it creates an image of mayhem, perhaps, or something, if that's what your perception of it was. Personally, I was skeptical that that's what he was doing just because of the way the headsets work and everything. That would be really dumb for CJ to be screaming at Nick Caley through the headset.
Yeah, D'Amico.
As Nick Caley's D'Amico to be yelling at Caley as he's trying to get the play call off. Like that's not how you help a situation. That's a sign of a head coach that, if that were the case, it would be like a sign of a head coach really losing his cool
Panic.
in a stupid way.
That's taking out your, what is it again? Your
nervous knob.
Nervous knob. That would be taking out your nervous knob.
He's twisting your nervous knob too aggressively.
Yeah, that would be doing that.
So that part of it, they've clearly got to figure some things out on offense. It still does. It's not like it excuses excuses, and because that was just a bad throw by CJ. It was two things. There was bad spacing on the route, and then it was also a bad throw by CJ. And okay, did the defense get too much time to figure it out or whatever? I don't care. It was a bad play.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm just like,
I'm not going to blame the officials for it.
No, but it is one of those things. As a fan, especially with all this, all the just the downtroddenness we've experienced over the last 2 days, when you go back and start looking at that game, you're like, yeah, of course the one play where the referees inadvertently slow our up-tempo offense down is one of the 3 turnovers we committed. And of course it is, because this is the weekend the gods have decided to smite Houston sports fans. Of course this would be that play. So I could see fans kind of feeling that way a little bit. All right, final segment coming up. I want to hit the Astros because that's the big sporting event going on tonight. Not here in town. It's in Sacramento against the A's. This is kind of a big game tonight for one individual, and this is a big 3 games here for the Astros. They've got to make the playoffs in the next few days, and if it doesn't get done in the next 3, I've got something I'm incredibly nervous about that we'll get to in the final segment. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop, question of the day, and so forth. But before we do that,
Center.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And I was just thinking about this, Seth, as you and I are having a conversation off the air, and this will lead into the Astros, which we teased into this segment, but you and I were sitting here going, man, how's Tucker been since that bad slump that he's had? Well, I don't know, because he hasn't played a lot of baseball in the month of September. He's played 2 games in the month of September. I had forgotten that he had gotten hurt. He's been dealing with a calf injury, which is a real shame, because it doesn't sound like, from what you were reading me during the break, that he's anywhere close to, we like to say, baseball activities.
He hasn't yet been cleared to run.
Yeah, you're going to need to do that in baseball. I think you're going to.
That's ideally, right?
You're running, yeah. You are running.
He's right wherever Yordan Alvarez is right this moment, you know? He hasn't been cleared to do a lot of stuff. He's meeting with a Tampa-based physical therapist to try to get things right. So that doesn't sound good at all.
No, not at all. That's a shame. I would have liked for Cubs fans to have gotten to experience playoff Kyle Tucker. That's too bad.
This is my favorite blurb from this. So, and also for Astros fans, if you feel like, man, what if they just kept Kyle Tucker for the final season or whatever? I don't know. You still might not have him right now. You might have both Yordan and Kyle Tucker on the bench in the playoffs.
Well, go ahead.
This blurb, one of those naturally gifted hitters who can just show up for the playoffs and produce.
You can't. He's
not
not running.
What we've seen.
He's got to run.
His pregame routine is known to be light. He doesn't wear himself out in the batting cage.
Who wrote
He goes
this?
by feel
Is this AI?
And tries to keep a simple approach. No, this is The Athletic. That low-maintenance program works for Tucker, an even-keeled personality who returned blah, 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 blah.
We had listeners who thought that the article that we were reading from The Athletic earlier that ranked the Astros pitching 6th among playoff teams, potential playoff teams, that was written by AI, because it completely ignored Fromber and how statistically bad Fromber's been over the last 8 or 9 starts. You know, maybe the most painful thing, Seth, this is why the Astros need to make the postseason. For one, you got to keep the streak alive. I mean, they've made the postseason every year since 2017. And I see some Astro fans, just end the season. You know, Jeremy Payne goes out with an oblique. I just want to get this over with. If you don't want your team to get into the postseason, I just can't relate to that. Like, you want your team to get in there to see what happens. Now, might it be a painful 2-game sweep like it was last year? Quite possibly. That could be the case. This is potentially the more painful part, Seth, is that if the Astros are not in the playoffs, for the first time, we will be watching George Springer and Alex Bregman in the postseason for other time. I know we've seen Springer in a Toronto uniform in the postseason before. Not for very long, but he's played in the postseason before. Alex Bregman in the postseason for the Boston Red Sox, supplemented by for the Blue Jays. And what if the Tigers get in? You got Charlie Morton pitching for the Tigers now. You've got 3 postseason heroes for the Astros and no Astro baseball to distract us. And quite honestly right now, not a product with the Texans that's very distracting either from stuff like this.
Right.
So we need them to make the postseason, if for no other reason than to the Astros, that is, to distract us for a few days from all these Astro legends that are going to be playing in the postseason.
We've already noticed, I was vaguely aware that the Rangers had won a World Series after the Astros were eliminated that year, but I'm cool with that. I've been through this before. I can manage to live without. I can manage to live without watching baseball when the Astros are no longer in it. I get emotionally just same way after the Texans get eliminated from the playoffs. We have some listeners that just flat out need a break and they don't come back for a couple of weeks or so. That's how I am with baseball. Once the Astros are eliminated, I'm like, it's just screw it. As far as I know, they canceled the World Series.
I'm the same way. I'm the exact same way.
I'm a spoiled punk.
No, I didn't watch any of the World Series last year between the Yankees and the Dodgers. I know everybody in the free world watched it. I did not watch it.
I hate watched it.
You did?
Who
did you hate? Did you?
Well, the Yankees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dodgers?
My hatred for the Yankees always trumps my hatred for the Dodgers.
Okay.
100%.
Okay, because you can make a case for the Dodgers.
Oh no, for sure. That's just me. That's my.
That's you. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I need to see the Yankees. Look, the Dodgers have already shown that they can come through in a World Series. or two. That's not a big deal. It's the Yankees and their inability to deliver. The Dodgers spend more than just about everybody else, but at least they have something to show for it.
Yes.
The Yankees try to cheat the system year after year after year and perennially act like the spoiled little rich kids that they are when the going gets tough and they fail. I need to see that continue. They almost came close to defying it last year.
You've made a great case for the Yankees. That was very, very good. So Christian Javier tonight. It's a big start for Javier. Man, I feel like
it's a big start for Javier. And honestly, I flipped everybody. Like, if somebody was listening last week and I was talking about how, well, listen, you got to have Framber be your second guy out there because, man, it's a dicey situation emotionally. Now I'm done with that. I am done with that. And he's gone at the end of this regular season or this postseason. And you don't have time to try to kowtow to his emotions anymore.
No.
I don't want to see him. If Hunter Brown goes out and pitches a no-hitter in the first game of a playoff series, and then you're going to roll Framber out there, who's already quit on the team.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it. I want to see Christian Javier or somebody else at the number 2 spot.
Hunter cemented.
And I know the baseball cognizati or Zeddy are going to be saying like, oh, that stupid football player doesn't know what he's. No, go die. You're soft. You're weak. You're stupid. You lack the mental fortitude to understand the severity of our circumstances.
I like the way you came out swinging on what did you call them? The baseball
cognizati.
Cognizati. Ooh, man.
The same people that told me that George Springer needed to move to center field. They're like, well, no, for these multiple baseball reasons, you Neanderthal football player, you don't understand why he needs to stay at right field.
Okay, and thus this is why this is the pettiest show on radio right now.
Rotting in your graves, you are. Yeah.
Hunter cemented himself as the number 1. That obviously, I mean, they're pitching in that order this week. Javier goes tonight, but then Hunter and then Framber, at least according to ESPN.com. If Javier goes out tonight and throws 6 innings of 1-run ball and it looks efficient and good and his pitch count isn't up at 105 by 5 innings in or something like that, and Framber goes out and Frambers again, like he's at verb level now, Framber. Like what he's doing is Frambering right now because he's been doing it for 2 damn months. If that's the case, if the last thing that those two put up as their final statement heading into the postseason, throw Javier out there in Game 2, man. Throw him out there in Game 2 of what they're going to play in a wild card series. Their chances of getting a bye are 0.9%. So they are going to be, if they make the playoffs, going to be playing in a 2-game series or 2 out of 3. Boy, it is funny though. If it goes to a Game 3, have you shattered Framber's confidence? Because he'd probably be your third choice, I'm guessing. Or maybe they do blue ball out there. I mean, I'm getting way ahead of myself here because they still have to make the playoffs. But this is a fascinating thing going on with this team where you have a guy who has been a rock for you for 6 seasons now or 5 seasons now who cannot be trusted to pitch a postseason game for you.
But at the same time, I feel like this is such an extreme circumstance. Unless they know and understand exactly what the issues with his curveball or his command or anything else might be, which doesn't seem to be the case. If they know something behind the scenes that we don't, that there's just actual baseball reasons for these horrible performances, this is not a normal situation. This isn't a normal baseball player. This is a guy that has completely gone off the rails, and we understand exactly how there's always been a potential for it before. And that in an extreme circumstance like this, you don't treat this like it was Justin Verlander who just had a bad month. You don't treat this like it's basically any other pitcher in baseball almost. This is like a Ken Giles type circumstance. Or you're like, I don't know, man.
Well,
the guy's just I can't figure the guy out.
They benched him. Well, and if you don't feel like he can go out and start a game for you, you don't put him on the playoff roster. You load up with relievers. I don't think that's happened. I don't
think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. It would be a bold move if it did. I mean, it would be a really bold move if they didn't even say. It's a bold move if they don't start him second, and yet at this point, like, is anybody going to criticize him if they decide, like, no, we can't? I don't think there's anybody in the world who's going to criticize him for it, are they?
What's the bolder move, starting Framber in a playoff game or not starting Framber in a playoff
It's
game?
weird because I'm trying to, and it's one of these things that's not a typical situation, and I'm thinking, like, well, this feels like a really bold move to take a guy who's been your number 2 guy all year long and to just not And yet, if it's so bold a move, like how many people would really criticize it if they did it?
Right.
I think in the moment, I think people would commend Espada for making the bold move, even though in reality it's not all that bold a move because it's going to have an 100% approval rating.
Yeah. Well, and especially if they lose game 1 of that series, because you trot Fromber out there, and I think fans are going to feel like season's over. He hasn't had a good game. He hasn't had a good game against the team not named the Rockies since July. You know, it's wild. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are both here. Seth made some wisecrack about AAU coaches earlier in the show, John.
It wasn't a wisecrack.
No,
It was as I was saying about, there's a lot of kids that are playing sports year round, like playing one sport year round now.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. I get the appeal and chasing greatness and all of that. And yet I think there's a lot of those kids that aren't receiving proper instruction at any point during those 365 days. So it's a double whammy of, man, they're just playing a whole lot of basketball or a whole lot of volleyball. If they were just getting really, really good instruction during their high school season, they'd probably be better off.
I could not agree with you more. I could not agree. I mean, that's one of the reasons that I always told my kids to play other sports. Always, 100%. And that's why when I got into it because I wanted to actually teach defense, teach actual stuff, and I had Josh Pastner helping me, Jerome Tang helping me because they were both in the same program. You didn't know that?
I didn't know that you coached with
well, he helped me on the practices,
Kansas State Wildcat head coach.
And UNLV head coach, Josh Pastner. They both helped me. Obviously, the one was Greg Wise, who was now at Gates and won state championship. So I had like legit coaches helping me get started, and then because I was one of those guys, Seth, and so that's why my whole goal was to do it the right way.
I always heard you just rolled the balls out there and just said, "Go play, kids."
My contribution was I am a hell of a recruiter. I say that as humbly as possible.
Rings on the table like Pat Riley.
I mean,
Lopez, you should have been the first in on this. Like, hey, kid, I'll just take 10% of your future earnings if you allow me to help you on your path. Because I'm a good dude. Yeah.
My contribution was recruiting my ass off.
By the way, Charlie Morton is back in Atlanta. He is reunited with the Braves for the final week of the season. He was on the Tigers for a minute. I know that. But Jose Urquidy is a Tiger. So there you go. I don't know if he's pitching.
I did like what y'all talked about with Fromber. That was interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's fascinating that this is where we are with it. Like, think about even in the middle of the summer. Like, there was a stretch this season where Fromber, you can make a case, was the best pitcher in baseball over like a month and a half. They won 10 straight decisions with him. They won 13 games with him on the mound. He won 10 straight decisions, went from 1-4 to 11-4. And we were all miffed that he didn't make the All-Star game. And if someone had told you
that was this year,
it's all right. If someone had told you at the All-Star break, like, we'll be debating whether Fromber is deserving of starting in a wild card round game.
Right.
This is a wild thing,
Reggie and I were talking about we're putting to bed the whole good Fromber, bad Fromber thing. Right? He was.
Oh, no. He's evil Fromber now.
Evil Fromber.
There's a third Fromber because
he's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Fromber, but Mr. Fromber is just taken over. Dr. Jekyll is laying dead in a ditch somewhere.
That's it, man. Yeah. Well, even bad Fromber.
One of these bodies they're fishing out of the bayous every day.
That's right. They're all Fromber starts.
I want to watch this movie that you're pitching right now, Seth.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Fromber.
Yeah, I'd buy a ticket to that.
Yeah.
Well, he's evil because even bad Fromber didn't have these weird quotes after all the games. So he's evil now. Sorry, Fromber, if you're listening. You're evil. So what's the question of the day, boys?
How was your weekend as a Houston sports fan?
That won't take long.
Between the Texans, the Astros, and Fred VanVleet.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Like the baseball gods, or not baseball, the sports gods were like, okay, we got to get all three sports in here.
Yeah.
And it's almost like they came to us and said, okay, so here you go. Here's a torn Achilles for Kevin Durant. We're like, no, anything but that. And they're like, fine, second most indispensable player, ACL.
So the question of the day is, what's something drastic that you've done or do to change your mojo? You got to wake up the bats, as they say in baseball.
Okay, like a slump buster kind of thing.
Well, but like just something like, I got to change my mojo. I used to do this when I was younger. I haven't done it in probably 25 years. I punish myself. Like if my squads, I'm having a bad weekend and the Aggies lose and the Texans lose and the Astros lose or whatever. I've been known when I was young hungry in my 20s to not eat the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going to punish myself.
Well, that's what, you know what? I don't know if it's even punishment or not, but I'd say it's drastic. And I know a lot of people listening do this now because intermittent fasting has become such a big deal. But I did this before intermittent fasting was a big deal. If I'm completely off the rails with my eating, I'm like, nope, I'm going to do a 24-hour fast. And I think for me, it's like the psychological part of it.
Maybe, I don't know.
Like, I'm like, okay, no, you know what? Like, I got to take control of this, and I can work through being hungry a little bit and get back on track, shed some water weight, all that stuff. So I'll just, I'm not going to eat for the next 24 to 36 hours.
I write things down. I make a list.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Like, see, I got my list of things to do right there. And it's an ongoing list. Like, this list has existed for roughly 2 weeks. And as you can tell, I'm still not crossing out many things.
Why is that? What's the extreme thing about that?
Because at some point, if I feel like I'm not progressing at all, I will rip up the list, I will redo, and I'll put like life things on the list. You know what I mean? Like I tend to exercise every day, either elliptical or walk. I'll write it down. If I write it down, I'll feel if I get off track and I'm not doing those things, or if I'm not eating well, or if I feel like I'm, like my work on the show has not been good, or I'm procrastinating on things.
Right.
If I write it down and I'm looking at it, this list notwithstanding, normally I go do these things. Yeah.
You know
so
what?
writing things down.
Sean, that reminds me of Quentin Tarantino tells a story about when he was a young man and he was like working in a video and not really doing much with his life. He said he just sat down one night and wrote down everything that he was doing wrong in his life.
Yeah.
And like just really beat the crap out of himself over it. Like, but with that specific goal of like, it's not like he kept beating himself up over it. He's like, no, I need to change these things.
Yeah, no,
he gave himself some tough love.
I got to get out of this situation and get in another situation. My whole goal of getting over here to 6'10" started with me writing down a list in 2009. I still have it somewhere of all the things I need to do to get a job at Sports Radio 610.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean like 10 or 12 things I wrote down. So that's my
Reggie, have you ever shaved your beard?
I haven't in quite a long time.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Yeah. There was one time though, and it wasn't necessarily like a mojo thing, but it was just like I need a change. So I guess that does fall in. Where I did shave it down pretty much to like a really low beard. I haven't gone fresh face since high school, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a hardened beard that you've got going on.
Which is funny because people are like, how long have you been growing it? And I'm like, technically, 15 some years, but also like I trim it.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what it would look like if I didn't.
So you've had that your whole adult life.
Pretty much.
Is it as hard to find a picture of a clean-shaven Reggie Atatula as it is to find a clean-shaven Arizona State picture of James Harden?
Yeah, probably about as hard.
About the same?
Yeah, about the same.
I say that if I Google James Harden Arizona State, it'll come right up.
There are definitely some of those photos of James Harden. But yeah, but also it's a very slim Reggie because like I wait until relatively recently, and even then I'm still pretty.
You're still
thin.
not
Opposed to the fat piece of garbage that you are right now.
We're almost at 200 right now, fellas. We're almost at 200.
Well, and you're repping the OG sauce on the T-shirts today. So look at that. That's a good teammate right there. All right, boys. Well, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Yeah, antibodies. Somehow I found a picture of James Harden.
Yeah, I know. I knew as soon as I said that, I was like, God, Seth's going to crush me for this. Yeah, Seth's going to.
No, I know you already said it.
Yeah,
But honestly, a fresh-faced, innocent and pure as the driven snow James Harden to you. I like this. I like the clean-shaven James Harden.
Ain't coming back.
Like things could have been different for him in the playoffs.
He kept it clean.
I'm like, this is a kid that busts his ass in the playoffs. I'm looking at this kid. I like this kid. This kid would never start throwing the ball into the stands in the playoffs in San Antonio.
No.
That's a svelte kid too. Look at him.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking at James Harden.
James Harden pictures. I guarantee there's 1,000 of you doing it right now at your desks.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
That jersey is hanging off of him.
Yeah. Not so much anymore. That's especially if he gets upset with the direction the team he's on is going.
Yeah.
You mean the Clippers?
He can fill that.
The Clippers might be going in a different direction.
Well, I just remember back to the Rockets when he wanted to get up and out of here. Like, wow, that dude can put on 30 pounds quickly. And then he gets to the Nets and it's like, wow, that dude can lose 30 pounds pretty quickly. All right, boys, the floor is yours. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. to repeat, brought to you by NM Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
All right, you are indeed in the loop here on a Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man, that's John Lopez over there in his patented fishing shirt. I'm Reginald Atatula here in the OG Saw shirt. And we got Figgy Fig. I can't see what shirt he's in, but it's a fly one nonetheless.
It's a Michael Jordan shirt.
Well, there you go.
Jordan.
There we go.
Jordan
so
brand.
we know who's carrying the show today. It's, one Figgy Fig. Actually, you know what? Who always carries the show is you by getting involved with the program. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We appreciate you doing that. But then also there's appreciation that is deserved to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. I feel like, considering where we are as like a sports watching public here in Houston, I should take the time, even though I told myself I would stop doing this. How are you doing today, John?
I am terrific.
Terrific, okay.
Obviously, I always say it, green side of the grass, but beyond that, hey, man, we're in a place right now where the Texans are not doing well. The Astros are up against it. Fred VanVleet, we're going to get to that here in a second. But there's always hope, buddy. There's always hope.
Okay, at any given time during this program, I'm going to stop just dead in my tracks and ask you to give me the hope on a particular subject at hand, okay? So I want you to be ready to hope peddle your job as hope merchant today.
Yes, we have some topics that are going to fit right in with that.
Yeah, I bet. It's going to be very jarring to stop in the middle of discussing the offensive coordinator and go, all right, give me the hope of this hope merchant, Lopez. There is a little bit of hope for you on this program. We typically do a pretty solid program, I think. But then on top of that, it is a Texas Ticket Tuesday, and I understand that might sound like a little bit of a threat, but you got the Titans coming into town, baby. Like
switching the music.
And so we have a pair of tickets to see the Texans and Titans on Sunday, September 28th at NRG Stadium, and they're good seats. So at the very least, even if you're not sure what kind of product will be on the field, you know that you will be close to the field, which obviously is it's a luxury in a lot of spaces, especially if you're not just spending a whole bunch of money on your sports watching endeavor. So Texas Ticket Tuesday.
That's what you're going to be paying.
What was that?
Free 50 is what you're going to be
paying. I usually say free 99. I've never heard people use the 50s on the free.
I use it all the time. Okay. And you get to stick it to Amy Adams' trunk.
That is, there you go.
Will you?
That's also,
oh, yeah.
Don't remind me.
It's crazy. We are already here.
Yeah, we are here.
I'm not actually here. However, I am open to the possibility of being here.
Hey, guys, don't worry about what's on the field. Just go to the game and have a good time. Eat some food.
Get some Truth Barbecue. Get some margaritas. Get some, all that good stuff.
Yeah, you might need the margaritas now, won't you? All right. But yeah, the weekend, I guess, carrying into Monday got worse with the news yesterday. Especially after everybody was getting out here like, yo, Rockets, save us. Because right now, Houston professional sports on the men's side is not showing up. And the Rockets were like, would you like an injury? Is this saving you? And the answer is no, Houston Rockets. Fred VanVleet has been diagnosed with a torn ACL. He was at minicamp in the Bahamas. Yeah, lead source confirmed to The Athletic at the very and I know Yahoo Sports had this as well. A number of people had this. A source said that initial imaging revealed the tear, which was a contact injury, and additional testing is planned further later on this week. He's anticipated to undergo surgery. But the fact of the matter is, an ACL tear at this juncture means you are not going to have Fred VanVleet
6 months minimum.
Yeah, for the basketball season, and I mean, it would be some level of miraculous. We'd be talking about him like he's Adrian Peterson if you see him later on in the season playoffs. Like, you just have to expect that he is not a part of this team. And is this the most significant, maybe second most significant injury that you could have on this Rockets team?
It is. Obviously, Kevin Durant would be the worst, especially given everything that you did. But it's not that far behind, given where the Rockets are, at the point guard position, ball handling position, creating, offense position, plays, instigator, initiating the offense. That's Fred VanVleet. I mean, that's Fred VanVleet. And so the question obviously becomes, how do you account for that? Who's going to do it?
And I've seen actually a few people get to this place. And so I kind of want to start here. I don't know if it's the right place to start, but it is where we will start on the text line from the 281. Rockets season is over already. Are you getting there? Because I don't want to be hyperbolic, but also I do understand, I think Fred VanVleet's importance to this team can sometimes be understated.
Yes, and we saw it. We saw it last year, when he was wasn't available. Obviously, you have Reed Shepherd. Who knows? You have Amen Thompson. Again, as good as he is, who knows if he's initiating the offense? And so we saw the problem. I'm not going to say that the season is over already. They have too much talent. Maybe even Kevin Durant initiates offense some,
Which feels like it really cuts down on some of the benefits that you were hoping for Kevin Durant. Now, he can initiate some offense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's the best place for him to be. I think also having him off ball creates a threat, especially shooting-wise, because I told you I was talking to a friend of mine this weekend, and I was like, I think the Rockets are better three-point shooting. He was like, who? And as I started listening, I was like, you know what? Fair, right? Like, there's still some places where you can go. You can talk about, like, Dorian Finney-Smith being a solid spot-up shooter. Jabari hopefully having more of an opportunity to shoot here and there. But Kevin Durant is one of the big things that's supposed to help you as a shooter that spaces the floor. Well, if he's on ball, he is not doing that from a spacing position, right?
Not much anyway.
He's on ball, right? I think you mentioned two of the answers as we're trying to go, okay, how do you fix this, or how do you get to some of the answers here? And you mentioned the immediate two that you think of, which is Reed Shepherd and Amen Thompson. Are either of these appealing to you? Because Reed Shepherd, he's coming off of, admittedly, a relatively bad rookie year. Some of this was from lack of play, but some of this is also just he was not as spectacular as we had maybe hoped him to be. And we were already coming in asking if you felt comfortable about him as the backup point guard. Do you have any level of comfort with primary point guard if you were to go that direction?
Well, I guess I have some level of comfort, but in small doses. Just because it's sink or swim time, and that's not exactly how a contender wants to go in at the point guard position, not knowing if he's going to be able to handle the workload, the long season, the ball, the pressure, the traps, all that stuff. The size is a big part of it. I'm leaning more heavily into Amen Thompson, to be honest. I think number one, he can get to the basket, and that's kickouts. Number two, he's a pretty good passer as it is. Ball handling might be something of an issue. When it comes right down to it, as much as he would figure to handle the ball. But I still think Amen Thompson, there's much more of a sure thing there than anywhere else.
Which is interesting because and I know a lot of people have done the Amen Thompson came into the league as a point guard thing. I have not been super excited about him as point Amen. I know Chris Mannix of Sports Illustrated talked to Amen Thompson recently about his summer, and Amen said that his summer was spent working on being a better lead guard. So that very well could be the place that they go. The thing I continually think about is, yes, he gets to the basket, but getting the basket with the attention of the offense square on you, I think is a little rough. I think he also typically adds a lot as a cutter, which of course is taking away some with him on ball. But the thing I always come back to is if you are not a threat of shooting the basketball, and I know that he's worked on shooting the basketball, but he's coming from a place that starts really low. I think 28, 29% three-point shooting last year, which isn't the end-all be-all, but it's quite an injury. I think teams have the ability to sag off you.
And
force you. So that hampers his ability to get downhill to some degree, and I imagine that hampers an ability or that allows defenses to kind of play off you and watch the passing lanes more than the threat of being able to score immediately for yourself. I'd be interested to see what it looks like. Obviously, getting it on the court will be something that shows, but that's something that I worry about. And so those two answers that you immediately think of, I don't think they're perfect. Obviously, you're not going to have a perfect response. But then I start thinking about, well, if you're talking about initiating offense, do you go to what might be a little bit more of a nuclear option in getting a lot of minutes to Aaron Holiday, who I trust on both sides, but also is really more of a backup guard?
Yeah, no, I don't know if I would go there. I get it. I absolutely get it. Proven, veteran, done it. But again, I just feel like he's tailor-made to be the backup point guard, to come in and do that stuff as necessary, but not necessarily an always have the ball type point guard. The thing with a man that is interesting to me, and it's not a good thing necessarily, is their half court offense has to get creative when you have something of a hybrid point guard, and I don't know how much confidence I have in being able to have him initiate the offense. If it's like a secondary break, great. If it's a true half court, then get the ball out of his hands and have him moving. Are they good enough in a half court offense to be able to create some space like that with him as the point guard?
Well, I think that's a question himself.
Yeah.
I already had questions about the half-court offense to begin with, right? Like
That's my point. I mean, can they, draw up anything that is going to be consistently good that way?
And if you are simply going off of what happened last year, I think the answer is no.
Yeah.
And I mean, I say that with all due respect to Ime and the way that the staff has gone. They've definitely progressed this program, this team, from a place where they were in the wilderness to now where they have an opportunity and they're viewed as one of the better teams in the West and in the league. But that having an offensive identity and being able to draw up these plays in the half court, that has remained to be lacking. And I would need to see it shown and proved that they can do that. And this is another level of difficulty here. Now, a number of people are coming up with one of the things that I think could be interesting, which is, especially coming off of a Eurobasket where he looked to be significantly better at distributing. He looked to be better at shooting the three ball, which I do wonder how that helped space. And also was better with the free throw, which is just something I want to note because of how good he was. How much do you put the ball in Alperen Sengun's hand and allow him to be an initiator at the high post, especially in the ways that he is being viewed? He's been viewed as baby Jokic, and Nikola Jokic absolutely does that for the Denver Nuggets.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Get the ball out of Amen's hands into someone like Sengun to be able to initiate the offense. So then it's not necessarily a true, bounce, run the offense, get the ball back to the point guard. He's initiating the offense. I think, if you can get creative like that, I'm not going to say you can get by because you don't want to just get by. You want to be able to be a real threat. But what you can do is you can give the defense a lot of different looks where they're just not sagging off,
Yeah, there's going to be, at least it happens at the beginning of the year, you have a little time to try and figure out, at least internally. I think externally is also something you have to consider. Because, again, none of the answers that we brought up are great ones. Maybe they show themselves to be solid or even maybe good answers. But as of right now, I don't have one that I go, oh, well, I immediately know what to do. And so you have to consider all of your options. But you ask the question how, and that's a fair question because you have so many free agents that would be like typically what you think of as trade fodder, and none of them can really be traded until December 15th. I think. So you wouldn't even really be able to get to that till mid-season in some ways, well, depending on what you would be utilizing to trade. So this is a rough situation for the Rockets, having Fred VanVleet go down in this situation. And I think the thing that really I think is under the radar most about the Fred VanVleet thing is not even like an offensive thing. So I want to take you to a podcast. It's the WY Network. It's Dwayne Wade's podcast. And he had on Rajon Rondo. This was earlier in the spring. And honestly, I saw this before I found out that Fred VanVleet got hurt, but it felt like it tied in really well, which is this is Rajon Rondo talking about the benefit that he had playing in a pickup game with Kevin Garnett.
Up game. I'm at the top of the key. KG's like, screen. I'm like, I think he's in the paint still. Damn. I know the ball's coming. I know I can get this to the ball and I can force him left or right. By yourself, though. I'm like, this is perfect. Like, you have to talk as much as possible because you're always in the back line of defense. Right. That's why Brian is a great. Brian's going to be in the opposite in the corner and everything. He's calling everything out, and it just makes your job easy.
Yeah. And so he's talking about like the people on the court that help organize as a voice. Fred VanVleet, funny enough, I don't think he's given enough credit for being that for this team.
I agree.
I'm actually afraid of that because this is a team that predicates itself on defense. Who steps up as the vocal kind of communication lead in his stead on defense is also something that I immediately thought about with Fred being lost. I'm not certain.
Yeah. Durant?
I mean, Steven Adams seems like that guy, but I do wonder how much time he's getting on the floor. And he will get time, don't get me wrong, but he has his management and you're not going to be able to go double big consistently, I don't think.
Yeah.
I'm interested. Amen Thompson is more of a perimeter guy, and I don't think you typically look at that guy unless he's playing off, which he might be.
No, because you have to see the whole floor.
Right. And so I'm interested in seeing how that develops. But there's a number of things that Ime Udoka has to address, and Rafael Stone, for being honest, with this injury. And so it kind of it felt like such a gut punch after the weekend that was in Houston sports that the Rockets team that feels ascending, that looked like, oh man, this is going to be a golden year to have, takes this kind of hit this early.
Confidence in Reed Shepherd. Let's say they just plug in
on a 10 scale to start.
They just plug him in.
Let's plug him in as a starter.
Yeah, we believe in you. Had another good summer, at least from what we saw.
Yeah,
and they have confidence in it because I don't have a scale of 1 to 10. I would say
5.5.
I'd say 6. Yeah,
because boy, one thing I know.
Well, that's your answer, isn't it? You got to go with the men.
I mean, I think that probably ends up being an answer where you slide in another one one of these type guys and then just kind of go with that. I'd be interested to see how effective they are with that. It feels like you lean more into the defense of it all if you do that. We'll see. Rocket season, I mean, we're about a month away from getting that going, and quite a hit that they take before they even get on the court. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I think that there's some maybe trade options that are out there that I want to discuss. We might get into that when we talk about what's popping. But coming up next, let's circle back around to these Houston Texans after what was a very frustrating loss. And it feels like all of the issues, and there's a lot of them, comes down to a single word. And I'll tell you what that word is next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. Let's get your new vehicle taken care of. It's going to be something that you really realize is an eye-opener, and that is leasing is just better. Maybe your dad, maybe your grandparents, whomever it was, said, you really don't want to do that. You want the equity in that vehicle. Well, have you seen the equity that people are getting right now with 72 and 84 months in financing terms? You end up upside down, as in none or negative equity. With D&M Auto Leasing, you can make a 10-minute call. About 10 minutes is all it takes, and they're going to ask you the questions that you need to answer. What kind of vehicle you want, the exact vehicle, they'll go find it. What kind of driving habits do you have? How long is your commute? What are you looking for in the lease? You can ask about all that stuff, and then they'll get to work, and they'll go find that vehicle. They'll check all the boxes, and you're going to be really, really happy because you can pay up to 50% less from purchasing a new vehicle. And how about no down payment, no payment for 60 days? D&M Auto Leasing, we've gotten our last 2 vehicles there. It is just smart. It is the 713-290-1000 or dmautoleasing.com.
After another late loss, Coach D'Amico says the Texans are close. Do Sean and Clint agree?
We're close. No, you're not. You are not close.
It's exact opposite of what D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans told us last year that they were close all year long. Told us last year everything was fixable. And the reality of it is, it's just rinse and repeat with a new guy named Nick Caley.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Green Bay Packers lost to the Cleveland Browns, and Jordan Love did not look good. The discourse, however, is weird. The expectations are high on him because he's following back-to-back Hall of Famers. But not every mistake he makes needs to lead to a referendum on the guy, which is what's happening. But same with the talk around Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott, even Caleb Williams. None of these guys are perfect, but they are all franchise quarterbacks, and the teams are lucky to have them. I'm Bart Winkler.
Tune in this Friday to In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula for the college game preview, brought to you by Walmart, right here on Sports Radio 610.
In Texas, we pride ourselves on standing tall. But sometimes, even the toughest folks need a hand. If you or someone you know is having a mental health crisis, call or text 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or to chat. Visit texas988.org. Trained enforcement to provide confidential support at no cost to you. With 988, you're not alone in the Lone Star State.
Nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed right, man. Either way, it's been calling the shots in your life for too long, y'all. But that stops right now. It stops today. I'm Clint Stoerner, and I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. They're here to flip the script on that chronic joint pain. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore damage in your joints. Look, they're not covering it up. They're not cutting it out. They're actually helping heal and restore the damaged joint. Bottom line, it's long-term, lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, you're planning it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with your kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics, no surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. Bring your MRI, bring your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so there's no reason to wait, y'all. Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 5285 there in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and Insight.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. And so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving. That's why we are the pros that know.
Napa know how.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Tuesday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 6 Rocket Talk. We will get more later on in the show, and obviously the season is fast approaching. But man, the big hit with Fred VanVleet and the ACL tear. And we were talking about it all through the break. Still, the 3-point shooting of it all, the offense of it all was still. I'm still excited for this team. Funny enough, though, like I still think that they have things to be a very good team. I do wonder what happens to their ceiling without a Fred VanVleet, which feels wild to say. Yeah. At this moment, but
hey, salute to the texter who texted that in early yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I need you to circle back.
I felt like it was around this time. It was so random.
Hey guys,
too.
Fred VanVleet tore his ACL, and we're both like, okay, sure.
I saw that, and I always search on Twitter to see if I see some ice.
Nothing.
Nope, nothing.
Same. Like I started looking around, like, okay, let me see if
was that Raphael Stone texting in. Lord have mercy.
Maybe
that was
Stone. I don't know.
Or Tillman Fertitta?
Yeah. All right, so we'll talk more about the Rockets, but let's talk more about the Texans. I don't know. Does that make you feel any better, listener? It feels like there's a lot that's happening with the Texans right now that is not fun. All right, there's a lot of issues that are here. And I feel like a lot of them can kind of fall into one word here, Lopez. Mm-hmm. And you being the wordsmith, I will tee this up to you. What is the word that you would use to describe a lot of these, the reason why a lot of these issues exist for the Texans?
Arrogance. Let's put it where it is. The Texans, have all kinds of issues right now. That's not breaking news at this point. They have issues on the offensive line. They have issues in play calling. They have issues in swarm. over to issues of just the John Carroll connection and being tied to that, and the Patriots connection and personnel, and I could just go on and on and on. And about this, and it reminded me of one of my favorite Albert Einstein quotes. You don't often get Albert Einstein quotes in sports radio. You really don't. But this it reminded me of this. The only thing more dangerous than ignorance is arrogance. And let me illustrate it, and I'm curious on you and Figgy's thoughts here. And I've said this multiple times, and sometimes you sort of bristle because you're not sure. Well, not our guy. Nick Caserio is like every other general manager in sports. When it comes to their guys are going to get the benefit of the doubt. That's every general manager. And they're gonna ride that player, and keep that player around until it's just obvious that you can't do it anymore. So let's talk about Blake Fisher, Damian Pierce, Cam Robinson, who they brought in, Jake Andrews, who was, I think, the lowest graded pass blocker this past weekend.
He was amongst them.
Trent Brown. Let's talk about some first.
Oh, I'd forgotten about Trent Brown.
Yeah, let's talk about some first and second round draft picks that may or may not have stayed around too long or are staying around too long. Kenyon Green, John Mechie, Jude Fisher again, obviously. Let's talk about, just the arrogance of the way we do it. The way we do it is right, no matter what anybody says. It's not right. It's not looking right now. And plus, let's talk about the coaching staff. We're all wondering about Nick Caley, and we'll talk about him later in the show as well. Nick Caserio's handprints are all over these coaching hires and offensive philosophies. Hey, it worked in New England. We've heard that before, right? Yeah, except, they had this guy named Tom Brady. Cole Popovich, the John Carroll and New England connection. Nick Caley, the John Carroll and New England connection. Jerry Shaplinski, the John Carroll and New England connection. Didn't go to school there, but coached at John Carroll. They all have those ties. Like, hey, it's going to work because I know it's going to work, even though you're getting exposed. There is an arrogance to their approach and philosophy that is flat out biting them in the ass. I mean, 100%. One more thing. The system on the offensive line is going to work. We don't need one of the best, and I get there were other factors. I'm saying we don't need one of the best pass blockers in the game. The system, 5 fingers in a glove, that's going to work. Well, how's that working out? You know why it's going to work? Because it worked in New England. Because this is how I know it's going to work. Even D'Amico is not immune to all this, a little bit of arrogance. Swarm, guys. Swarm. Well, how's the tackling? How's the defense? And also D'Amico, the whole philosophy of be safe on offense. Don't turn the ball over, no negative plays, because you know what? Defense is going to win. How many times has defense won this year? I mean, there are a lot of things going on, but it all comes back to their own arrogance of this is going to work because I know it is, no matter what anybody else says.
No, I mean, I don't think you're wrong, right? I think there's very word came to the same place, which is hubris. Like, I think that one of the things that I kind of tried to talk about in the offseason was you're asking for a lot of things to fall in the right place in order for all of this to hit. And I feel like there's an arrogance inherent in that, right? Even in the idea that, okay, we're going to, some things will hit, even though right now it feels like very few, if any of them have hit. But like, hey, we're going to bring in a first-time play caller in a circumstance where we know we want an offense to be able to hit early on in the season because of the way the schedule hits. And we're also going to pair a first-time play caller with a system change for our quarterback, which I guess maybe you can say that was going to be inherent there, but a system change for our quarterback, so there's going to be an uptake there. In addition to offensive linemen that we're just like, we're just going to coach him up, and that will get us to good offensive line play. Yeah. In addition to, the idea that we're just going to assume that the defense plays at the same level, which, to be fair, I'll raise my hand, and I assumed that as well. I mean, there's a number of other things that you consider, including, look, you laid a lot of them out here. But I think that's the frustrating thing is that you've seen the arrogance come home to roost. And one of the most annoying things is that some of that arrogance still seems to exist in this. I understand that D'Amico Ryans tried to clear up kind of what he meant with the close narrative, and I feel bad even coming back to it because I feel like then we're harping on an individual word when there's a lot of things that we can talk about with this team. But the notion of we're close feels like the wrong messaging. And look, whatever messaging works is ultimately going to be the right messaging, but it feels like, hey, guys, proving that he's already had at some point, right? When he was like, I'm tired of talking about this team, I want to see it on the field, which now seems kind of prescient if you think about it. I think that still needs to be, and look, it's possible that's what he's talking to these guys, but the idea, hey, we're close, guys, we just need to, I feel like these guys are more like, hey, I need to challenge you guys. It's not like, hey, guys, just fix a few things. It's, hey, do you guys, like, what do you guys want to be? Because right now I'm seeing a bad team. And if you want me to be viewed as a good team, you got to get out here and show it. We're not talking about it like, well, we're kind of almost there. Show me that you're a good team by making these plays.
Well, and the best general managers, the best coaches are those that can recognize, hey, you know what? This isn't necessarily the only way, to do things. Like they maybe go outside their own circle of friends that they went to college with or went to college, the same college as, and crossed paths in the hallway in New England and all this other stuff. They say, let's look outside. Let's go outside my circle and see if there's another way to do. The best general managers and best coaches do that. They go find someone, who with a different system and make it work. And we can give a number of examples in the NFL. They also maybe would recognize their own blind spots. Not, damn it, I know how to evaluate offensive linemen. I don't need someone to come in and help me with offensive linemen. Well, how is that working out? You can go, just down the list of Blake Fisher and Kenyon Green and who knows with Jarrett Patterson. He was a later round pick, but it doesn't matter. Nick Caserio and whomever he has, helping him here, they have a blind spot. You can even extend it to, and we played the audio on our show. I think it was actually with Payne and Pendergast. The whole thing of like, this draft for need thing, I don't even know what it is. I think that's what he said. I'm paraphrasing, but I think that's what Nick Caserio said.
In essence.
This draft for need thing, I don't even know what that is. Well, you better find out because, the whole drafting, a lot of teams say we don't draft for need, we draft best player available, and it's kind of a lie. They still end up somehow drafting those players that they need. Nick Caserio's like, nah, I don't even know what that is. We don't need to draft for need. Well, you needed offensive linemen. You
damn sure they ain't drafting need for that. They only drafted one lineman.
One lineman, and he's having a hard time getting started. But it's hard. It's harsh, and I know it's sometimes difficult to kind of absorb and swallow. But this is an arrogant organization at the top. It really is. Like, we know how to do it. Y'all don't know squat, and they're 0-3 and looking like they're going nowhere.
We ain't gonna find out his middle name now, man. He definitely ain't telling us his middle name.
No, he
might give us the middle finger.
Some things just need to be said, Figgy.
I guess so. So the various other words that came in on the text line. Someone said, "I just thought offense bad." Let's see. Someone else said, "Ego."
Ego. That's another way to put it.
Ultimately, all these things need to be gotten over, and there's a lot of issues that need to be fixed. I do wonder if at this point, does setting the arrogance, does that get anything fixed at this point, or is it too late? Are you too far down the road of this season to be able to fix some of these things? It remains to be seen for your Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Like we mentioned, there's drastic things that need to be done to kind of get things back on track for the Texans. Honestly, possibly for the Astros, depending on what it looks like here. So question of the day, what's something drastic that you've done to change your mojo? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Front row. How? Just be listening today in the 7 a.m. news.
7 times. Elsewhere, Cowboys star wide receiver CeeDee Lamb will be sidelined for at least the next 2 weeks with a high ankle sprain suffered in Sunday's loss to the Bears. Chargers running back Najee Harris at 2025. Kyle Shanahan confirmed Monday that defensive end Nick Bosa suffered a torn ACL in San Francisco's win against the Cardinals on Sunday. Bosa expected to be out for the rest of the season.
So what's funny is I get what you're saying now, and I get why you also was like not literally. My brain went to cut man like in boxing. I was like, what's that supposed to mean?
You know, some people are cutters. You know, like they kind of injure themselves.
Yes, like self-harm.
Yeah, when my teams are like really in a funk or lose a game that I really thought they were going to win or something, I like punish myself. I'm like, I'm not eating the rest of the day. I don't know why.
Just go to bed with sleep. go to bed with sleep. You know, we just that's what we eating for dinner.
Maybe that'll
sleep.
change the mojo if I starve myself.
Does that work? Has that ever worked?
Never has worked.
Okay,
I just ended up hungry.
For 832, they said they take mushrooms. Hey man, look, substances is absolutely a response. I know people that are like, well, pop the bottle, right? Like let's start sipping, or maybe not even sipping, just straight up drinking.
Yeah.
Because
it's plastered.
Yeah. Just go ahead and do that right quick. For me, it was always, which is funny because it is a sport of sorts. It was always just like go play basketball, like or maybe not even like play, just go shoot around, just like go get away from it, like physically get away from whatever it is as much as possible. For an hour, 2 hours. I could be in the gym shooting for like 3-4 hours if I really wanted to, if I had the availability. That's what I immediately think of. I'm sure there are more things that are like, well, this is one of them. I actually just thought of that.
Yeah.
It's a deep clean.
Deep clean's a good one.
Because did I not come in maybe about a week or two ago and I'm like,
I got to do this and this and this.
No, I was walking out of my apartment coming to work one day and I was like, it's a lot. It's pretty dirty in here.
Yeah.
And usually I can tell I'm in a funk of some sorts in my life if my apartment and my abode is dirty.
That's true.
And so like usually it's like, all right, well, if I clean this joint up, I kind of get myself into a better space.
Mine's the boat.
Is it really?
I get down on my hands and knees. I start scrubbing. You know who I really respect, and I thought of Figgy on this because I think, and not to speak for you, Figgy, but
so you don't respect Figgy, you just thought of him?
Well, I respect Figgy, and I thought of him.
There you go. Okay.
When you make a major mojo shift, and correct me if I'm wrong, Figgy, but you just said one day when you were in Cleveland, I'm moving. I'm out of here.
Yeah. No, sometimes I help because, like, for those who don't know, I was working with the same company, but up in Cleveland. But we're on the street team, and they wouldn't really move me up. They wouldn't give me that chance. And I'm just like, man, screw it. My wife ended up finding a job down here, and my family, and mind you, we wasn't even married at the time.
Yeah.
And my family like, you moving to Texas. And, you know, all the stereotypical stuff about Texas.
They must be riding horses and stuff.
Yeah. And it was 2016. So they were like, man, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do I got to lose?
Right. I respect that.
It worked out for me.
My daughter has a friend that barely spoke Spanish and was kind of in a rut and said, I'm moving to Mexico. And just moved to like the deep, not almost to the Yucatan, small town in Mexico, and is now thriving. Just said, I'm out. I'm moving. Like, that is a mojo change, man. That is a big-time mojo change.
Yeah, and some more that are coming in here. Somebody said a short, solid nap. Yeah, just get you a real quick sleep reset. Just go ahead and do that. Somebody said from the 346, get on MLB The Show and put it on easy, beat the hell out of a team like Seattle or the Jaguars or something. I'm like, oh, okay, so get an easy victory. How many of these, and that one started taking me, how many of these can you take to some of these teams in Houston? Because get an easy victory. Well, the Texans, hey, you got one in
this
front
week.
of you. Knock it down, damn it. Even actually, the Astros kind of have one in front of them when it comes down to being on the road today. In fact, go and get yourself an easy victory. Do you find yourself getting an easy victory in any of these plays, like for yourself personally?
Yeah, you know what? I think there is something to that. Like, you know, you'll maybe just do something that you know you're going to have success at.
Yeah,
you know,
just get a win.
Yeah, just get at all. There is a lot to that.
When it comes to the Texans and Astros, because obviously the Rockets aren't in season, or I mean, maybe the Rockets have it. On my kind of mojo change, like just cleaning up, is there anything that you got like, hey, clean up? Is there anything that comes to mind that works in that vein for you?
In terms of like personal?
No, just like with the Texans, right? Like if you were to take my approach of, well, I just clean up my environment to get myself into a better mojo.
That's a good
What does that look like for the Texans?
That's a really good, like, where can they get
what does that look like for the Astros?
Win? Because they've already tried just get the ball to Nico Collins, you know?
Yeah,
and that hasn't worked out quite so well.
Clean up, I guess, for the Texans is literally clean up the penalties. Like, just don't end up in that same space.
They're close.
I imagine for the Astros, it's, hey, don't swing at junk, right? Like, literally don't swing at junk. Give yourself an opportunity of actually hitting balls that are in the zone.
Well, that's falling off a cliff. Remember the first half of the season? They were so good at Being selective?
Well, it fell off a cliff in part because Christian Walker was so bad that he stopped being as selective.
And Paredes was out.
Paredes gets out.
Yeah.
Those are two of the guys that, Joe Espada early on in the season was giving a lot of credit for being the kind of change makers in that selective at-bat thing for them. Some other things, somebody said slump buster. I think I know what you're talking about there. 832, finish a project around the house I've been putting off, big or small. I think
that's true.
That's another getting a win. Mm-hmm. Is there a project that the Texans or Astros have right now that they need to just go ahead and figure that one out real quick?
Ooh, projects. Woody Marks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, funny enough, his snap rate went up to 40% this week. Like, we're seeing a little bit more Woody Marks. That was encouraging to see them during the game. Because, again, I said this yesterday. I was like, okay, at least they're seeing and adjusting in the right way some places. It was Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. Those were your running backs. We didn't see Dare. We didn't see Damian. It was those guys who were toting the rock. They didn't run the ball hardly at all in this game, though.
Well, they tried.
15 design runs?
Yeah, they tried, but it just wasn't. Well, mixed success.
Their first, 4 or 5 plays were passing plays.
Which is true.
You're not going to get me out here being like, well, now you need to pass. But it just feels like they can't find a balance. They just keep overshooting it one way or the other. Some other ones, somebody said, go to one of the places you can pay to beat up a junker car. I've never done one of those, like those destruction places.
Well, very in the same vein, Timothy on the YouTube says his son and I chopped down a tree. That's got to be exhilarating and really cleansing. Like you're just like you're whacking at a tree, you're just chopping it down.
Honestly, even cutting grass or getting the trimmer and just like that kind of helped me a little bit.
Yeah. Just clear your head, reset yourself, all that stuff. Sports-wise, I don't do that as much anymore, other than sometimes I'll just decide to drink heavily if I'm really depressed about the game. But I don't really do as much about that. Now, sports teams, baseball does that more than anyone. Baseball will switch a lineup or change the way they wear their pants.
Well, I don't know if that will change things.
Keep a mustache.
Joe Espada has been
mustache, yes.
Ooh, we do need some facial hair going on this team now.
Remember that one year Baker was in Cleveland, and I think he came into the game with a full beard, and then I think after the game he had the mustache. He was barefaced. He was all over the place, man, trying to figure it out.
There was one this year. Was it McCullers? That he had a mustache, and then in the next game it was gone.
Oh, I think that's right.
Yeah.
Because I was like, it's hard to remember with all the IL stints from Lance McCullers when he did and did not have things. 281 said, my wife likes to go retail therapy, which can be dangerous when I get the bill.
Yes.
Fair. Absolutely fair. And then from the 832, my rest is heading outside and working on the property, maybe splitting some wood like you were saying there.
Yeah.
Either way, I hope that the Texans, Astros, and maybe even Rockets get in there and find whatever their mojo busters are, because the good people of Houston and Houston fans deserve better than what it looks like at this moment in Houston. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where I think 713 is right. The Monday Night Football game might have been a little bit of good news for the Texans. Let's talk about Monday Night Football and more next.
According to CJGJ. play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL. More fallout from the question of the day. What is the thing that you do to kind of, drastic thing you do to kind of change your mojo? Somebody said go on a cruise or take a weekend, just reset.
That's big time.
Respect it. Somebody said they have a race car, so that clears their head pretty well. I'd forgotten about just like going for a drive, but it got to a certain point with these gas prices where, and of course me as a college student, I was like, you know what? Go for a walk.
I think I'll walk.
Sometimes it's driving in silence.
Yeah,
I used to love that.
Yeah, I still do it to this day.
I used to love that.
No music, nothing. Just driving.
You just drive, just using gas money, huh? All right, I see you. I see you, big money over there, big bank.
Somebody said fight someone.
Wouldn't be the way I handle it, but we know some people be going to the bar just,
Start throwing hands.
I'm going to pick that guy.
That guy right there. He doesn't know what's coming.
Hey, man.
Were you looking at me?
And I love this from the 832. Not really pursuant to it. They said told their buds this past Sunday that they were just going to and with the wife take reality check with the Texans after the Texans lost. Like I'm done with it.
Yeah.
I'm done with it.
No, sometimes if it's a really bad loss, I'm done with sports for the day.
I think that's why I punish myself.
I ain't watching nothing else.
I'm just like, dang it, why do I do this?
Yeah.
I'm not going to eat.
Oh, yeah. Being a sports fan is kind of ridiculous, if we're going to be honest. But the second part to that is now the wifey planned for them to go do something while the Texans are playing upcoming week this Sunday versus the Titans. So he's like, wait, no, I didn't actually mean it.
Yeah.
I don't know what you got to do to get out of that, but or you might just have to take that one on the chin, friend. You might just have to record the game and try and avoid spoilers and come back and watch it later. I don't know what to tell you, there, friend. All right. Let's go around the NFL now. We begin talking about Monday Night Football with what was a very good matchup, which honestly, considering the way that the Texans played, a little bit of a step up from the week prior, Monday Night Football-wise.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I do. I have to admit, I sure do. You had Lions, you had Ravens, and this was a really fun one, an incredibly high-scoring one. Lions win 38-30, and, I mean, there's a lot of things that we can talk about. I was surprised, and maybe I shouldn't have been, like I gave them excuses to this point, that the Ravens defense looks this bad.
Well, they were missing the interior, right? They were missing the DT,
and Ndakwe,
and Matabike. Yeah. And that was relevant.
Yeah, but they hadn't been all that great. They had some issues against the Bills week 1, week 2. They got a victory, but it was one where the defense looked so-so. And I was like, all right, well, that's 1 week where I go, the Lions clearly probably should be more of the story here. I know locally I have more of an investment in the Ravens because after you get the Titans, you will be on your way to Baltimore to face off against those Ravens. But, I mean, the Lions, fantastic run game. They obviously have the trickeration that they typically come out with. The Lions looked really good in this game.
They looked really good, and I actually was drawing upon what I was looking at from the Lions to localize it a little bit. That's a new offensive coordinator. I know, there's a system there already. I get it, and the quarterback. That's a new defensive coordinator. And
wait, so they ain't got time to jail?
They did not need more than 2 weeks to look like, and frankly, they look like a Super Bowl contender again. They just flat out did. I mean, the Ravens, I thought I had them ranked yesterday as the number 1 team in the AFC. Maybe not today, but that's a really good squad. Lamar Jackson was doing his thing, at least in the first half, mostly in the first half, and then Derrick Henry and all that. And the Lions, it's like, oh, they can do that, huh? You can do that. You can be really, really good with the transition. On the offensive coordinator and defense.
Defense, man. I think they sat Lamar like seven times.
Yeah, and that's something that, I mean, the Ravens might be involved here. I saw Mina Kimes make this point on Sunday more, that the teams that did not invest in offensive line, you're seeing the effects of that early on in the season. Obviously, the Texans very well situated within that group of teams, and I think the Ravens are one of those teams where their offensive line can be a little suspect at times, and they depend on Lamar Jackson to make a little something out of nothing. The Lions just did a great job of corralling him as well while he was, trying to run around. Yeah. There was times where you find his escape route, and ultimately someone's still sneaking around behind him or, kind of corralling him in. The Lions did a great job of him, kind of managing him. I hope that the Texans can take some of that within. But also, the Ravens are gettable, not just in the way that the Ravens typically are, in that they will trip over their own feet, but just straight up. Like, they have some things that are available. Their defense is susceptible. You can, if you do a good job of, like, kind of corralling, you can get Lamar Jackson down and sack him, and that's going to be necessary. Obviously, you have a more important game right now in just getting win number 1 on the season versus the Titans. But at least we can look ahead to that Ravens game, and it feels a little bit more gettable while also still saying, hey, not the way that you're playing Texans.
Yeah, I see where you're going with this. You're thinking run the ball on the Ravens defense, especially up the middle, which is what the Texans like to do. And with the ends that the Texans, really the pass rush that the Texans have, take advantage of a weaker offensive line. I hear you on that. I see it. I think it's a possibility. Gettable? Ooh, they scored 30 points. How are you going to get to 30?
Well, yeah. I was like, in the abstract, I guess.
How are you going to get to 30 here?
In the abstract, I guess I need to put that in there.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry with another fumble. And I know he
got the yips.
He was distraught about this, but what was your takeaway from seeing Derrick Henry putting the ball in the floor?
I don't understand it. A guy like that big, that never really has had a lot of fumble issues, and all of a sudden it's this big streak.
I think this is third fumble this year.
Where does that come from? Maybe it's just one of those things that I always say. The turnovers are just flighty. It just happens sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think he understands where it's coming from.
Yeah.
It's wild to see that. Some more things around the NFL, and I want to remind you, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. The 49ers, another one of your opponents here, especially in that middle gauntlet that feels like the schedule is looking to be for your Texans. The 49ers, they will be without star defensive end Nick Bosa, who is out for the season with a torn right ACL. That sucks for them, right? Like this is a team that's just dealt with so many injuries.
And him as well. It's another little win. I was going to say big, but it's not. It's another little win for the Texans down the road with Bosa, and just really devastating for the Niners.
Yeah. I'll leave it to there. We'll get to then eventually when we do, but yeah, that's going to be rough for them. A Niners team that does depend on their defense in a similar way to help them add everything up. And obviously right now they had Mac Jones last week, who did you see he threw the interception, and it was one of those really evident ones, and he even said so at the post game, saying like, I mean, he didn't really have to do much. I threw it right to him and laughed about it. And I'm like, it's a good thing you're a backup, because if a starter quarterback says that, you're about to get lit up.
Yeah.
All right, more around the NFL, and this one really does come back to your Houston Texans. Obviously, facing off against the Titans, Brian Callahan is the head coach, and he had been the play caller. I say had been because Adam Schefter reporting just right now, in fact, that Brian Callahan is relinquishing their quarterback coach, not the OC, to the quarterback coach. This is a team in flux.
It is a team that is desperate to get some offense going. This is enormous for the Titans. Brian Callahan is the reason that he's an offensive-minded head coach. All this other stuff, and he's relinquishing game day play calling.
I wonder, is it for him to focus on more head coaching duties?
It's got to be.
It has to, because he was leaving those on the table.
Yeah, because we were sitting there talking about how I don't know how he even got this job at this point. Like, how is he a head coach?
Right.
And I guess maybe it's easier for him to just give up the play calling duty and just focus on being the head coach.
So they're relinquishing play call. They're changing play callers, huh? Stay tuned at noon.
All right. That's what we call a tease. Goodness. In the business. All right, so that is happening. That's going to be important. We'll talk more about that as we go. But how about this? A couple of things happened over the weekend, and I want to ask you which one feels more important as an all-time list advancement. Rams quarterback Matt Stafford surpassed Matt Ryan for 9th all-time with his 382nd career touchdown pass in the Rams' victory on the weekend on Sunday? Or is it more important that Aaron Rodgers moves past his former teammate Brett Favre into 4th all-time career touchdown passes at 509?
It's got to be Aaron Rodgers, right?
You think so?
That Brett Favre, you're passing Brett Favre, in Green Bay. Maybe not. Maybe not. I can add a third one to your list there and kick it back to you. You see Myles Garrett is, a sack and a half behind Reggie White for the most sacks ever in the first 5 years, I believe what it is of your career. Maybe it's 6. That, to me, is like, okay, you and Reggie White?
Yeah, that
you and Reggie
huge.
White, maybe the best there's ever been?
That one's huge. The reason why I thought this would be a valid either or, this or that kind of situation, yes, clearly Aaron Rodgers is 5 spots higher than Matt Stafford. I think Aaron Rodgers is an undoubted Hall of Famer.
Of course.
Right? Matt Stafford, I think, is more of a discussion. And so him moving up this career ladder gives him another thing to plaster on his Hall of Fame resume. I think that matters when it comes to, like, this accolade might help him edge himself into that Hall of Fame situation. I know there's some people that had him on the Hall of Fame 3 years ago. I don't necessarily agree with you, but I do think that obviously,
if that's where you fall,
even detractors, I think that this would be helpful in that regard.
No, if that's where you fall, that you're not sure he's a Hall of Famer, then yes, you're right. I don't fall in that category.
Yeah,
I think he's a Hall of Famer, already, and boy, he looked good against the Texans, that's for sure. But
well, at this point,
yeah,
who doesn't?
Yeah. But again, yeah, I get your point. I just think that Matt Stafford is there already.
Yeah. Some other things around the NFL. One, Gerald Wayne Jones, who is the general manager, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, he's got to be trolling, right? Game, because he ends up with the scrum bigger than the head coach's press conference on game days for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
He ended up saying at some point, if we can trade the Packers picks for a really special player, we'll do it. Right? To use that capital, you've got to have the opportunity to use it. Talking about the Micah Parsons trade, obviously being asked about that what's happening ahead of their matchup, the Cowboys and the Packers upcoming Sunday. This is nasty business, right?
I think this is Jerry Jones becoming a caricature of himself. Like, he's always been kind of out there, always been searching headlines, always been throwing somewhat, bizarre or out there, opinions on players and trades and such. I think now he's just doing it just to be as wild as he possibly can. Like, he's a caricature of himself.
I mean, it's not going to help their team, but it's just, it is insane that he really did. He did the Family Guy meme where it's like, would you like this boat or a mystery box? Well, I'll take the mystery box because it could be anything, even a boat. Like, that's literally what he's saying right now.
Yeah.
Would you want a transcendent generational pass rusher? No, I'll take the picks because maybe I could trade him for a transcendent generational pass rusher. Yeah. Are you insane right now?
That's what I'm saying.
Are you for real right now? Like, you know what? I know that here in Houston, you like trolling your Cowboys friends or family members or whatever. You might have to take a split second and think about them because they might be going through.
Think about them. No, ain't nobody going to do that.
No? Okay. All right. I just wanted to maybe throw it out there to see.
Nobody's going to do that.
If that's how it goes. But yeah, that's nasty business there. A couple more thing. The NFL. Actually, I wouldn't circle back around to this because somebody did mention on the text line when, teams change this coordinator or whatever, it does seem like they get a bounce. Do you anticipate any of that with the Titans this week? Getting a
play
little
caller?
Bit of switching play
Do
callers
they really
away.
get a bounce when teams change that?
It does seem to happen like that a little
not
bit,
around
but not
here.
always. Well, yeah. Not around here.
Because remember at one point we was calling for Tim Kelly to call plays, and I don't think we seen it different.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hit and miss. I don't know about a bounce, but now you definitely have to start wondering, okay, what are they going to do different?
Right.
What's going to come?
Who is the play call? Who is the quarterback's coach for Tennessee?
Hardgee is his name, right?
You got it. I'm not going to pretend like I know the quarterback coach on all these other teams, man. I mean, I
didn't know if it was somebody like a former quarterback or something like that.
I got you on head coaches. I got you on a lot of the coordinators. Quarterback coaches stretch the bounds of my knowledge a little bit. Like I can search it up, but yeah, man. This is the idea that I'm just going to give you the quarterback coach.
Bo Hardegee.
Bo Hardegee.
Hardegee.
Oh, okay. There's more letters showing up now.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Excellent. Just keep coming.
Didn't realize we had more letters to go.
So he's going to be calling the plays.
Yes.
I left this till late, but I mean, it is something important. Jimmy Ward was taken off of the commissioner's exempt list. That's where he started the season. Remember the day before the cut down day, he ended up being put on there because of his charge that he had received in Magnolia County. That the criminal charge has been dropped, and thus he is now off of the commissioner's exempt list. However, for one, we did mention that the civil case is still. However, he's also now been placed on the reserve physically unable to perform list.
Mm-hmm.
So as much as we were like, ooh, what does this maybe mean with Jimmy Ward not being on the commissioner's exempt list, he immediately went on the physically unable to perform list, which I guess would mean that foot is still he's still dealing with it and nagging.
It's got to be, or at least that's what they're using. And so there's still no, they need to make a decision here type thing going on. And I honestly don't know at what point, we're going to say that it's even viable with him at his age. What is he, 34, 33, something like that? And, obviously missing a lot of camp, practice, or first part of the season, et cetera. Do you think this is going to be at some point we're going to say, yes, he's back?
It's hard to say, especially because the depth is being challenged right now. Jaden Reed is still Jalen Reed is still on IR. So your safety depth is rough. I do wonder. Also, I had this a passing thought, thinking about the secondary and the communication conversation. How much is that Jimmy Ward also not really being around? I don't know. But he is 34. Mm-hmm. That is his age as of July. And I don't know. It's tough because, as you mentioned, the injury is still there. And you said something, I don't know if you did it intentionally or not, is that's what they're using. Is this an injury, or is this also the team maybe still making a decision on how they feel about Jimmy Ward as dude, right? When it comes to the morality of all of these other things.
Or really Dan Moore, because, even the NFL is still considering things in terms of, how they might handle this. So, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I'd do it. If he has this injury, go ahead and use that to buy some more time.
Okay. We'll keep watching that space, but as of right now, you're not seeing him anytime soon. He's on the physically unable to perform list. So, I guess don't get any hope that was a reinforcement coming to help what's happening with the Texans as of right now. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Somebody said Jerry isn't too off base. The Packers just traded for a transcendental impact player. Maybe the Cowboys can do it too. That's hilarious. Go ahead and tell that to your Cowboys friends. I'm sure that they'll enjoy that one. All right, coming up next, D'Amico Ryans was on Texans All Access. He was on Texans Radio, and he was saying a few things, including he was talking about this running game. And I kind of want to get to this because this was supposed to be foundational as to what this Texas team was doing. And right now, it's just not there. Let's talk about it next.
All right.
10. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I want to clarify something right quick. We mentioned Jimmy Ward off of the commissioner's exempt list and on to the physically unable to perform list. It's almost like out of the frying pan into the fire, or out of the something. I can't remember what it was.
You had it right.
Was it right?
Yeah. Out of the pan into the fire.
There you go. I was close. But yeah, off of the commissioner's exempt list onto the physically unable to perform list. Somebody said Jimmy is like a coach on the field. I hope he doesn't get convicted. He will not. He's no longer in a criminal case that has been dropped by a grand jury. He's still in a civil case, which ultimately only can result.
You don't think that's a little bit strange?
It will ultimately result. I don't even know what you're doing right now.
That's what we going against.
That's right. It will ultimately only result in.
That young lady is being represented by Tony Buzz.
Yes, that is correct. You are right. Yeah. But it will only result in damages if he loses, and of course that remains to be seen. But physically unable to perform list because of the injury that he was dealing with before we even got into any of these conversations. I hope is that clear?
It's clear.
Okay, I hope so.
Yeah,
looking to do here.
It's good to be clear.
What was that?
It's good to be clear.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I'm not always that, but I try to strive for that. And obviously the Texans have strived, at least they had told us that they were striving to be pretty, it seemed like at least, in the if you read between the lines, that this was going to be an attempt at being a more ball control team, being able to run the football. And this past week, they had 15 design runs, and while they did run for 4.6, we kind of looked at the idea of the success rate not really being there. They were okay when they were trying to run in situations where you would normally kind of just run. But it just, again, ultimately just all didn't come together. So D'Amico Ryan sat down with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and it was Texans Radio. And can you give me D'Amico 7 here? Because they asked him about how you find consistency with this Texans run attack.
Yeah, for us to be more consistent, we just got to pop a few of those runs. A couple of those runs, we got everybody blocked, and the corner is stepping up and making a tackle. Like, our backs got to be able to make a corner miss, and we got to be able to make sure we're running our feet on contact. Like, we're there at the initial point of contact. We're there. We're getting a hit. We got to run our feet more, finish a little bit better, and hopefully gain more creases for our backs to hit it and make some big plays.
How did that hit you?
It felt almost delusional.
Maybe.
And I'm not saying that he's inherently wrong with that, but it's like, this feels so far, and sorry, close is the conversation that keeps coming up. This felt almost so far from like where the team wanted to prioritize running the football. This sounds like a team that's like, all right, we need to run the football. Just any football team. But, hey, we need to make sure that we're better. If you were where you are as a team, but you look at where you want to be running the football, this is so far off. And some of it is to be expected. Like, how have you thought Nick Chubb has looked?
Well, I'm glad you said that. Because the way the first word you said, what was the word you used?
Almost delusional.
Delusional.
Was the word that came to mind.
The first word that came to my mind was talent. Because what he's talking about is like, they sometimes have got the play blocked. Well, sometimes obviously is going to happen in the NFL, but the offensive line talent, is it really going to be something that you can more often than not be good enough to beat the opposition? Then he said, our backs need to be able to hit that crease, find the crease, or however he put it, and be able to move their feet on contact. Well, that to me is, you're not quite good enough at the running back position, and I've been kind of an advocate of Nick Chubb. It hadn't worked out. Woody Marks, we'd like to see more, but it hadn't quite worked out enough yet. Offensive line, we know there are issues. To me, I took away from that, like, they're not really at the level they need to be talent-wise.
And this is kind of foreseeable, right? Because, again, you say that it hadn't really worked out with Nick Chubb. What would have been worked out look like? Would it have been prime Nick Chubb? Because, again, I don't think that was available to you. Now, some of this is also with the very obscure nature of the Joe Mixon of this all, because if Joe Mixon is behind this, and of course it's still probably unfair making to more of than what's there. Now that's what you had to depend on last year, but this year we ain't heard nothing about Joe Mixon, and let me be honest, I don't anticipate hearing nothing about Joe Mixon for a good long time.
It's almost that 4 weeks, right? Where he can.
Oh, here we go. That's right.
That is look.
That's right.
I look forward to D'Amico Ryan's later or tomorrow rather. Getting the question as to, all right, so how far along is Joe Mixon?
I'll let you know when I let you know.
We'll see what happens in that circumstance. But again, like Morty Marks is a 4th-round running back that, of course, is getting more opportunities and is doing good things with them. But how much could you expect to place on his shoulders? Again, what seemed like they wanted, and of course, this is more our words than it was inherently theirs, but is a ball control offense. Because when you tell me complimentary football, that's kind of what I hear.
Yeah.
I don't like, even if you get better at running the football, which I think is available to you, I don't see a team that can be that kind of running game.
Yeah, not consistently. What is available though? And I'm not just asking you; I'm kind of asking myself. What is a consistent running game that can be complementary? Is it as a team? Are you able to? I think it comes down to obviously the 3rd and shorts, which is what they want, which is what everybody wants. But as a team, are you consistently able to do that over the course of 4 quarters? You mentioned it, 15 carries. That ain't going to cut it as a squad. Designed runs anyway. That's just not going to cut it.
Yeah, and it was some of that, and we'll talk more about Nick Caley as a play caller because, again, it all seems to stem in some way from that. Like, some of that is early on in the game was very clear, and to the point where I could just make that note in the 2nd drive where it was like, okay, there. And some of that I imagine is, hey, we just want to get our offense going early, which how did that work out for you? But then I also wonder how much of that is like, it felt almost like you went into a game where that, hey, we need points really bad, like when you're going up against a team that is better than you. And that was the Jacksonville gosh darn Jaguars. You know what I mean? Like, when are the circumstances that you're going to have an opportunity, especially knowing what your offense is, to just be like, well, we're going to get out here and just run the ball because we know that we can control the game.
Yeah. And I think it does also speak to the whole we're close thing, which he tried to clarify yesterday as we're close on the scoreboard. We're not necessarily – I wasn't saying we're close in terms of being able to be that run team, being able to be a team that can score a lot of points and complement each other off run game and pass game. He just meant, like, the scoreboard says we're close, so we're close. I mean, he's right, but are you close in the run game? And by the way, if when we're talking about, being close, can't the Jacksonville Jaguars say that, in a more sincere way, more deliberate way? Because how many drops did they have that would have opened this game up? How many drives that they killed themselves? If anybody's going to say we were close to kind of breaking this thing open, should have been the Jaguars.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was, again, we know, that was a sloppy game where both teams were trying to give it away. That's one of the things that's actually more discouraging about this loss is not just that this is, obviously not as good of a team. This is not the same type of team as the Rams or the Bucs that you saw in weeks 1 and 2. It's that all the things that you do to hurt yourself, they seemingly did their equivalents of those. They had more penalties. Now, they didn't have as many turnovers as you did, which ends up clearly being a differentiating factor here. But they did almost as many of the things as you did, and you still were not able to come up with the least amount of the plays to be made to get over the hump. So, again, that pulls me even further from the idea that you're close or whatever in a pragmatic way. I don't want to even get too deep in the weeds on, like, what close means, but pragmatically, you're not close if you even the mistakes are kind of evened out and you still aren't able to go and win.
Is there anything you want to change or you think might need to be changed in the run game?
In the run game?
Yeah.
I mean, well, I think being more intentional with it, and this, again, intentionality with this offense, with this play caller is something that seems to be missing. In a different way, I was looking at, I think DJ Bijani posted a graphic that has island rate, which is how often a particular lineman, in this instance tackles, are on an island, no running back, no wide receiver, no tight end help. And Ariante Ursery is somewhere around 7 to 10% of a higher island rate than Titus Howard. And I don't want to make it seem like that's a crazy big amount. However, that is a veteran tackle that is looked at as probably the leader on your offensive line, and a rookie tackle in Ariante Ursery. And Tay has the higher island rate, which it feels like that should be the entire opposite. So let's say a good 20% difference in where it should be. That feels like a lack of intentionality in the same way that, hey, we're going to come out against a team in the Jacksonville Jaguars that you probably could be able to run on, especially up the middle you want to. Or maybe, I mean, they kind of had a little bit more of a split throughout the first couple of games of the season. You came out throwing the football and did not run the ball nearly as much as you probably could, especially if you're idea of running the football with Nick Chubb is to be a battering ram and eventually it opens up. 15 isn't enough to do that.
Yeah.
Like it just felt like the intentionality was wrong. So it feels like that's probably the biggest thing.
I think
anything.
that's one thing. To me, the biggest thing is pick a guard, man. That was silly. That was flat out silly. If he said yesterday, DeMeco Ryans, our intention was to rotate them. Their stated intention from the start, DeMeco's words, not mine, is we're going to pick an offensive. We're going to decide on our offensive line.
Well, the watchword had been competition, though.
No. But what I'm saying is, it was.
Is this preseason?
It was competition.
We're competing all year long. Damn it!
He did say. He says we're gonna compete. We're gonna pick our guys, and then we want a good. I don't know if he put a timeline stamp on it, but we're gonna reach a point where we're gonna go forward with these 5 guys. Third game of the year, you're rotating guards. Third game of the year, you're rotating guards.
You might as well rotate the quarterback position then.
That goes against everything that you said you wanted to be as an offensive line. To me, the maybe they're just waffling. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they don't know if any of these guys are any good on the interior. You mentioned the interior run. Pick a guard, man. And what did Juice Scruggs do to anyone? What did he do to these guys?
Well, interestingly enough, I've been trying to watch as many of his particular plays in this game and just look. I like him bad in the game.
I know,
and I say that I know you know.
Yeah.
I'm raising my hand. I think you know this about me. I try and be as forward with when I'm wrong. I was like, yo, it doesn't matter. Ed Ingram, Juice Scruggs. Maybe it does. Like, Juice Scruggs looks better in this game. Of course, you have to carry that along, and if he gets more time, which who knows, right? Maybe he'll continue to demonstrate that, and I'll have more reason to apologize to Juice Scruggs. But with that, then how?
It's silly.
Why don't we know? Why aren't you getting to that space? But then also one thing I have noticed, there's a lot of inside or split zone happening, and kind of the thought process was that they might be more of a gap scheme team. Is that something that you would like to see? Because I don't know how much I dislike it. Obviously, there's the opportunity to bounce plays, and we've seen Woody Marks be solid in that. Even Chubb has actually been pretty good about recognizing. Would you like to see more of those kind of duos where you are getting that advantage on the line with 2 guys pushing up to the next level, or are you cool with seeing a little bit more zone involved with the run game?
Obviously, the easy answer is I want to see what works. I think my real answer is
run the touchdown play.
Run the good ones. My real answer is that's something that they just willingly wanted to get away from because they didn't feel like their line was equipped to do that. Versus the old New England system and all that. So I don't know if they're going to even try if they're just spitballing or what on the interior.
It does feel like everything's spitballing a little bit on offense, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I go back to these offensive linemen, and they'll tell you this for decades. They almost finish each other's and saying they know what each other's doing. They know tendencies. They get in this groove of these 5 guys and knowing how to block certain plays. And you're in there switching guards, man. I mean, what are we doing? Yeah.
I mean, any answer I have to what are we doing is probably not a good one, to be completely honest. But there you go. The run game, in addition to everything, it feels weird to even separate anything because it all seems like it funnels back to the big thing, which is at some point coaching and coordinating. And we will talk more about that here in the noon hour. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. In the noon hour, we will also be giving away a pair of tickets. It's a pair of tickets to Texans Titans here on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. There's a lot of T's in there. I need you to understand. I was trying to get my T's all together, but we'll be giving away a pair of tickets in the bullpen to Texans Titans in the noon hour. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping. I have a few options for you on what the Texans the Rockets could possibly trade for in the light of Fred VanVleet's ACL tear. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, Underdog, let's have some fun. Even if you're
Century Lawyers, 281-222-2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Why did I say it like that? I don't know. I surprised myself too.
Felt good at the time.
Yeah, and immediately I was like, you know what? You shouldn't have done that. You know what? The Astros shouldn't have done was lost 3 games over the weekend. So now they are in desperation mode, and it begins tonight. And when I say tonight, I do mean tonight. 9:05 first pitch Central Time. Of course, they're on the West Coast. Yeah.
Don't make me bust my bedtime again.
Get your work done early, baby. You're going to be up late.
Sleep fast.
You're going to be up late.
Hey, get your sleep, man. Just watch it in the morning.
And ruin morning like that?
This way.
Christian Javier on the mound versus the Athletics. They're playing, obviously, in Sacramento. 9:05 first pitch. I'm excited for this one.
That's what I'm saying. You can't miss these. This is it, man. Christian Javier. Who are the A starting? I think he's a decent pitcher.
Jeffrey Springs.
Yeah.
4.17 ERA. He's 10-11 win-loss record.
Yeah, he's decent.
Yeah, so it's not like you're running up against a mark. And even if you thought you were, remember the last time you ran up against the Angels, they took you for 4 straight.
The A's.
A's.
Yeah.
You'll have the Angels next. Mm-hmm. We don't have anything with the Astros where you can start looking ahead. Javier is also super important to me because and Payne and Pendergast talked about this really well all through their show this morning. It's just the Fromber thing, man. Mm-hmm. I don't know how much I could trust him. Obviously, this weekend you saw what it was, and it wasn't anything particularly good. I don't love having to put him out there. I've seen multiple people talk about him quiet quitting, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You throw out Hunter Brown if you end up in like a wild card series. And I would like to lean on like Christian Javier if I could, right? When you start looking for guys that you could utilize. Mm-hmm. Christian Javier's got to show it, though. Like he's had some instances. He's been okay. I want to see you get closer to good in what we're doing when we throw you out there.
Does Jason Alexander's recent outing change the equation at all? Because I thought it was a great question, and let's throw it out to our listeners, see what they think. Would you be more worried if the Astros, first of all, they got to get to the postseason. Which
that is correct.
A big if.
Which starts with winning.
If they get to the postseason, would you be more worried if they started Fromber, as the Game 2 starter, or they didn't start Fromber as the Game 2 starter? Okay, as you're pondering, Figgy, I want you to ponder too.
Did they win Game 1?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's you.
I think it changes depending on whether they won Game 1 or not.
Here's where I always go, and it's kind of a weird way to look at things, but I do this. What does the other team want you to do? What makes them happy? if you start Fromber in game 2 or if you don't start Fromber in game 2. And I'm kind of leaning, given his recent outings, they'd be happier if you started Fromber.
Yeah, his recent form has been bad. Yeah. Also, there's something to be said for being a ground ball pitcher, because once the ball starts going in the air, like the utility of what you're doing here ends up real dicey. But the only thing about it is you need to have alternatives if that's the way that you view it. Which
What's
again,
your answer, Biggie?
I'm gonna say you just got to roll with him, man.
Roll with Fromber.
Yeah.
Look at you.
You dance with who you brought.
Who else you gonna roll out there?
And depending on how it goes tonight, it might be Christian Javier. No, that's the issue that you're dealing with. So that's what you're watching. If you want to watch baseball a little bit earlier, 5:40 p.m. is an important game for you. Tigers at Cleveland at Guardians, and you also have Tarek Skubal on the mound, who AL Cy Young probable. That's going to be interesting to see whether Cleveland's able to get.
And Cleveland has the tiebreaker.
They do have the tiebreaker, so I feel like you're definitely. Well, I mean, in the lower spot, so I don't think you'd be rooting for the Tigers to lose just to see if they could maybe fall.
Yeah,
you want to. I think we're rooting for the Cleveland Guardians as a staff, record label, and crew. So let's see what Tarek Skubal and the Detroit Tigers have in that one at 5:40. So I'm gonna have baseball on my TVs for a good long while today. All right, some other things in what's popping. I did throw out this Fred VanVleet. We found out that in training camp in the Bahamas, he tore his ACL. So that is going to be a prominent player in this Rockets team that is not going to be available for you as you go and open the season up in Oklahoma City as they're getting their rings, and then go through the season as probably the third highest rated team in the West behind the Thunder and Nuggets. How do you traverse this without a guy of that level of magnitude as an offensive creator, as a shoot? I mean, he's one of your 3-point shooters, right? When you talk about guys that can actually knock down shots, and he's also kind of an organizational force defensively. With all that, I've seen some people kind of point at potential trades that you can make. I've seen names like Malcolm Brogdon. Do any of these sound like something that would be doable or interesting to you, whether it's early on or even like later on in the season, like midway through the season in December when you have more of these free agents that you got that are available to be traded?
I think given the options that you have, you're not doing your job if you're not kicking the tires on some potential trade targets. My question becomes, well, a couple. First of all, how good is, how good are you going to be with Reed Shepherd? Is Amen Thompson, who I would go with Amen Thompson until you make this deal. If you make this deal, December 15th is a big day for a lot of these players. I like Amen Thompson, but we were looking during a break at some of the, the ways that, my thing is kick out. He can get to the rack and he can kick out, whether it's in a half court or transition. But we were looking at some of those, and the vast majority of his best,
playmakers,
plays,
are plays that he's made
in transition.
Yeah,
and so the half court becomes an issue. He said that he's been working, at the point guard position, and we have to admit, we have to give him credit for that and see how that plays out. But I still think you have to look at some trades. My question for you, multiple times, and help me out here, is how? What is available at early in the season, before the season, and especially after December 15th that would do it for you?
Yeah, that's a good question that I promise you I'll dig into. I just want to throw out 3 names that Athlon Sports have thrown up here as potential trades and see just immediately no, maybe, or yes. Trae Young.
Trae Young is a yes for me.
Really?
Yeah.
With Trae Young, one, the price is going to be high, right? Because he is of that caliber. I know that they've tried to trade him, Atlanta has, and they've held on to him in part because it's not going to be as easy to make that deal happen. But then also, he is defensively, there's been points, and he might still be that. I have to reevaluate it. The worst defender in the league.
Not the second worst.
No. The worst defender in the league oftentimes in his tenure.
But
so, does that seem like that works with Ime, Bleeping Udoka?
But if he can score the way he can score,
and he can pass like crazy.
And you can't sag. Of him.
Oh, okay. That's just like when Trae's around, you better put your pants up.
You got to pull your pants up, and you can't sag.
Looking like a fool with your pants on the ground.
That's right.
Forever. So there's You're yes. That feels like probably a no, and I feel real bougie saying that because you definitely point guard would be helpful. How about this, Drew Holiday?
That's to me that's up Ime's alley right there.
Very much up Ime's alley.
Yeah.
I mean, He played for a team that Ime had previously coached. Obviously, not quite I guess overlap there, but he feels like it. He very much can run an offense, sharpshooter, defensive stalwart. I do wonder how much the Portland Trail Blazers would be willing to move him. You know,
I don't even know what the hell Portland doing.
What's it going to cost?
They might be relatively good this year. I think that they might be pretty good this year.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
They have
what
a lot of guards.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're trying to do, man.
What is he going to do? What do you have to give up?
That ends up being, I think Portland might try and fleece you for it,
right?
If you're trying to get him. Plus, again, another older guy. But hey, beggars can't be choosers when you're in this space. And how about this as a third option? Because I think that fits in the yes. Let's explore that further. Bucket of these three. And finally, Indiana Pacers guard T.J. McConnell.
T.J. McConnell, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind T.J. McConnell. Biggie.
Yeah, I would.
It wouldn't be as expensive, would it?
I can't imagine that it would be. Although, one thing I will say, Rick Carlisle, who's the coach of the Pacers, he said something about just team with, I think, would make it hard for you to get a T.J. McConnell off him, which is the NBA now is less about like who is your best player and just having those guys and rather than having like 9 guys that can play at a certain level. T.J. McConnell's absolutely one of those guys that you trust to bring on off of the bench and maintain the level of intensity and play that they have.
He's an effort guy.
100%.
You know, and that fits the profile as well.
Not a shooter. He's very much a mid-range guy, effort, but he's very much a backup point guard rather than a starter.
Yeah.
I think that he kind of profiles to me as one important to the Pacers, but also Aaron Holiday probably gives you what he gives you.
Well, but do you combo Aaron Holiday and McConnell? You know?
That'd be
if Reed Shepard's not quite what you think he is, you know.
It would have to be after that circumstance where you look up and Reed Shepard is not 10 of life. That would have to be what it is in my mind for me to get into a TJ McConnell situation. So that would be a maybe for me. And from the 832, as we're throwing in a bonus here, go get John Morant.
Yeah, let's go get.
Okay.
You know what? I changed my mind.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was on the table. Let's go ahead and run me a John Morant.
You know what?
Real quick.
Let me leave the show. Go get the Lamborghini.
Yeah, just go pick one up on your way home.
Just get a Lamborghini.
Do you think that John Morant could play with Ime? Just a random thought that I have, and I guess that should not be something that goes, well, this player is really good, but Ime, but I still have that thought anytime because Ime is so particular about the type of guys that he wants. I mean, that's that's why Cam Whitmore is no longer on this roster.
Let's not even talk about John Morant at this point. That's another what are we doing kind of thing here.
All right. I just thought those were possibilities as Fred VanVleet is going to miss a significant amount of time, probably the season rather, for your Houston Texans. And finally, if you're a college football fan, we'll get to college football on a Tuesday a little further. But our first, or not first, because was it Brent Key? Or one of those Brents. There's a lot of Brents right now in college football in a way that I'm uncomfortable with. But another coach fired, Mike Gundy. He's a man. He's not 40 anymore. Was in the 60s, and now he is no longer
Chris
employed.
Lowe reporting it.
Chris Lowe of On3, or is he on 3 at this point? Yeah,
yes.
of On3 Sports. Mike Gundy, who built Oklahoma State football really over this last 20-something years. He is out at Oklahoma State, and it felt like it. I mean, they lost to Tulsa, and one of the dudes on Tulsa was a dude that was told that he couldn't. The running back was told that he couldn't make it at Oklahoma State. He's out here crushing you on the ground. This team has just been
they got crushed a couple weeks ago, right?
They got destroyed by Oregon. They put 66 on them.
Yeah.
And that was one of those things where the last touchdown, I think, happened with like 8 minutes to go. They could have run that thing up.
Yeah. And just yesterday, Mike Gundy said in his press availability that he's going to coach beyond 2025. His contract runs through 2026. So that was his opinion. Yeah. That was his opinion.
What's crazy is I felt like that whole Mike Gundy thing that happened years ago. I think it just happened. It was like 20 years ago.
22 years ago.
Yesterday.
Yeah. That's. Shout out to Mike.
Come for me. I'm a man.
Yeah,
well,
I'm 40.
They sure did.
They did.
Like happy trails, Mike Gundy. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. Remember, we in the 12 o'clock hour we'll be giving away a pair of tickets to Titans. But next, let's talk about this because this was billed as a season where the Texans can make a big run. And with that being the case, starting 0-3, how long before you consider a change at offensive coordinator? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
When it rains, it pours is a saying that they have, and obviously that can go a lot of different places. I am using it in one of the least important ways, which is everybody's dancing on Mike Gundy's grave, brother, including Pro Football Talk.
Yeah.
At Pro Football Talk on Twitter, or X if you choose to call it that, which is Mike Florio. And I'm like, hey, dog, you are such a troll.
He's a great troll.
But he's also, a lawyer and very knowledgeable in the NFL and how the things go. And thus, I encourage you to listen at 3 p.m. today on Sports Radio 610 when the fellas of the drive will be chatting with Mike Florio. I imagine contest on who was I about to say? Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward, I imagine, in addition to some other things, when he hops on at 3 with the drive. So keep up on that. But also, one more note before I get into the topic we're supposed to get into, which was, that's right. Brian Daboll, desperate as hell, apparently, because he is going to make the change for the Giants, moving from Russell Wilson, so Mr. Unlimited is indeed limited to 3 games, as Jackson Dart will take over as the signal caller on the field, the quarterback for the team, ahead of when I thought, 1 week ahead of when I thought, which I thought was going to be the nice landing spot for him in the midst of what is a pretty rough schedule for the Giants, if we admit. Now they start with the Commanders. They lost to the Commanders, lost to the Cowboys, lost to the Chiefs. They have the Chargers this week, which might be one of the better defenses in the league under Jesse Minter, which, welcome to the NFL, big dog. But then week 5, they're going on the road to the Saints. And I was like, that's the spot right there.
I thought that was when it was, too. I should be a draft evaluator for quarterbacks.
Oh, you think this means that he's good, huh?
I've been
just because they're going to him.
He's been pretty good.
He's been all right.
He's been pretty good in what we've seen. But I'm on a good run with evaluating these quarterbacks. Figgy can attest. You can attest on that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Figgy.
That sounded like a full-throated endorsement from I was
trying to think who all you got, because
I said Anthony Richardson was an absolute no going into the draft. For what it's worth, CJ Stroud was one that I was.
You said the Texans was going to go with CJ Stroud.
Was going to go with CJ Stroud.
I think everybody here.
More enjoyed Bryce Young, but who was the other one? Jackson Dart. There's another one I said was going to be excel. It doesn't matter. I'd rather talk about Nick Caley because I think it's important. Okay. I think it's really, really important.
So changes are happening in college. Changes are happening in the NFL. And the question, if or when changes happen with the Texans, because this was supposed to be an important season for the Texans. And it still, I guess, in some ways could be, but it would have to be magical, right? Again, the stat that you're probably sick of people pulling out is that since the turn of the century, the Texans are the only team in 2018 who have come back from down 0-3 as their record to then go and make the playoffs. And even then, that wasn't like a crazy run, but maybe that happens. However, how does that happen, especially when the offense looks like this? If they're going to make a serious run, the offense needs to get better. And at what point does that not seem viable under Nick Caley?
Yeah, let's make it a question, because I don't think any of us are going to be pounding the table saying they need to change play callers today. It needs to happen now. I'm gonna raise it as a question, because I think it's on the table, presuming they don't show vast improvement offensively.
Which, please show vast improvement.
Yes.
Please.
Okay, I'll put it this way. What were the Tennessee Titans' expectations realistically for the season?
Look like you have a quarterback that you can build with. That's the only expectation that I really have for him.
They changed play callers today. Flat out. They changed play callers today. They felt it was important to show some life.
Yeah, to be fair, that is a move that is made from the desperation of the head coaching seat.
Doesn't matter.
I think.
They changed play callers today out of some sort of level of desperation.
Sure.
Cam Ward is integral in that. What were the Texans' expectations for the season?
Win a second-round game.
Yeah.
I think is really the big thing. I think we placed upon them the opportunity to maybe jump into that group of teams that can actually contend for a Super Bowl. But at least for them, it was very clearly not just win one playoff game, but win a second.
Yeah, so their expectations were off the charts high or near it. Titans were low. They changed play callers today. The Texans still have Nick Caley. So I'm going to make it as a question. How long until you have to make that decision here to change play callers with Nick Haley?
One of the rough things, though, is like, and I've said this probably enough, I'm actually sick of hearing myself say it. There was going to be a learning curve on this offense. That was going to be something. And if you did not consider that, you were a fool. And I'm saying that more for the organization because I think that they did. With that being said, it is not even matched up with what I would expect is reasonable for the uptick of any NFL offense as it's being installed.
It's a flat line.
It has been.
Yeah.
I think at the very least, getting through your first 4 weeks, or that first kind of quarter of the season, you have to evaluate. And as of right now, barring some miraculous stuff happening, which again, I use the word miraculous because I do not believe it likely to happen also. You're fifth grade on the coordinator. I'm going to need to see like progress happen pretty rapidly. And I think at the earliest, maybe like 6 weeks, 7 weeks in. And that might feel long, but I mean, he's a first-time play caller. There's some things that kind of undercut the harshness that I think you should come with, which is also why you probably don't need, as your expectations are starting trend towards Super Bowl, you probably don't need a new first-time play caller stepping into that role who from outside of the building as well.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't see them doing this until it's like desperation type deal where it's kind of make or break. And that's kind of unfortunate because I'm guessing, I mean, who would they give the play calling duty to? Will it be Gardner Johnson?
Could be Shaplinski.
Yeah.
Could be Gerard. Could it be McDaniels?
Is Bill Lazor still there?
Bill Lazor's still in the building. He has had play calling experience, but I don't know how much.
I felt like they're going to try to give as much time for this guy to get it together. And I think by the time, if they do take it away, I think it's kind of going to be a little too late.
I'm on the other side of both you guys. And not necessarily because I don't think Nick Haley, by all accounts, is just, when we've dealt with him a little bit, just a hell of a dude, works his ass off. We've always heard about the energy, wants to get it right, obviously. There is nothing bad to say about Nick Haley.
Can I add pretty good answers? Like when he speaks about these things, in the heady space of this, it seems like the answers are right. It feels like just the actual tangible evidence, right, of what he puts down is pretty damn wrong.
There is not a lot you can say bad other than this offense is not creative. This offense is stagnant. I said earlier, you can talk about learning curve and all that other stuff. It's a flat line, man. I mean, it has not shown anything. And my number one reason that I think it should be sooner rather than later, if it does happen, is the urgency. Y'all are talking about 6 weeks. Hell, it could be out of the barn by 6 weeks. It could be done. You're done.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, man. I think they're going to try to give this guy a chance because it would be kind of crazy if they stripped the play calling from him kind of this early.
But also, it's not crazy because you're supposed to be second round of the postseason and beyond, and you're hanging on 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. That's too late. But if it stays the same.
But what did you say earlier in this show? How this organization from the top is what? What was the word you used?
Arrogant.
I think that kind of play a part of it.
That's a good point. Like, we're right, damn it, we're going to be right.
Well,
yeah.
The tough thing about is I'm trying to operate in a place of logic, and one of the things that again, we circle back to is probably a bad logical decision to come in with expectations and hiring somebody who was a first timer who needed that level of the time to get this going, right? But then within that, I think one of the questions whenever you're trying to fire someone, at least for me, someone who has never fired anybody, I recognize the irony of that, is not necessarily why should you fire this person, but more why should you keep them? And I'm not having a lot of those
this of next year.
But you're not, but also that comes from a place of usually the desperation of I could lose my job. How comfortable do you feel in the idea that there's a hot seat on the decision makers, meaning D'Amico Ryans, Nick Haley, on the possibility of them losing their job?
You mean Nick Caserio?
Nick Caserio, sorry. There's so many Nicks.
There's a lot of Nicks, a lot of Jalen's. I think Nick Caserio, and as we talked about the arrogance of the organization from him on down, like, damn it, I'm right. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what the evidence says. I think that is starting to show some cracks. Now, hot seat, warm seat, I don't know. But in terms of the play caller himself, Nick Haley, I don't think anybody can emphasize this enough. if you bleep the bed on Sunday, that might be the time. That might be the time. I'm talking about offensively. That might be the time to do it because, by the way, D'Amico was asked specifically about the job Nick Caley was done yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
He didn't even mention Nick Caley's name.
We're all together, man.
He said,
we're in this together.
We have the right staff.
We are in this together.
Brother. That is
Now, how would you feel, let's say Sunday they play a game, they have a bad offensive game, but they win the game?
I think it's still something to consider.
Oh, because this is the thing, right?
Yeah.
Because
if you are a process-oriented team, the win can't, and sometimes I do wonder if there's a pick and choose because, I mean, hey, we won the game and
that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. Yeah. But, like, if you win the game but it is ugly offensively, I think that the process needs to be an evaluation of why was it ugly? Is this, again, another issue or we don't have things that are situated to help us succeed? I think that ends up being a demerit again, even in a W.
But see, that was the same thing that happened last year, where some of the wins was ugly.
Yeah.
And D'Amico got out there and said, a win is a win.
And
look at where it landed you.
And that leads exactly to the most important reason you might need to make a change and play caller if it's bad again on Sunday. CJ Stroud, man. I mean, you might be losing that dude in terms of mentally, confidence-wise, confidence in what you're doing. Over his last 14 games, C.J. Stroud is 5-12 with 12 touchdowns and 11 interceptions.
Yeah, I saw that being posted by clearly a Colts fan comparing it to Anthony Richardson's first 15 games.
Oh, God.
They're comparing it to Anthony Richardson's first 15 games where he had 21 touchdowns, whatever, and people are like, yeah, but that was a team that look at what's happening when they got rid of him, right? Like they immediately jumped up, right? There's a difference in this. However, it is fair to say that this is clearly hampering what CJ can do while also acknowledging that CJ is not doing everything that he should be. This is clearly
you can't lose him. You can't lose CJ Stroud. And by the way, contract time is bearing down on
It's bearing down. Typically with a quarterback, at least of what you perceive CJ's stature to be, because I don't want to have that argument right in this moment. After year 3 is when we're starting to talk about what that extension looks like, especially if you have an MO of getting deals done early. And let me check the notepad here. Yep, Nick Caserio has a penchant for getting deals done early. It feels like this would be the time you want to give yourself the opportunity to know and feel good about what's happening.
Well, you guys, if it's bad again, and again every week, if it's bad again on Sunday, are we going to be here Monday or Tuesday saying, yeah, give him 2 more weeks, at least 6 weeks?
I think it won't be necessarily just give him more time. I think, though, my question will be, what is your answer to the question in the short term? Because I don't think that that's an easy one.
I agree.
With this situation, particularly with the new offense that you have involved.
Yeah, I wouldn't – honestly, I wouldn't know what to do at this point because I wonder if it's just simply the play calling or is it the personnel?
Plays.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just kind of wondering, like, let's say we give the play calling to Bill Lazor or whoever. Yeah. Like, I'm not quite certain that the offense is going to look much better than that.
I thought Reggie hit a really good...
I guess it's better than nothing or what it is now, but I'm not quite sure.
I thought Reggie hit a really good point.
What?
Yeah, every,
All right, let me go ahead and shut this down right quick. Yeah, let me shut this down right now.
You know that thing about the blind squirrel and a nut? Anyway, look, I think that's a really good point. This offense you can't change midseason. Like, it's going to be Nick Caley's offense.
That's the offense.
It's just going to be a different. I mean, well, you can't change significantly. Maybe you can
unless you find Bobby Slowick playbook and just go back to last
year. Blocking schemes.
Yeah,
and everything else.
That's not going to happen.
I feel like they would have already taken out the trash by now. Right. I don't think they're going to dig through there
every Monday, except sometimes they're late. Anyway, you're going to be putting the next guy, the interim, coordinator or play caller or whatever, in a horrible spot. Like, whether it's Bill Lazor or Shaplinski or Gerard, they can't really add their stuff,
But I guess the thing about it, then kind of circling back and echoes in some ways the conversation about the offensive line is, can you at least be mediocre? Because right now, from a play calling standpoint, you're below mediocre. And so that ends up being the question. I think that circles back around to how long do you give him? Long enough to see if he's going to remain remedial in his play calling issue. I mean, again, I will read this again because I found it astonishing when DJ Bieniemy posted this. It's a graphic of island rate for tackles, which island rate, if you don't understand, is how often is this player left to block on their own without any help from like a running back or a chip from a tight end or anything. Right now, Titus Howard, who pretty solid in his actual effectiveness in these island rate circumstances, has about just below 50% instances where he has been on an island. Ariante Ursery is around a 57. So the rookie has been things like that feel like they're just oversights. Having only 15 run plays in a game where, you feels like you have an opportunity to be able to run the football. It seems like there's so many various things. The ways that all these routes, you have plays that you probably need to, get a pass out. You've got a whole bunch of vertical routes that are long developing, right? Things like that feel like the baseline things that a coordinator should be bringing to the table that it feels like you're not getting right now. If you're not seeing progress in that way, that's absolutely the time where you go, all right, we might need to hit ejecto-cedo.
It's an important time, man. It's an important game for Nick Caley and this team. And Texter brought up a really good point. After the Titans game, look at the schedule. Defenses, good team.
Well, the Ravens apparently that's the way they go. But they'll run you out the game, though.
Yeah. Hell, if they can't score against the Ravens or do nothing against the Ravens, you got a real problem there.
Yeah. I mean, we could probably start saying that about the Titans as well. But yeah, a fair question on that we'll obviously have to revisit at some point. And actually, I say obviously, but hey, maybe we get super surprised and we don't. You want to see first person whether or not Nick Caley in this offense gets it right? Be caller number 6 right now. Caller number 5. My bad. Wrong number. Caller number 5 right now. 713-572-4610. You will win a pair of tickets to see Texans Titans this Sunday, September 28th at NRG Stadium. Texas Ticket Tuesday is what it is, and it's brought to you by your Houston area Ford dealers. Shout out to them. Call number 5 right now, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next here on Sports Radio 610, we get you your lunchtime confessions.
According to CJ. Just comments and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's Beers Reaction Monday on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so we were talking about, when do you need to pull the trigger with the offensive play caller, and we established that. But one reason I thought about that, Figgy, is like I saw this tweet, and I'm like, oh, it's worse than I thought. That's my confession. Did you see the tweet? And I forget who put it out there. Aziz Al-Shair was asked about the likelihood of a players-only meeting.
Yeah.
I think it was Sarge.
Yeah, salute to Sarge. We actually have that right here.
Okay, play it, because my confession is when I saw that, I went, oh, it's worse than I thought.
Is there any point that you all have thought about just having a players-only meeting or anything to get back on the same page, get to where you all need to be?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think kind of like last year we had a couple of those, and I think that's definitely something that we've talked about already, but just something we kind of just keep in-house for sure.
Already?
Reggie, you're talking about a players-only meeting after week 3? That's all I needed to hear to tell me it's worse.
We are at this point.
That is awful.
We're in the same boat as Miami.
Is it weird, though, that I didn't quite get to that place? And the reason why is clearly there's coaching things that need to happen. At the same time, especially when you're talking about defensively with the Z's, there's a number of things where I'm like, hey, yeah, no, there's some player level things, right? The idea that this tackling keeps popping up. Mm-hmm. Like I was fascinated when you end up at halftime, coming out from halftime, and after having seemingly looked a little bit better at tackling. I remember there was a play in particular where Jalen Petrie comes up and all he does is wrap a dude and stand him up and wait for it. Like they were like, yo, wrap dudes up first guy. It is the responsibility of other guys to come and make sure that this play is finished. That was clearly the messaging. It clearly got taken. Up until halftime, they came out and just 3 straight plays, missed tackles, and I was like, hey, guys, why is this leaving y'all so quickly? Why is this programming resetting? So I do imagine that portion of it for sure. You got to, like, someone like Aziz, a defensive guy, is like, hey, we need to chat. D'Amico, don't worry about this one. We need to chat because what is wrong with us?
What did J.J. Watt say about players-only meetings?
Oh, yeah, I mean, fair. It's fair.
Go ahead and pack your bags. It's over, something along those lines. No, I saw that. I'm like, wow. I know it's bad, but dang, players only already?
Yeah, I had not. That is never a good thing. Can we also talk about and we'll probably talk about this anytime players only comes up, which I got to say so damn bad you can't say in front of the coaches.
Well, I think it's a reflection of the coaching, not necessarily a particular coach, but of the coaching they're getting, of the organizational, sort of, I guess, systems they're running, et cetera. And that ain't great.
I've got to admit that I'm actually I'm finding a little bit, or rather even more grace for one Ariante Ursery, because we've seen a number of, especially on a day like today and yesterday as well, seen a number of kind of graphics with different ratings and numbers that have come out about all of the offensive linemen that were drafted, and many of them having struggles as well. The guys that we reviewed highly, like a Josh Simmons or a Josh Connerly, some of those names have been rough. I was just reading out to you a number of those guys who, at least via PFF grades, I mean, there's only 2 of them that have, or 3 of them that have passing grades.
Yeah.
One of them, I will say, seeing Tate Ratledge.
I'm just looking at it right now.
Especially last night. Tate Ratledge, who wasn't expected to start, but then the starting center ahead of him retires, and Ragnow, it was Frank Ragnow, wasn't it? Retires. I don't know why I remembered it just in the nick of time, by the way. Frank Ragnow retires, and all of a sudden, here you go, Tate Ratledge, rookie. Can you start on at center? And apparently the answer is yes, really damn well, in fact. Really made me feel bad seeing that that was something that you could have.
You had 2 chances to draft him, didn't you?
Yeah. And that's a dude who, I know he's a center, and maybe this scares you off, especially seeing as you have 2 dudes. It's like, oh, he's a center, but he can also move around. Tate Ratledge he played guard at Georgia.
Yep.
I don't know. just
Just saying?
Just saying.
Yeah.
What you saying? Get the tires on whatever interior O-lineman that pop up?
Well, no, but also the evaluation, which we talked about earlier.
Look, I'm not saying that it would have gone exactly the same if he had played guard or if he had not been drafted to the Lions, because I do think that that's part of it, right? Culture and the entirety of the system that you're in matters.
Yeah.
That said, Tate Ratledge looked like he could ball.
Yeah.
And he looked like he could block. And especially when you're talking about rotating guards right now. I don't know. I just thought that passed by.
Irritates me.
Is that it, or are there more things that irritate
the
you?
rotating guard
Okay, very good.
Just, oh, God, I don't know.
These are my confessions.
So this is my confession. We've been having a conversation for years about Houston sports and how I guess people arrive late to these events and how it's a big issue. My confession is we need to just stop having this conversation because I have no idea how to solve this.
It's not going to change?
It's not going to change, man.
Yeah.
And this was me at the U of H game when they played Colorado. And we know how they did with the tickets and all that stuff. Damn near every seat was full or sold. Tickets were sold. I got there, man. It was damn near kickoff. I'm like, man, where is everybody at?
We're a different kind of people. Here in Houston.
Yeah. And now by halftime, probably midway through the second quarter, it was packed.
Yeah.
But I'm like, man, it's like if I was in charge of trying to get people there early, I wouldn't know what to do.
Well,
I just don't understand. We always talk about, maybe we could do this by getting them in and all this other stuff. I don't know if it's
they've tried everything.
I don't know if it's
they haven't tried everything. You've hosted parties before, or you've had some.
Change the time.
Hey, you gotta lie, baby. Oh yeah, no, we kicking off at 10:30 today. Like the NFL special I don't know. It's a special thing they're doing. We kicking off at 10:30.
Yeah.
So be out there at 10:30.
That one family member we always have. Hey, tell them.
You know how to.
Tell them it starts at 1 o'clock, not 2 o'clock.
You know that person in your life, and apparently Houston sports fans are that person.
How about
in your life.
Monday Night Football home opener? And it's still.
Yeah.
Somehow they decided to kick off at 4:30, guys. So make sure you get out here 4:30, and we'll go ahead and you only showed up at 6. Oh damn.
Yeah. I just don't know what it is, man.
Crazy.
I just don't understand. Like if I was in that seat and they say, "Hey, Figgy, you got to get the people there early."
What do you do?
Lost. Yeah.
Lost, other than what Reggie
and it's not just at first you think, it's a Rockets thing. They do this during or it's just the Texans and all this other stuff and traffic around there.
Just an Astros, just the Cougars,
Dynamo.
It's everywhere.
Dynamo
man.
Get there, don't they?
No, Dynamo look around halftime it started filling up a little bit.
Same
with
Dynamo.
Yeah, and that's when they're really good too.
Yeah,
but man, it's a city thing. Man. I just don't know what to do.
It is.
These are my confessions.
All right, so my confession here is I know it's a little gross. Okay.
Oh no.
I know it's a little gross.
Oh no.
But I'm here to confess that and ask the question: is it a no-go or is it a lot gross? Let me explain.
Oh no.
Explain what I have in my hand right here.
Oh, that is a chapstick.
Yeah.
The blue variety.
The blue variety.
I don't know if that means anything, but I just wanted to be as detailed as I could.
I came into the office today, and because I was out in the sun all weekend, my lips were a little chapped, a little irritated, and I saw a chapstick laying on the table here in the middle of the studio.
Oh no.
So I picked up that chapstick, and I rubbed with my thumb. You may have seen me doing it during.
No,
talk.
I missed it.
I rubbed with my thumb a couple of layers off, and then I just used the chapstick. I know that's a little gross because it's not my chapstick, and now my lips are on someone else's chapstick that they left here. Is that a no-go for you guys, or did I play that right?
That's a hell no for me.
Yeah,
what?
It's definitely a no-go, at least from the just.
But I wiped a couple of layers off.
I feel
for
like
you personally, fine.
Yeah.
The person who comes back is like, "Oh, this is where I left my chapstick," and thinks nothing of it.
Yeah. No, I feel like you did the right thing as far like just trying to not be on
someone else's mouth.
Yeah. You did. I mean, you did as much as you can do.
Yeah.
But still, that's not enough for me.
I had never considered the idea that, man, I forgot my chapstick at work. Maybe somebody would use it. Now, if my chapstick is not in my possession, like it's at the airport,
yours, is it?
It is a no. I use an entirely different brand myself.
But see, I took the cap off and I kind of went like that.
I mean, okay, whatever you say, big dog. Like, ultimately, I now have to change my personal MO as to if I lose my particular lip balm, it's dead to me because I can't just find it and be like, oh, this is fine. Because apparently people like Lopez exist that are like, I can use this.
Yeah, kind of like leaving your drink at an open bar in Miami. And you're like, nah.
So it's not the gross part that is the problem. It's the fact that someone else
which is,
not
again,
realize.
Yeah, it is the gross part on this
all of it, man. Nah, I wouldn't have did that.
My lips were chapped. What are you going to do?
I would have just been walking around looking like Pookie from New Jack City.
From the 346, what Lopez did is the most disgusting thing I've heard this week. That's actually probably an okay thing that you haven't had.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think you're in the lead right now.
I'm in the lead.
It's Tuesday.
See, and now some of you guys are also making me aware of other things that people use chapstick for that make it very much solidified that if I lose my lip balm, that thing is done. Like if I find it, it's going straight into the trash because y'all be putting it there.
Again, I wiped off a couple of layers. It was fresh to me.
Who do you think it is, though?
I don't know.
Whose is it?
But someone's really nervous of our coworkers that's listening.
Yeah, who else?
Is it Bijani?
Is that a Clint?
Might be a Clint. We're going to have to ask him.
All right. We'll get to the bottom of that.
I'll leave it right there.
Or we'll get to the bottom of that and we'll never get back to it.
And now John has a disease.
You don't come up with COVID, brother.
Somebody said that's, well, again, I don't feel comfortable reading those. There you go. A little lunchtime confessions here in Loop on Sports Radio 6.
We're getting more text on chapstick than anything else today.
You think people want to text more about the offense? You think people want to text more about any of that? All right. Coming up next here, let's go ahead and do a little college football on a Tuesday. Talk about the things that happen in college football, including I think I might have characterized some. We'll do all that next.
All right, guys, you might be tired. You might be ready to do something about getting that energy back. Maybe be able to lose weight like you used to because you get into your early 40s. It gets a little harder, doesn't it? Yeah, we all can relate, and we all know, we should know, a lot of times that's low testosterone that is causing that. Could affect your mood, could affect libido, could affect any number of things. You got to get into Low T Center. Synergen X and Low T Center have the solution. It's new at-home TRT, personalized just for you, delivered straight to your door, and getting started is very quick, very easy. Just get into one of the many centers all around town, take a quick test, which is covered by most health insurance providers, and get set up on the program. And you can save even more time with the new mobile app. It's like being at the provider's office without the hassle. Affordable treatment. Their options are available. Don't wait. Book it now. And it's very, very easy. I've done it myself, and it's a game changer. You'll start to feel better in no time. All you have to do to get in on this is go to fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Despite another Texans loss and an 0-3 start, Coach D'Amico isn't discouraged.
We played with outstanding effort. We played with the resolve to give ourselves a chance to come back and win the game. So am I discouraged? No. We've been in all three ball games, right? We've had opportunities in the fourth quarter. Our team is right there, despite how it looks, how it feels.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. You get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this relief hotline at 800-888-5226. 800-888-5226. 800-888-5226.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I hope everyone is adequately recovered from the confession that John Lopez made. I feel like we need to know less about each other.
I stand by it.
I know that's the issue. I feel like we need to know.
You might as well keep it.
That's what a lot of texters say.
Oh, really?
That's yours.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
but
yours.
Now, then it's back to normal.
Don't get that to somebody. Don't you dare.
I'm wondering if somebody, okay, that's cool. There's no issue. I still take it.
I mean, that's their prerogative. I wouldn't really trust them.
Mm-hmm.
I just generally think about it in this way. Do you know where everybody puts their mouth? Do you?
I think I have a pretty good idea.
So, okay.
Have you ever had a water bottle or a drink or something, somebody drunk yours by mistake?
Yeah.
Did you take it back? Or
No, I threw it away.
No, it's yours.
No, it's yours.
Nah, it's yours now, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, let's do a little CF boat. How does that sound? College football on a Tuesday, and it was a very fun weekend of football at that, including, I think, the big game for me coming in, although I'm wondering how much it lived up. It did tell us some things. As you weren't here on Friday, I deemed it the conference contender Saturday. I
like that.
And some of those things happen. This one isn't fair because they're not the contenders. They are in the lead here.
Mm-hmm.
Texas Tech, they got their first win in a ranked matchup since 2008 and their first 4-0 start, I believe, since 2013. This Texas Tech team is real. And one of the things that was kind of impressive about this, I was telling B. Scott that the money that they spent, a good amount of it has gone to the trenches. Mm-hmm. It showed up. They beat the bleep out of Utah, brother. Utah had a history under Kyle Whittingham of being a team that that is physical.
Yeah.
They're not quite that anymore. Texas Tech absolutely is. That's the cream of the Big 12 crop right now.
No, I think you're right. Obviously, we talk a lot about it week after next week. Texas Tech and UH, that's going to be a great game. I think Texas Tech is, you mentioned it, they are legit. They are physical. It's not your big brothers. I think they play football a different way now. And it's impressive, man.
It really is. So, I mean, shout out to all the Red Raiders fans out there. Like, you have not only a team that is good, as I mentioned for the first time in a little bit, and I don't say that trying to be like, punch at you or anything, just genuinely, that is what this time is. But also, they're good in a way that feels sustainable, which is when you have that physical, well, unless that as long as that money keeps coming, right?
Yeah.
But when you have a physicality, it's different, right? We always kind of poo-poo those teams that are like, oh, here's a finesse team, right? That they're good. Like, remember Oregon?
Texas Tech was that.
Texas Tech was that, absolutely.
Yeah.
But remember Oregon of like maybe a decade and a half ago where you look up and you go, all right, but they're doing all the speed stuff, but that's not going to stand up. This is the type of stuff that stands up that feels like, this is going to remain. So shout out to Texas Tech for getting themselves to that place.
If you're going to be a playoff team and they are in the mix, you have to build your team in an SEC kind of way. If you're going to be a playoff team, you can't win with the finesse, with the wide gaps on the offensive line and the sideways running and all that. Because once you get to the playoffs, the speed is NFL caliber or dang near close to it. And they brutalize you in the trenches. So that's the way to do it.
Shout out to the 346 that is already calling their shot on that game in a couple weeks. Tech U of H. They say U of H by 10. Go Cougs. We'll give away tickets to that game here in this segment. So keep it locked. I know
Four-pack.
Four-pack. Keep it locked
to that game.
That's going to be a fun one. Dang. You know what was a fun one for me in particular as a hater? I know that there's people that are mad at me being a hater of this team and this coach in particular. And you know what I have to say to that? Shove it. Yeah. A 34-21 victory over Clemson in South Carolina. At Clemson, this was crazy. Fran Brown said that he'd give Dabo like 35, maybe 40 in hoops, and then he ultimately gave him 34 on the field. Mm-hmm. And then this week, headed in, this is something that Fran Brown said. He said, quote, "I don't even care, bruh, when it came to teams tampering with his players." He said, "Dudes be trying to push up on my wife. She's bad. It's just the game, right? It's what they do. I don't care. But let me find out. Then I'll see you. Because I ain't no bitch." That is the head coach of Syracuse right now. I love Fran Brown so much.
All right, say that again. There's a lot there, and it's profound.
So he's talking about profound. Because again, this modern era, people complain about NIL and people are poaching players. He said, "Dudes be trying to push up on my wife. She's bad. It's just the game. It's just the game, right? It's what they do. I don't care. But don't let me find out, and then I'll see you, because I ain't no bitch." Those are the
so
words.
Many levels. So many levels.
Those are the words of a very good Syracuse, mind you, head coach. And
are you becoming the fan now?
Becoming. Yeah. I already put in the application. And honestly, this is probably unfair to Syracuse. I think that he will be coaching somewhere elsewhere
at Clemson
soon. You think they do it to Dabo?
I don't know. Crazier things have happened.
Not this year.
Is Clemson an elite program?
They're not the elite program that they had been, and people get mad at because Dabo was out here grandstanding on. Don't want to go
somewhere else and win.
You can fire me and go somewhere else. Yeah. That's not going to save you from being 1-3, 1-4 at this point. Yeah. This Clemson Tigers. I saw a stat, or I heard a stat this weekend that was kind of astonishing to me. Between the years of, and you have to forgive me as I make sure that I get this stat in front of me, for Clemson, I believe in their run of dominance up till 2020, I think it was 2012 to 2020, 2014 to 2020, they lost 2 games to unranked teams. Since that time, they have lost 8 games. So that is a span of 5 years compared to the previous 6, where they quadrupled their losses to unranked teams. Yes, you could say they've
damn good program.
They've won ACC and whatever. This ACC has not been competitive, and I think the standard that he has set for himself, Dabo has, he is far under not reaching that. And this year in particular, it's gotten worse. I don't know. Because he is right in saying that he built that winning program, and I never take that away from him.
No.
But you are well under delivering on that, and if you continue doing that, I can understand why teams fans are upset, and ultimately why they might get to a place where they might call for your job.
No, I could see where crazier things have happened, but I do think he's safe for now. Figgy, maybe at least another not this year, but Fran Brown, hottest probably commodity out there.
He's going to be up there for sure. He's absolutely on the short list of names that you look for.
Florida?
If you're looking for things. I mean, Florida is going to be one of those teams. Actually, I had sent to a group of my friends of mine the Clemson next coach odds, because those are up there. You want me to guess? Okay, go ahead.
I like the guessing. Cignetti?
Best odds. Cignetti is on there, but he's a 38-1 to be the next Clemson head coach. Shout out to Curt Cignetti. Indiana looks... They look like they could be another 10 or 11 Indiana again this year.
Yeah, Illinois look like they probably shouldn't have been top 10.
No, they shouldn't have. But I mean, Cignetti, look that team looks for real in Indiana.
How about what's his name at UTSA? He's a hot commodity, but he's probably not on that list.
Traylor?
Traylor isn't on this list. I'll give you the 3 here. Brent Venables is a 2-1 as the highest odds. Obviously, he was the defensive coordinator there. Oklahoma looks really good themselves. Jimbo Fisher at 4-1 odds.
No. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Got an eye roll from Lopez.
Good old Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, 3rd best odds to be the next Clemson head coach. I mentioned Oklahoma. Oklahoma had 10. Count them 10. Actually, no, it was revised to 9 sacks versus Auburn, which if they had stayed at 10, that'd have been an Oklahoma school record. But there was a weird thing in this game.
Their former starting quarterback.
Yeah, that's right. Jackson. They really made the Jackson Arnold return not nearly as fun.
Yeah.
They put him in hell. The SEC. I don't know. Did you see any of this game, or did you see the anomaly that happened?
Oh yeah.
Where
you're talking about the reversal?
Isaiah Sartenia. No, Isaiah Sartenia on one of these plays for Oklahoma. He walks over to the sideline, looking like he's going to exit from substitution. He stays on the field.
Yeah.
And then they run the next play, and he is wide, booty butt naked open because, of course, nobody thought he was on the field. Oklahoma scores on this. SEC put out a statement when it came to that touchdown in the win.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah,
they should have. And it was a significant one. It was early enough in the game.
It was.
Yeah.
That was one. This matters because the SEC or these organizations don't typically flat out come and be like, hey, our refs on the ground were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know this was really a problem. And I wonder if those SEC refs themselves will have any level of changeover. We'll see. You see your man Arch Manning?
Yeah, he's peacocking a little bit against Sam Houston State.
Yeah, they beat the mess out of Sam Houston State. A lot to a little was the actual score. I'm pretty sure that's what it said on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
And that's what it should have been. Sam Houston State is not a very good program right now.
Defense.
All due respect to our Sam Houston State alum that we work with and that we love. But this was a game that they had to have, and they did. They did some things, though, that helped. A lot of screens and hooks for Arch kind of helped him get in the game. Plus, they ran him a lot, which was that play where he ran over a dude and was standing over him.
Yeah.
I kind of don't like the look, but I do appreciate, if you're a Texas fan, seeing Arch have kind of that feeling.
And
again. He needs that confidence.
That's what he is. His profile is very much that guy. He feeds off of it. Yeah.
Some other things on a CF boat. We have top 25 out.
Mm-hmm.
No longer is it 11 SEC teams. Now it's 10 SEC teams ranked, right?
5 in the top 10. 10 altogether. Clearly the most, of any conference. But interestingly enough, well, not that it matters anything at this point, but worth noting, A&M actually jumped Texas to number 9, and Texas fell to number 10.
Which makes sense. I mean, A&M... wobbly play in this, and A&M absolutely bigger win. Miami also jumping to number 2. They handled Florida.
They are really good.
They are good, flat out. There will be questions on, when does the Cristobal kind of decision-making show up.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing about Cristobal, incredible recruiter, and he is a trenches guy. Remember, we don't think about it enough. He's part of that Saban tree, and he was an offensive line coach for Saban. Those trenches are showing up.
They are.
For that team.
They are really, really strong.
Can I give you one more thing?
Of course.
One more note here, or 2 more notes. Mizzou, they also look pretty solid.
That's the other team I've been talking about. They look really good.
South Carolina looks like they were some frauds to some degree. Lenore Sellers was in there, but get this. Mizzou had a 287 to -9 rush yard advantage over South Carolina in this game.
Yeah, that's the one I think we were talking about it last week. Missouri, to me, and I know that's not going to be real popular with some people in this building, namely the big boss and show. They are the class right now of that area. They're really put together a good program.
Yeah, you did. Shout out to Eli.
By the way, they're the 3rd opponent for the Aggies. Good luck for us.
Yeah.
The SEC announced its 3 regular rivalry games yesterday,
and you'll see Missouri consistently.
It's going to be Texas, of course, LSU, of course, and then Missouri. And I don't know how.
My bad. I'll need to circle back around to those rivalries. I'm interested in those. But real quick, I know that the troops. I like the service academies and kind of keeping up with them. They've been a little up and down. Army loses to North Texas in overtime. But there are some troops that are doing what they need to do. Let's go to D3. Did you know that the Coast Guard Academy play football?
I do now.
I know in a big way. They beat Nichols College 92-60.
To 60.
That is a college basketball score. That happened in college football. So salute.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that game.
Salute to the Coast Guard, man. They putting up the points. If you want some troops to root for, D3 Coast Guard football. That's awesome. What you need. All right, so there you go. That's a little bit of college football on a Tuesday, and to round it out, caller number 7 right now will win a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars take on the Texas Tech Red Raiders. That is a huge matchup in the Big 12, and whether Houston
the game of the year.
It could be. Can Houston keep up with the class of the Big 12? You and 3 of your friends will be able to see. All you got to do is call in right now, 713-572-4610, and be caller number 7 Shout out to you, and shout out to the University of Houston for making those tickets available. Excited for that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, 2 days after, or actually now that we have week 3 all wrapped up in the NFL, I do want to do a little bit of experiment. This has been a really disappointing time for the Texans. We've talked about it. Where are they power rankings wise, and what do they have to say about the quarterback of this team? I'm interested in what your take will be on this ranking that I've seen. We'll do that next.
Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Oh boy, if you thought it was bad for the Texans, it feels like it's getting worse. I believe this is first reported by Ian Rappaport of NFL media sources. The Texans are releasing safety CJ Gardner Johnson. A surprise. A surprise indeed, Ian. That is a man that you acquired for Kenyon Green. It felt like that was an acquisition even that you were like, well, you weren't going to use Kenyon Green, and you got a player who should be a valuable piece of what you have here. And early on, first couple of weeks, it was looking a little dicey. I thought this week he had started looking a little bit better version of himself. And out of nowhere, CJ Gardner Johnson released. What is going through your mind in this moment right here, John Lopez? Because I don't know what could have been the instigation for this.
Well, I just saw a tweet from Texans Cap that kind of reflects what's going through my mind. The tweet says, "What is happening? Seriously, what is happening?" CJ Gardner Johnson, one of the probably right biggest acquisition this offseason that you made, game changing. Super Bowl winning.
He was supposed to be the guy that
traded
elevated
a former first rounder and a swapped draft picks.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the guy that elevated this defense above what when you talk about changes to your starting 11, so to say, on the defense. The only ones that I could talk about are Sheldon Rankins on the defensive line instead of Folu Fatukasi, and CJ Gardner Johnson instead of Eric Murray. And it felt like, okay, cool, right? Like that is an upgrade from what Eric Murray is. We know what he can do. We know the experience that he has. And people had the questions of, is his personality going to be the case? And it felt like early on the answer was no. If Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 is to be believed, he's saying that CJ Gardner Johnson, there was friction behind the scenes. CJ Gardner Johnson reportedly complaining about his role, wanting to blitz more per league sources, and even communicating that he wanted to be traded. Now, of course, that is the report that I'm seeing from one place. I don't know what to do quite with that. But that is also surprising because you talk about a players only meeting, how much of this was the where this was and how much of this was that.
And it was as he's saying it.
Seemingly happening on the defense, especially when we talk about defensive miscommunication. Well, hell, that might be some of it right there.
I think it's a number of things. Again, I'm sort of processing and trying to go through all the things that you asked.
We all are. Like literally, we are seeing. None of this has happened more than 7 minutes ago.
Foremost,
us learning this.
You made the biggest. This was your biggest swing. This was your biggest swing, and he's gone. Released outright. That's one thing. Second thing I'm thinking about here is clearly, and who knows what Aaron Wilson knows or doesn't know, and how accurate that is. But it's clearly more than just on-field stuff. Now, it could be some on-field stuff that's involved with the friction, carrying weight or griping or wanting to do this or that. But it's clearly a lot of friction going on as he put it. That's another thing. And the third thing I'm thinking about here is, this is a huge letdown for this defense, which we talked about trying to bolster the middle of the field. The linebackers, frankly, and I meant to mention this earlier, you have the advanced numbers always at your fingertip.
Do I?
Linebackers
Why are you promising
not,
things?
Linebackers are not playing good football right now across the board. If you look at some of these rankings and ratings and all that, so the defense takes a big hit. It makes obviously Nick Caserio and the Texans look bad with the big swing you took. That is a total failure. One other thought, not fair. I'm going to say it up front, but it might be something altogether not on the football field.
Oh, again, the best guess that we have right now is what Aaron Wilson is saying.
Mm-hmm.
He's reporting that there was like friction when it came to his role.
Yeah.
Which, again, I think it's fair to note that CJ Gardner Johnson did not ask to be here. You went and acquired him.
He was excited. His teammates said nice things.
It did seem like he was excited to be here, but as you start losing games like that. That changes the dynamic of things, and something that could be minuscule to the point of not raising it when you talk to somebody can then become a deal breaker, I guess. But even still, this is deeply, deeply surprising. It's frustrating. I know there's people that are saying that literally half the offense shouldn't be starting, and we let go of a defensive guy. Now, I think this has less. This definitely is not like performance. This is something else entirely. Now, City team is MJ Stewart is your starting safety, especially as the young man Reed is still on the injured reserve at least for one more week, right? But now that depth that we were talking about secondary wise, it becomes even more prominent, right? And Jimmy Ward ain't coming to save you because again he was moved from commissioner's exempt list immediately to physically unable to perform list.
And DJ Bieniemy just tweeted, "This was building. More to report on this." Which, why don't you just say it, DJ? I know he's probably digging in.
for him, because we're also taking the perspective of Aaron Wilson's report that we have. From just DJ Bieniemy's perspective, it's like he's released, letting you know that this is not just out of nowhere. This has been building. I can appreciate that as like an initial report as you're trying to.
I get it.
Source everything properly.
But so weird. I mean, and Field Yates just pointed it out. Like 3 weeks ago, they converted some of his salary, $6.5 million, to a bonus.
Which means
the Texans had plans for him and long-term plans, and he's going to be integral. You know what? We'll give you a $6.5 million bonus right now. And now they release him?
Well, one, either they had plans and this comes out of nowhere, or two, that was throwing money at the issue, right? This was, well, what happens? Can we make you happier by putting this money in your hand right now?
Yeah.
And that is deeply problematic, obviously. And a fair point by Holton here on the YouTube page. Don't worry, he'll be on a podcast or Instagram live soon. Like, he will be somewhere.
Oh, he's going to talk.
He might be on there right now.
He's going to talk.
Let me check right now.
Very, very soon. But, yeah. I mean, forgive me for trying to push forward here because, again, we can't. There's still a lot of surprising, feelings about this. And if you have the moment is that CJ Gardner Johnson, the man that you acquired from the Eagles in the trade where you sent Kenyon Green out in the offseason, he has been straight up released by the Houston Texans, a wild, surprising move. But again, your secondary is now in a place where MJ Stewart is a starter, and there's not really a lot of answers of guys that you feel comfortable beyond that. This is yet another problem that the Texans absolutely did not need.
No,
right now.
No, that's a solid point. On top of everything else. Now you're gonna have more questions about this. Is it going to solve the issues? Several people saying, it was building. Aaron Wilson saying there was friction. Other people saying you could see it coming. Well, I mean, is that going to fix it that he's gone? And were the issues necessarily with them, with the organization, or with teammates? With the way they're doing things, or with teammates? Who knows?
Which of those is more preferable to you? If the issue is with the organization or if it's with teammates?
Probably organization, only because I feel like CJ Gardner Johnson has had issues with organizations in the past. He complained about some here and there. And so that would be more of a reflection of him not being able to fit in. Teammates could be any number of things, and not a lot of them are really good for the Texans on the field,
Fair enough. I'm wondering, is there any chance of CJ Gardner Johnson being cut? And again, this is really just trying to find some silver lining here. Is there any chance that this could be good for the way that your defense played? Again, early on, it was very clear that it did not quite click for him in the way that you wanted to. There was there's some defensive communication issues, and on top of that, like that might have been fostered by him kind of not being in lockstep with everybody else. Is there any way that maybe you just get a level of harmony with guys kind of stepping back in and falling back in the fold?
I think absolutely. At least in the short term. These players, whatever it was, this issue is going to feel like it's been relieved. There's going to be some relief there, at least in the short term. Long term, I don't know, because you still have a safety that, frankly, all things being equal, is not as good as CJ Gardner Johnson. That's going to be starter. Like I said, they named him a starter. They traded for him, named him a starter, restructured his contract, gave him a $6.5 million bonus. Teammates said nice things about him, at least early on, and now he's gone. That also was a reflection, once again, of Nick Caserio too, to do all these things and then cut him.
Someone did make mention, and you're all right. Like both sides of this trade end up with cuts, right? Yeah. Kenyon Green obviously cut 2 times. Funny enough, now CJ Gardner Johnson cut. So I guess no really skin off your back in that way. But again, you were building your defense with him a part of it. Like the expectation was that he was going to.
No, he was the big
foundation.
swing.
You were big about this because
yes.
you like this as the possibility of having him being a little bit of a counterforce to Jalen Petrie, so that there is that potential of coming at the quarterback.
And maybe that's what he wanted.
And maybe so, because again, the reporting that we've seen early on. That we're just kind of giving you as we're seeing it, just as a possibility of why this might have happened. Frustration clearly building for CJ Gardner Johnson he had not being meeting his liking. I do wonder, like, what more of an did it feel like to you, to your eye, that he was like being hampered, being kind of locked in? Because I mean, it did not.
Well, he wasn't playing well.
No, he wasn't. He did not seem like he was getting downhill. But I felt like that might be what he wanted to do. Like as a player, I would imagine he might want to get downhill, and it felt like that was probably more of what was expected of him as I was watching the game.
And frankly, that's what I was hoping for. You heard me say it multiple times. The option to be able to blitz from different areas on the field, from the middle of the field, from either edge, et cetera. And I don't know. It's a shocker, and it's one that makes Nick Caserio look bad. And who knows? Maybe ultimately he'll look good because you cut bait here, and it maybe makes the defense better. But the defense wasn't an issue really. So it's a shocker.
Somebody said I wasn't happy with his role either. They didn't use him right. All right, that's going to be very much something that I know that we'll be looking at more intently, because obviously I don't know. I mentioned it. He didn't seem like he was playing all that well, but I don't think I honed in on, okay, what does it look like? I might need to hone in a little bit better on what might have been the signs.
It doesn't have to do with his play on the field. I can tell you that.
Not entirely.
Yeah.
No, not entirely. I think that's fair. Wow, the Texans just, I mean, the word disaster has been used. Spiral has been used about this team. I mean, it really does truly apply to what this team has looked like at this point. And as further evidence of that, I bring you to the Athletics Week 3 power rankings, the latest power rankings, and I want you to where you believe the Houston Texans rank. Just according to the Athletic. Just according to the Athletic, right? This is
0-3, but not maybe not as bad as some of the 1-2 teams. I'm going to say 26.
I'm gonna say 28.
Well, y'all went ahead and swarmed the actual answer. 27.
Oh wow,
27th in the National Football League out of 32. They were last week. They were ranked 24th in this last week.
And who's the few that's ahead of them?
So directly ahead of them. Oh man, I am just
You're going to say Jacksonville, aren't you?
No. I'm just going to let you brace for. Go ahead. If you're watching on YouTube, I want you to look at the box that has John Lopez's face, because I want you to brace for what his face looks like when I say this. At 26 on the Athletics Power Rankings after Week 3, the New England Patriots. Did it deliver?
Yeah.
Did it deliver?
Hey, the system works, man. It worked in New England.
Hey, salute to Stephon Diggs, man.
It worked in New
changing
England.
that team over there, huh?
25 of the Las Vegas Raiders. 24 is the Cincinnati Bengals, sans Joe Burrow.
Goodness gracious.
And then 23 is the Atlanta Falcons,
who ain't scored nothing.
That is zero, absolute zero. 22 is the Dallas Cowboys, by the way.
John Carroll University is represented well at 26 and 27. I guarantee you that.
I mean, it's real hard to not call this season already some feeling of like disaster or not even disaster.
You got to fight it. You got to fight
failure,
the urge. Yeah.
Right. Like this is the feeling in the moment. But with how power rankings being a list with each team, they're doing a quarterback confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And the blurb that they have here is time for panic button. CJ Stroud's 24 season was dismissed as a sophomore slump after an incredible rookie year, but now those issues are lingering into year 3. And it's time to be worried. Yes, the offensive line stinks, but Stroud has thrown 13 interceptions in his last 17 games and has just one big-time throw this season per PFF. It's fair to be concerned. That is the blurb in a segment I like to call Reading from here. Do you agree with the Athletics' assessment of the quarterback confidence rating for C.J. Stroud being time for the panic button?
Panic button is always one of those that you have to sort of couch. But I think you're panicking offensively. I think you are absolutely panicking.
But CJ in particular.
CJ is part of it, yes, and CJ in particular.
You're panicking on CJ?
Well, because of the offense.
No,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, not necessarily.
No, because I do feel
stinks, because neither one of us thinks he stinks. I think it's just time to panic that the fit is bad, that it's not working.
Because, look, I'm looking at the text line. We appreciate all you fine folks texting in, 713-572-4610. And there's a number of people, I don't want to say that, I don't want to try and put a percentage on it. There's a number of people that believe that not CJ Gardner Johnson, CJ Stroud is in that place where you have to panic and they're done with him. And it feels off for me, but here's another outlet looking at this and being like, no, there is adequate reason to panic at this.
Well, the way I put it
himself.
The way I put it with this offense, and we're talking about it in the play callers and when do you make the change and all that, is you don't want to lose CJ Stroud. They're losing him. And I think that's more than fair to say, given his last 14 15 games. CJ's out confidence-wise, obviously what he's doing on the field, that's the big danger to me. I don't think he's gone, necessarily, but you're losing him.
That could get ugly, man.
Yes, it could.
Well, I mean, what do we call all of this? This is all ugly. Offense is, like, in many metrics, bottom fourth, bottom fifth of the league in a lot of different metrics. Your defense has not been able to actually, when you talk about the metrics, look as stout as they're supposed to be. And on top of that, if you're just now tuning in, CJ Gardner Johnson, your acquisition as a safety this offseason, was straight up cut 3 weeks into the season. Again, CJ Gardner Johnson cut, seemingly not happy with his role, maybe wanted to blitz more, what have you. And this is where you are. You're 0-3, right? Your rivals in the division are 3-0 with a Daniel Jones that got booted out of the New York bleeping Giants. Right? This is hellacious. This is a hellscape.
Yeah, it is.
And you got the Tennessee Titans coming in. Thankfully not wearing H-Town blue, but having a chance to embarrass you if you're not careful and if you don't get things right. And there's a lot of things that are swirling that can make this wrong.
I guarantee you they hype for this game.
Well, to be fair,
this is their Super Bowl.
To be fair, they did change. They're changing play callers, so they're not in the swellest way. But even in that case, you lose this game, and good goodness, this is
I tell you what, Miss Amy Adams, she want to win this game.
Don't you be calling her Miss Amy?
Hey,
too.
That's what they call her.
Yeah,
they want to do. They want to do it for Miss Amy.
I call her something, but it's not Miss.
They call her Miss Amy Adams.
I feel like we're getting dangerously close to cuss words being uttered on this air. So you know what we're gonna do? Let's you go ahead and rub your earlobes, a little woosah, and turn things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape.
Yeah, speaking of words that probably shouldn't be on this airways, I have a week 3 edition of Hot Mics.
Okay.
NFL edition, where you caught a lot of stuff on the airways which probably shouldn't have been caught.
Okay, very good. Let's do a little Hot Mics in Figgy's mixtape next.
Texas.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I took this job simply because there's 32 of these in this league.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. On
Sports Radio 610, this your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. A lot of crazy news going on the past couple minutes, man.
Can I reset that?
Yeah, for sure.
So if you haven't been listening, with the Houston Texans, we just found out probably about 30 minutes ago that Gardner Johnson, the man who was acquired in the trade with the Eagles that sent Kenyon Green that way, has been cut after 3 weeks of football. The kind of prevailing thought right now is that he was unhappy with his role, and that seemed to lead to him being cut. There's a lot of conversation still to be had around that, but that's the news as of right this moment.
Yeah, so I guess nobody won the trade, huh?
Nobody. It was a negative.
Everybody broke even.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, at least the Texans got 3 games out of them.
Well, there's ways for you to be like, yeah, you got 3 games out of him, but also you put some money down on him as well, right? Yeah. Like the Eagles got off of that money, the Texans have that money, and now it's dead cap hits as well. I'll leave it to Texans Cap on Twitter to get the specifics of that, but yeah, that's money that now goes down the drain, especially as a team that is paying a lot of people and is trying to figure out, and you traded away your left tackle for monetary reasons as well.
Yeah. So
and just remember how we all felt the day that it happened. It's like, yeah, man, they're making their big swing. This guy's going to be a big, Super Bowl winner. He's going to be the final piece. All that. They thought it, or else they wouldn't have done it.
Yeah. So keep it locked on Sports Radio 610. We'll probably give you some more. More will come out in the next a couple hours or something like that. We'll probably get more to the story. But
isn't D'Amico Ryans? No, talking tomorrow. My bad. Tomorrow.
Yeah, he talking tomorrow. So he got a lot of time to think about how he going to address the media.
Yes, he does.
I wish he was talking today. That would have been fun. But anywho, man, week 3 wrapped up last night against with Monday Night Football. It was the Ravens and the Lions. And so I got a little week 3 treat of NFL hot mics. Okay. So I felt like I seen a lot of hot mics going on throughout Sunday and Monday night, and we'll get to that. But here's the first one with Myles Garrett. We go start up in Cleveland, where Myles Garrett, he was pretty much facing the injured offensive line with the Green Bay Packers. And apparently one of the offensive linemen, I guess he had to yell for Jordan to run because Myles Garrett got past pretty fast, and Jordan Love had to run for his life. So this is how it sounded on the field. You probably have to listen a little closely to hear a little Jordan, hear something like that, and then you'll hear Myles Garrett on the sideline pretty much talking about what happened.
Bro, I beat him on the cleanest inside last series. Jordan, run!
That was the tackle thing?
Yes.
The old lookout block. Look out! Look out!
Like that's how you know you got absolutely smooth. Any recourse? Like I can't even hold you at this point. All I got is 4.
I'm gonna warn you.
Yeah, that's like when a dog get loose. Run!
Jordan, run!
That dog was coming right after him.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, but that's called communication. You gotta communicate.
I guess. Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Hey, maybe Ariate Ursary should have been doing some of that.
Yeah.
CJ, run! Yeah, like I ain't got no answer for this.
That actually would have been helpful because the last play, if he had given CJ a heads up, CJ might have actually gotten out of there instead of. That just made me mad. Oh my God.
That's right. Get out of there. Run. Run.
CJ, run. Here's another hot mic. This one is in Tampa Bay. This happened on Sunday. Baker Mayfield lined up to take his snap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 44 is the mic.
Guess who's the mic?
44? He said 44 is the bleeping mic.
He's so surly, man. And you know what's funny? I think I might be getting around to maybe liking it. It always used to
he
upset
pulls
me.
it off.
Yeah, okay.
He pulls it off.
For your taste, sure. For a lot of people's taste, I will admit. Yeah.
A lot of times that rubs you the wrong way. His cockiness, actually, CJ Gardner Johnson.
Dude,
Yeah.
he was talking a lot after they beat the Jets.
Yeah.
He was talking a lot like this was a revenge game. And who was it? Wilkes, who's their defensive coordinator. And we got Hassan Reddick is on our team now. That was a revenge.
And then the week after the Texans? Or, I don't know, because we don't take no bleep.
Yeah.
I mean, but you know what? Like if you playing as well as Baker Mayfield is now, man, I think anybody would love a quarterback like that, man.
I mean, he very much is a player that needs that chip on his shoulder. It just really upset me. I got it. Like, Texas Tech, they let you go. You went to Oklahoma, you won Heisman, all that. That's great.
Yeah.
That really rubbed me the wrong way when he got to Cleveland and he was still doing all that, I'm underdog stuff. I was like, you're the number 1 overall pick. Can you comport yourself with the level of hey, man, have some shame, man. And now I guess he has reason to go back to that because Cleveland walked away from him, and then he went to Carolina and they got rid of him. So maybe you can come back around to that, but it just never sat all that right.
Yeah. That make him play his best.
It does.
Football.
Yeah, do what you got to do to play the football because ultimately that's what you're judged on.
He doing a Michael Jordan. Hey, that person talked mad bleep about me.
That's right.
So now I'm about to put 50 on.
And they're like,
that's exactly what he's doing. It's like,
I did?
I never said that.
It's like, Mike, I said, how was your day? What are you talking about? And Mike was like, oh, and I took that personally. He was an insane person. An insane person.
All right, here's another hot Mike moment. This happened last night. So Amon-Ra St. Brown scored a touchdown. And this was on ESPN. This was Joe Buck with the call.
Touchdown, Detroit. What a throw and catch. I run this.
He said, I'll run this bleep. It was clear as day, too. And this kind of remind me of, so I'm surprised Joe Buck didn't say anything about this or
I think Joe Buck has learned to maybe not clutch your pearls nearly as much because I will never forgive him for that Randy Moss touchdown where he's like, oh, my goodness. This is disgusting.
I'm glad you said that because I have it right here.
Yeah!
All right, here we go.
Here's Joe Buck when Randy Moss caught the touchdown way back in the day when Randy Moss played for the Vikings, and he decided to give the Packers fans a little moon.
Moss. Randy Moss is in for a touchdown.
Al Harris playing off, bit up on the route, and Randy Moss, without even really being able to run, as he shoots the moon to the fans here in Green Bay.
That is a disgusting act by Randy Moss, and it's unfortunate that we had that on our air live. That is disgusting by Randy Moss. Well, let's get back to the play.
Let's get back to
That's my favorite thing every time. The play-by-play was like, keep that to yourself. I'm watching Randy Moss play right now.
Let's get back to the play because the way he ran that route.
Randy Moss is cooking. You talking about some cheeks. I don't care about that. Randy Moss is cooking right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised Joe Buck ain't say nothing about that. But, those are a couple hot mic situations in the NFL throughout week 3. As I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, he was on the New Heights podcast. And apparently we've been spelling his name wrong all of this time.
Is it spelled Deion? D-I-O-N.
Where you guys getting this stuff from?
We got some good researchers.
That is true.
That's true.
It's true?
Wow.
It's true. But let me tell you what I did.
Okay.
A kid going to school, learning how to spell, and we all learned the song. If I say the first part, you got to finish the second part.
Okay.
Old MacDonald had a farm.
E-I-E-I-E-I-O. Oh, yes.
E-I-O. So it was D-E-I-O-N. I got it from Old MacDonald.
What?
On my birth certificate is D-I-O-N, but I've always spelled it D-E-I-O-N.
Do y'all believe that?
I do not.
That's something that only Deion Sanders can make. You have to have the charisma of that type. Because can you imagine just like anybody telling you something like that? Like your best friend just telling you something. You would call them all sorts of names.
Yes.
Deion Sanders, you're like, he probably did.
Plausible.
To be fair, he did create the whole persona of prime time as like that's not really who he is inherently. Like his persona is a little bit more, is probably actually a lot more reserved than
as an adult. No, as a player, he was prime time. He was prime time.
That's what I'm saying. But like he created that persona. And like he did a great job of it. So I can see it like the early portions of a younger Deion being like, this is it. I must add an E in here to fully
even at
harness
that
my
age,
powers.
learning how to read and write. I guess.
Yeah.
Although I will say this, he snapped to that story right away. I mean, he didn't even it wasn't even hemming and hawing. He's like, let me tell you how that happened.
Right. No, right. The story he told a number of times, or maybe like in small gatherings or whatever that might have passed around. Can we stop though? Hey, Kelsey brothers, y'all want to sound like y'all can spell?
Yes.
Why did they have such a hard time with that?
Yeah, it sounded like they weren't familiar with the song.
Man, you know what? That might be it. But I was like, okay,
they're
guys,
like, something.
Something comes after that.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So, have you guys ever experienced somebody doing a live ad read and then getting in an argument during the live?
During the read?
What?
Yeah.
No.
During the read. So, Lopez, you do a lot of you do some stuff with Underdog Fantasy, right?
I do.
And you do the people a good favor by giving out some picks and all of that stuff, so people can kind of get an edge on how to make a little change, right?
Sure, man.
Yeah. So here is Joe Budden on the Joe Budden podcast. He kind of do the same thing with another company, and it kind of got into it a little bit.
So the Joe and Ish picks of the week, we are going with Wan'Dale Robinson for more than 4.5 receiving yards.
Oh, yeah. Easy. 43.5.
Yeah. All right, this says 41.5.
Oh, 41. You said 4.5.
Yeah, you did.
41.5.
I said 40.
You said 4.5.
Both of y'all shut the I don't need. I got this.
You said it wrong. All right, go ahead. Smarty pants.
Don't help me.
All right.
Don't help me.
I won't. Dumbass gonna sit there and say 4.5 yards. You said 4.5.
I want to sound. But that's why I love this. He don't give a enough me over this. You might be. I heard him.
We helping you. You gonna say shut the up? We helping you.
This is a live read. You're right. Jonathan Taylor for more than 104 rushing and receiving yards. Lamar Chase. Who the hell is Lamar Chase? I need you now. I need you now.
Nah, you straight.
You mean Lamar Jackson? Or Jamar it ain't Chase. No Lamar Chase. Oh, Jamar Chase. That's who it is. Thank you, Ice. You, Ish.
So I have a feeling that had nothing to do with the ad itself. Like I feel like they got
beef. What gave it away? Yeah, what gave it away?
Yeah, so they usually start off the ad and then they get into their little picks.
Yeah,
just got into it.
They had that's other beef spilling out. Like, have you ever found yourself arguing with a significant other or friend about something stupid? Like, I told you to stop leaving the damn milk.
Oh yeah, I talk about that all the time.
On the second drawer. Yeah. And you like, this ain't about no milk right now.
Yeah. You be like, wait a minute, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Like, what you do that for?
I'd like to be like relying on those picks and like, wait, what did he say?
Wait, so I heard a Lamar and 4.5 yards. I'm very confused.
Very confused.
4.5. I ain't say 4.5. You know what? All y'all shut the bleep up.
I know there's.
Right, you got it, smarty pants. You got it.
It was dudes in the back like, wait, I didn't even say nothing. Why do I have to shut up?
And by the way, he did say 4.5.
He did say 4.5.
Yeah, he did say 4.5.
He just started lashing out just to do it. I don't need help. Except for this one. What does that say right here?
He said, all right, you got it. You got it then, smarty pants.
I need you now. We need to start doing that on some of these.
I'm going to jump in on one of your
do it.
Underdog Fantasy.
Call you a dumbass.
just don't cuss on the air. That's all I ask. A little bit of a, what'd you call it, a hot mic?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little hot mic.
Hot mic in the NFL weekend here in Figgy's Mixtape. That was fun. I like that quite a bit. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's dig further. What are more thoughts? Have we gotten any more information on CJ Gardner Johnson being cut by the Houston Texans just 3 weeks into his tenure, a week after some money was moved around and he was given more cash up front? Just a baffling situation. Let's dig further into it here on Sports Radio 610.
According to
610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, if you haven't been keeping up with us here on Sports Radio 610 in the last hour, within the last hour, in fact, about 45 minutes, we learned that your Houston Texans, and that might sound like a threat, I apologize, released CJ Gardner Johnson, the safety that they just acquired this offseason. They traded Kenyon Green that way. They received CJ Gardner Johnson this way. And after no longer be a Houston Texan, and you paid something like $7.3 million for the honor of those 3 games. Mm-hmm. He will be on the books in some dead money, facets for the next 2 years. You were just talking about this. I know that you saw this within the last week or two. Mm-hmm. They had just done a little bit of a contract manipulation of sorts to move some money forward for him. So I think all of that points to, and correct me if you think differently, John, that they were not looking. This was not something that they were planning on. They were definitely trying to, manipulate this, or they were thinking that this would be a long-term deal. But something changed. And now C.J. Gardner Johnson no longer with the Houston Texans, and this becomes even more of a debacle on this season that's begun 0-3.
It has been bizarre, and it's now getting even more bizarre. But you're right. They converted, I think, $6.5 and change $1 million into a bonus, which tells you, and this was recently, within the last 2 weeks. So that tells you whatever happened that changed their minds and made this decision to release C.J. Gardner Johnson really happened just in the last few days, or at least they got wind of it because it could have been a locker room thing. Any number of possibilities, but you used the word debacle. That is a good one. The whole top to bottom right now is looking like a mess from where we're sitting, from the offense to the offensive coordinator to the general manager and the decisions that he's made, the players that he's brought in, taking the big swing on C.J. Gardner Johnson. Hell, they even allowed him to change his number, which no big deal. But I mean, he was into plans. Yeah, they had plans for him, and now they're on the hook for a little over $16 million this year and next year in dead money. It is really strange and really recent that all this happened.
Yeah. The Houston Chronicle reported that C.J. Gardner Johnson never seemed to mesh well with his teammates, and some described him as an acquired taste. And I trust Jonathan Alexander and whoever else he might have employed within, sourcing this, that is not something that is just said lightly. That is, not entirely surprising, but I think the surprising portion of this is that within 3 games, they were quick enough to figure out that was an issue that they were not able to abide by, and then ultimately let this go. And as you mentioned, they recently made some cap accounting in order to push some money forward. So again, even if you were looking at this and saying he didn't get along well with his teammates or whatever, it did not feel like that was going to be a thing that would cause this end to it all. It's wild because this is like Deontay Johnson. Like this is what it's being treated as, and not saying that C.J. Gardner Johnson could not have done something to, I guess, warrant this. I know that Aaron Wilson had kind of thrown out there that maybe or that he had requested a trade at some point, which of course would mean that he is not bought in or whatever. But I think that this definitely is a bad look for the Texans, regardless. Right?
It is a bad look for the Texans. Again, not just because they were banking on this. But sorry, Nick, another big bad Nick Caserio. This was his swipe, his swipe at getting a big time player to put the Texans over the top. Obviously, with the endorsement of DeMeco Ryans, it wouldn't have happened. And so a couple of things are going on. They badly misjudged or got some bad information on if it's the case like he was a bad fit. Mm-hmm. Well, they misread that because they thought he would be a good fit. That's number one. And then keep going down the list. Let's look at some of the players that Nick Caserio brought in this offseason. Give me the updates on these guys. C.J. Gardner Johnson.
He has been released.
Cam Robinson.
He is benched.
Trent Brown.
Is he practice squad still at this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Laken Tomlinson.
Benched. Well, in a rotation.
Somewhat benched. He was a everyday starter.
Bench adjacent.
Bench adjacent. Darrell Taylor.
He was a healthy and active this past week. Yeah.
EJ Speed.
Largely a special teamer, spot plays on defense.
Remember Ronald Darby?
No, retired.
I mean,
about him. That's why I had to say no.
These are the guys that he brought in. They're not even playing. they're released. They're on the street, some of them.
Well, it's like, yeah, there's certain of them that are just benched. They're still on the team.
Think about that. It's a bad look for your general manager, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I know, by the way, he hired the offensive coordinator, in my view.
That's in your view. Thank you for adding that caveat.
Everyone's view, except the guy that has to go to
the official record says.
D'Amico said it was his hire, though.
D'Amico said Patriots ties, and that went to John Carroll University.
The foul was called on the floor, and D'Amico Ryans raised his hand and said, "Put that one on my ledger.
He is not biased.
Put that on my tab."
Remember that guy that D'Amico didn't even really know until he hired him? D'Amico said he hired him.
He went through the process.
Yeah, he went through the process.
That's how a lot of hires happen.
That's how it should be.
Yeah, oh, is it?
You shouldn't be biased.
Yeah. That's the same guy that went to John Carroll and went to New England, right? Coach in New England, right?
It's a small world.
Okay, small world. Yeah. What a small world.
All right, this is the reckless speculation portion of my situation here, and I will disclaim it as such. Is there any chance in your mind, Lopez, that CJ Gardner Johnson, again, a man who was coming in off of winning a ring and has been a part of good defense, is there any part of you that believes that maybe he came in with some real of like, this is what championship football looks like, and they were like, we not hearing all that? Is there any chance of that?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know how you feel about that, but his personality, as someone put it, I think you just said that, an acquired taste.
Oh, yes. No, absolutely. And look, we were forewarned. There was enough people saying this. Of course, we bought into the idea that, well, no, he'll fit in here and everybody will find a way to make it work. And ultimately, that's seemingly not the case. But yeah, he absolutely is a different type of dude.
Mm-hmm. It's really, really bad for the Texans right now. It's very much possible that he came in with his chest out. Let me tell you how we play football. That kind of thing. It's very much in play. Nevertheless, that's something that you should know when you trade for him. That is absolutely something you should know. You should do the research. You should know, hey, fit for our culture. Maybe and we could be dead wrong. This could be something totally unrelated. This is just what's being reported, that, friction and not a good fit and acquired taste and all that stuff. We could be dead wrong on that. But based on what people have said here in the last hour since this has happened, that's something you got to know as general manager. He might not
and head coach. Like I'm not letting D'Amico slide for this one because I know you're right. Like Nick Caserio, absolutely.
You got to know
as a personnel man. This is a personnel move. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to like interpersonal relationships on his team, especially with leader of man head coach, like that, this D'Amico is not sliding out from under this. And I know that we kind of joke about the raising his hand on the Nick Caley hire. No, this is part of it, especially when not only. It'd be one thing if it's like, oh man, this is a culture thing on the offense. Still his domain. This is your defense, D'Amico, right? And now we end up in this place where 3 weeks in, that man is gone. Not benched, not disciplined, gone. You know what I mean?
That's absolutely a possibility. Another possibility it was a very recent event. Let me just call it. That made this decision easy for them. Because I go back to, they just gave him a contract.
Yeah, I mean,
they just gave him $6.5 million a bonus, not even 2 weeks ago.
It has to be something.
So they had plans for him staying. So it might have been something, in the locker room, and reckless speculation, a fight or an argument with D'Amico or whatever it would have been.
I was about to say. Come on, OG.
What
you think? Like when you read this and you see this in your experience, I know what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think this went down?
Oh, what do you think? I have a couple of reckless theories. I think it was something very recent that he did or that somebody did around him. Clint, you know how those locker rooms are. Sometimes something is volatile.
Our locker room correspondent, Clint Stoerner.
And then it becomes an untenable scene, an unrescuable, type thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I think there's when you got a super alpha, and he's in an organization that they encourage their guys to a fault to show up and do your job and shut up. And all of a sudden you fall to 0-3.
Yeah.
And hey man, it's all technique, mechanics, man. We just got to be better. We just got to execute, man. It's close. And it's this same stroke job stuff.
Yeah.
When you're not cut from that cloth, it's just a matter of time before somebody stands up and says, man, come on, man. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Where did he play last year?
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, that would be the Eagles.
That is
What did they do last year?
They did okay.
They won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And could you imagine, as Clint said, a super alpha?
Super.
Right? He's right up there with the Z's on this team. He's a super alpha. and we keep hearing, man, we close.
Yeah.
You just
won a Super Bowl.
You just won the Super Bowl.
So you know what close is.
Yeah.
you know all about the glory hole.
The last game he played
oil, Reg.
No, I know exactly what it means.
The last game
you got to remember, I was just in them territories here recently.
Before he arrived here, they beat the brakes. Thought be the standard in the sport, and he's sitting there listening. Man, we're close.
Yeah. I still think it was something very recent, like what you're talking about, or just an argument with another player.
He started kicking dirt.
I'm just saying that stint. But I mean, that stint that could go.
It has to be something had to trigger it. He just played 93% of the snaps in a game.
Yeah.
Literally 2 days ago.
Clearly, he was. I mean, he was a big piece of what they're doing defensively 2 days ago.
And
so this is clearly something's happened. And I say this all joking aside. I mean, for crying out loud, they kept a guy when they didn't need him that plays the same position after,
that's a good point.
After legal issues off the field, not once but twice. Right? I mean,
still
so you can only think of what a guy that's a starter, 93% was brought in to take you to the next level. I mean, what does that guy have to do to get released?
Yeah.
I mean, what does it take around here to get released?
After playing 93% of the snaps.
Yeah, the day after playing 93% of the snaps. It has to be to some degree that his way of existing just doesn't jive with what this organization wants their guys to do, which is get your head down, shut up, and do your job.
Yeah.
And I believe personally, we talked about this yesterday before. I mean, there's certain guys I believe you've got to act like your quarterback can't be one of those guys. He's got to do more than just his job. You got to have 2 or 3 guys on the offense that do more than just show up and do their job. You've got Will Anderson on defense naturally does it. I think Azeez Al-Shaair naturally does it. I think Kamari Lapp is a more than show up and do your job guy. Offensively, I think it's a major problem they don't have that guy. So we know that exists in the organization. Boy, did he step on some toes or what?
He did something.
Yeah, he stepped on some toes. There are a few toes that you can't step on that I believe he stepped on.
Yeah.
I believe Des King stepped on some toes a couple of years ago. Probably the wrong toes. I believe Shaq Griffin stepped on some toes a couple of years ago.
Stephen Nelson?
Well, we know the toes of Stephen Nelson. And they was gone.
Yeah.
As you said, money didn't matter.
Yeah.
When you re-up somebody, that comes from the top. That's immediate money.
You're committed.
We're not pushing that back. That's immediate money. When we're going to redo a contract, we're giving that to you now. Your ass got to go.
Yeah.
And we're going to leave you with MJ Stewart and the kicks.
When did you say they re-upped him?
Less than 2 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, so it's hard for me. It's hard for me too to think this has been something that's building.
Yeah.
Right? It's hard to sit there and think that boy, it's been so bad that they could potentially cut him, but yet 2 weeks ago they said, hey,
$6.5 million.
2 weeks ago they paid up, and 2 days ago you played up, and now all of a sudden you're gone. It's hard to think this is something that they saw coming down the pike and they just paid him anyway, and then it just got 2 weeks later it just got bad enough. Yeah, you wouldn't. It doesn't make bad. It's bad business sense, right? So yeah, there's some interesting I think layers to the CJ Gardner Johnson getting released on a Tuesday.
Yeah. And 6 on the book now for this year and next year. 16-5, I believe.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just dead money.
Yeah.
So there's ramifications for all of this, and if there anybody that
trade that guy, I mean, he's got to be a guy that's tradable, right? You can package him and Cam Robinson and get a difference maker, you think?
One would imagine.
Hell, throw Joe Mixon in there. Throw crippled Joe Mixon in there, man. We got 3 of our best players.
Yeah, he's still with us.
Somebody gonna let us know about that, Joe? Because I'm not getting off of it.
Yeah.
I'm not. As I said, I'm not. This is not about to be a Justin Britt situation.
It is week 4.
We just keep on going.
It is week 4.
He's eligible to go after this week.
Right.
I'm sure tomorrow we'll hear somebody ask him about it in the.
Are you? You sure?
Actually,
sure about that?
Not that. Well, I think so. But regardless, there's some things to untangle right now, and 2 of my favorite guys are here for you to do that. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. But right now, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
It is. The Drive is live, and a lot to get to. I don't know why. Shout out to Tyler Milner, who went out, and we got Mike Florio coming up at 3 o'clock. We got Mike Florio coming up. Oh, boy. Mike Florio yesterday said, just something's going on around there in Houston.
Tyler's in on it, that's why.
Feels like the Eagles, like the Eagles from a couple of years ago. Some people don't like each other. What is going on? I want to do some digging, and then this happens. Not to mention, we'll get a little bit more understanding of Gardner Johnson's replacement in a week. Jimmy Woods in those legal situations. So
Jimmy Ward.
Or Jimmy, what did I say, Jimmy
You
Woods?
said Jimmy Woods.
Who the hell's Jimmy Woods?
Sounded cool as hell, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like a good nickname if we can find somebody to handle it.
Oh, Jimmy Woods.
Jimmy Ward, excuse me. He'll catch us up on what to look for with that as he's off the commissioner's exempt list. But this is interesting. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so you got a chance in the 5 o'clock hour to win a pair of tickets to go see the Texans in an absolute must-win game coming up on Sunday as they host the Tennessee Titans. So stay tuned, 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. So make sure you're staying alert and ready for that. By the way, those tickets, front row tickets in the bullpen for Sunday against the Titans. All right, Clint, the news of the day for people who may be just jumping in, the start of the show here, the Texans release CJ Gardner Johnson, safety. He, as we've talked about multiple times this year, arguably was their number one off-season addition as they trade Kenyon Green, an absolute bust. They trade him. By the way, Kenyon Green has been on and off again out of the league since really that trade has happened. I think he just got signed to their practice squad again after being released earlier this year. But they give him the boot. We thought, boy, they clearly won this trade. You get a starter in Gardner Johnson. He is gone, Clint. And according to Aaron Wilson, among issues with C.J. Gardner Johnson, there was friction behind the scenes with the veteran safety, criticism of teammates, complaints about his role, including wanting to blitz more frequently, and apparently requested a trade. Also, with C.J. Gardner Johnson, per Aaron Wilson, he was critical of teammates, in particular in the secondary, and didn't like his role, as we said. It was a locker room issue, and ultimately this just wasn't a good fit for the team or for the talented player in Gardner Johnson. All right, your thoughts now, Clint, if you hear this, to me, shocking move for the Texans as they go into a must-win game on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked that this guy has done enough, ruffled enough feathers to get booted off the team 3 weeks into the season.
Oh, no.
I mean, this is a guy that, as John Lopez just said 2 weeks ago, got a bunch of money up front on a deal. This is a guy that was brought in here with Super Bowl pedigree and that pelt on his wall last year, and is a playmaker, is a ball hawk, is a veteran vocal leader, which you can argue that you need desperately on this defense. Derek Stingley Jr. is not real vocal. Daniil Hunter's not real vocal. Azeez Al-Shaair is holding guys' feet to the fire. I thought this was a key piece to this defense to get them to take the next step. To think that whatever he's done under the whole umbrella of everything you just mentioned of being critical of teammates and wanting a different role on his team, it just seems like those are minor issues. Even if he was very loud with all of them, it seems like those are very minor issues relative to getting released from a team, and this team be willing to eat at least $6 million worth of dead cap hit. So it is. I'm shocked that he is no longer with this team. I think the other part is, like, if you bring C.J. Gardner Johnson into your locker room and you expected him to fall in line and be one of the do your job and shut up guys, it was a piss poor decision from jump. He's never been that kind of player. He never will be that kind of player. He's going to be vocal, and at times probably too vocal. You probably should have known that before you signed him. So I'm interested to hear the details, which I think one way or another are going to emerge. Now we'll see how the organization plans to handle it. I think this is a situation where if I were directing DeMeco Ryans from a PR perspective, I would probably say, hey man, you might want to shed a little bit of light on this, because you know that CJ Gardner Johnson is absolutely going to do it within the week on some podcast somewhere. You
think we'll hear from CJ?
100%, absolutely, and I think it'll be sooner rather than later. I think it'll probably be in an emotional state, so it'll be very raw, I would imagine. But yeah, I mean, this is one where you got to consider the player that you're dealing with. And if you're the organization, you got to get out in front of this. And I'm not saying you just throw all the skeletons out there, but you got to say more than, hey man, we're moving on to the next guy. Like there's got to be some level of transparency here, or you can just let the disgruntled player. You can let them build the narrative around the organization and whatever's going on.
Because right now it's just speculation.
Right.
And you're going to have, because this is what the hell is going on?
Yeah. Everybody in the NFL, this is one where everybody in the NFL is going to be looking at, like, well, who speaks first, what the hell happened. This isn't Des King, right? This isn't Des King. This isn't one of the guys that you release and then somebody else might pick up when they have 4 injuries at that position by week 8. Like this is, I think all eyes will be there. I think the ears will be there. People will be talking about it. And the other part of that, Ron, is it's real easy to stick your head in the sand if you're the Texans when you're a 10-win team.
And you're 0-3.
You got to move a little different when you're 0-3.
With expectations.
Yeah. So it's, I mean, 10 wins, second round of the playoffs, ahead of the curve in your rebuild, you can stick your head in the sand and everybody will say, yeah, but them guys are winning, it don't matter. 0-3, people look at it and go, what in the hell is going on in Houston? And they'll turn to CJ Gardner Johnson to get a little peek behind the curtain. It's just the way the world. If it were me, I believe I'd be a little more transparent with this one of why this didn't work, and not just, hey man, we went our separate ways.
Speaking of that, the next time we should hear from DeMeco should be right here tomorrow on The Drive.
Right here, huh?
Yeah, he usually speaks on Wednesdays. Him and CJ, the other one, Stroud. He usually speaks on Wednesdays. They both do, and you'd imagine, obviously, that's going to be addressed, and he will address exactly what you're saying. He will address it, I would assume, right off the bat before a question is even approached to him, and we'll hear what he has to say. Because, as you said, man, you don't go from playing virtually the whole damn game.
93%, Ron.
And I'll be honest with you, I know we'll get to. Usually on Tuesday, we have a tape drop Tuesday right off the bat. We'll have that a little bit later on in this hour. But I know you've watched some things. I rewatched the game, and I mean, defensively, I don't know what the PFF grades are, but I would imagine he was probably one of the better players in the game. Not to mention playing the whole way.
He was playing a lot of center field. They somehow Bullock was down around the line of scrimmage a little bit more. Somehow Petrie obviously is down around the line of scrimmage a lot more than he is. So if that complaint I could probably see a little bit. But yeah, he was in the game 93% of the time. And nothing stuck out to me.
And making an impact. Played. I mean, you would look over and say play bad.
I would argue that the long play in the game that kind of ended it for the Texans, that was Kamari Lassiter, and then you can also I think probably point to Bullock. He dropped down in the hole and probably should have been in that slant window and collapsed on that throw and didn't. And it was out the back door. Now maybe I don't know if Zero should have, or what was he was wearing 8 or 08. I don't know if 8. I don't know if Gardner Johnson should have been over the top or not, or maybe there was something there. But to my knowledge, watching the film, it looks like he played really, really good. And to
think that they would roll out with him, Jimmy Ward, he's even eligible to come back until after this game.
Yeah.
He can't come back until after week 4, right? So, I mean, we'll get into that a little bit later. They are really, really thin now and probably going to have to go outside of the organization along with pulling up guys from the practice squad to help this. But Clint, this is, and I'm really hearing from the people because I see the text line, YouTube and Twitch is going, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. As I said, what's your feeling now you hear this? The Texans are trading, which we thought one of their leaders on their team, a guy they went out and made a trade for to go get, recently gave him more money up front, redid his deal where he got more money up front, played virtually the entire game defensively, and then they just sliced and diced. Your thoughts on it, Clint? We've been saying it, we've felt it. There's something going on with this team, and it is more than there are clear issues in this going around this team. You can feel it, you can sense it, you can see it when all of them speak. You can feel it, and then this move occurs, Clint. This is deeper than just 0-3. What's going on here? And I don't see how in any way this doesn't intensify the issues that are happening there, because rest assured, as you said, he is an alpha in that locker room. There has got to be a good amount of people who ride with C.J. Gardner Johnson and are with C.J. Gardner Johnson and probably have similar issues and complaints that C.J. Gardner Johnson may have had. And there is, I wouldn't be shocked at all, Clint, if there's some sort of group of people saying, what is this? What is going on, that are not rocking with this decision? And then maybe some others that are like, yeah, fine, he's good. This in no way, to me, helps whatever is going on in that locker room.
Oh no, it definitely doesn't help. I mean, healthy winning franchises don't have this kind of thing happen. Don't have a guy play 93 snaps that you brought in to be a game changer and help your organization take the next step, which the next step is AFC Championship, Super Bowl, and then you cut him less than a month into the season. Like that's not a winning move. Some of the stuff you can't help, right? Some of the draft pick stuff that we've talked about, some of the offensive line stuff that we've talked about, having to go with Joe Mixon versus Saquon Barkley, maybe some of those things you can't help. When you get this one in-house, this is one that you have a choice to make and a way to move, and they chose to get him up out of the building. So urgent, and we'll find out a little bit more about what the heck's going on, Ron. But I cannot help but to your point of other players maybe siding with or agreeing with C.J. Gardner Johnson. I don't know, man.
You think he's a lone gun in there?
Well, I don't think he's a lone. No, I mean I think he probably spoke some truth, and I don't doubt that there's maybe a couple of guys that may agree with him. But when you look at the guys on this team that can move the needle. I mean, they are all lockstep, like D'Amico Ryan's lockstep. I ain't stepping out of bounds whatsoever. I mean, Will, Aziz, Jimmy Ward, Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud.
You think CJ's completely in that?
C.J. ain't bucking nothing. I mean, the only guys that you would think would buck, it's Joe Mixon. He's gone. Dalton Schultz ain't doing nothing. Dalton don't care about nothing. Play a little football and go get on that video game.
I feel like CJ's been bucking it his own way.
There's a different conversation there about CJ and the organization, and I even think the agent that he has is not afraid to ruffle some feathers and state, maybe not state the obvious, but be aware of the obvious and say, is this really somewhere we want to be? And so I do think there's a conversation that could possibly be emerging here about, hey man, CJ, because there's no way behind closed doors, there's no doubt, maybe not CJ, but there's no doubt his representation has to look at them and go, are y'all kidding me? Whether it's the lack of targets, whether it's the lack of protection, the lack of development, the lack of a consistent play caller. I mean, if you're his representation, you got to be looking at this thing like, what in the hell is going on?
That was what Tyler and I were talking about before we came on. Is one thing we're seeing here, and I'm not going to say that CJ is just completely innocent in this, because I do think he's probably had some piece in how we've gotten here. But this is in no way how you want your young franchise quarterback to be. This is not the setup that you want, where it seems and feels like there is drama, something. Just it doesn't seem together. He is CJ. I'll be honest. CJ Stroud has not looked like he has enjoyed anything for months. I'm talking into the offseason.
They started out 6-2 last year, and then they went, what was it, 5-4, 4-5?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6-2, and they ended up 10-7. Yeah, so they started out 6-2, and then does that make sense? And then 4-5, and so they've lost 3 straight here. They're 4-8. You know, in their last 11 games, it's been a rough road, man.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying, you could see it in CJ's face for weeks, months, like even in training camp, that he just he's feeling it. And I don't think any of this stuff helps. And this is just not how you plan it, right? The first, what felt like 2 years, or I'd say year and a half, going to what you just said, the first year and a half, like you were like, this is exactly the setup you want for a young quarterback, right? He's got a head coach and a culture that has shifted and changed. It felt that way. This feels like, what the hell is going on? Like, what is going on? And that is not at all what you're looking like. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, we'll take a look at what this means on the field with CJ Gardner Johnson and where they go on the field, because they are certainly thin in the back end. That's next.
All right, y'all, look.
all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the big news of the day, Texans release safety CJ Gardner Johnson, citing, according to Aaron Wilson, friction behind the scenes with the veteran safety, criticism of teammates, complaints about his role, and including wanting to blitz more frequently. Also reports that that a trade request by Gardner Johnson was made. As I see people, as we'll look at it here in a second here about what this means on the field for them, as I see people texting in on the text line on YouTube and Twitch. Ron, 3 games in, total dysfunction, it feels like. CJ Gardner Johnson sucked. We won't miss him. CJ has looked like Stroud, has looked like his dog has died every day since camp started. And then here on YouTube and Twitch, CJ Gardner Johnson must have said something to piss off the wrong person. CJ Johnson is always getting kicked off teams. This is probably him. A lot of people coming in with their thoughts about this move with CJ Gardner Johnson, as he is no longer a part of the Texans. Also, our guy Pals. LOL, Ron projecting a lot of stuff on CJ's face.
On which CJ?
I'm guessing Stroud. Yeah, I mean, CJ Stroud has not appeared. Yes, I guess maybe you see it a different way. CJ Stroud, his entire demeanor, how he is going is completely different than what it has been in previous years. To me, now to you it may be different. To me, it looks completely different. He looks like he is in a place of not enjoying what is happening. And I understand. I mean, even before they went 0-3, he's looked that way. And all I'm simply saying is, hey, this is not how you would want your young franchise quarterback to be rolling through. Two coordinators in the last 3 years, and it feels like maybe this coordinator is really struggling at this point. It may take a while before he finds his footing. The offensive line situation has damn sure not been good, and they have tried to fix it multiple times, and that has not worked. So I'm just saying this is just not the setup you would want for your young quarterback, and he appears to be wearing it to me on his face. Yeah,
look, I think as I said in training camp, I think there's been something off about CJ since the beginning of training camp. And I said at the end, I don't know if it's an injury. I don't know if it was the shoulder. I don't know if it's the getting beat up every day of changes. I don't know what it is, but there just seems to be something off about CJ. There's to use the phrase of Deshaun Watson, it seems to be like there's some joy has been stolen.
Oh, my.
It seems like there's been some joy stolen somewhere along the way. And so, again, I don't know if that's worry and concern about an injury or worry and concern about your protection or worry and concern about your play caller or the weapons that you do or don't have or the injuries to your buddies. We know that has impacted him emotionally. And so I don't know what it is, but I've sensed a little something different about CJ for a while. And look, and I say all that to say, I mean, hell, he wouldn't be human if with what he's had to go through the last year, and including training camp and now 3 games this year. Hell, if we weren't seeing something, he wouldn't be human, right? So I mean, I fully understand it. I don't know exactly what it is, but I fully understand that something could be an issue.
Yeah. Let's look on the field here with the loss of CJ Gardner Johnson in that secondary, and they are thin, Clint. Super. I mean, I'm just not even just talking about from a safety perspective. just then in general. Derek Stingley Jr., maybe we'll find out more tomorrow about him and his injury, but he didn't play the rest of the way when he came out of the game the final time and missed a little over a half in that game. We'll see where he is. He's questionable. D'Amico said yesterday with Derek Stingley Jr., so we'll see what happens there. There's Kalen Bullock. MJ Stewart now slides in. As they said, MJ Stewart, next man up. He slides into the role of CJ Gardner Johnson, and then obviously Lassiter and Petrie. But then on the bench, Clint, Tremont Smith is the only secondary member on the depth chart right now on the roster that they have, and he could be there in place of Derek Stingley Jr. like he was in the game if he's unable to go. And on the practice squad, they have Damon Arnett, Miles Bryant, and D'Angelo Ross left. And those, Miles Bryant is the guy that you would think has played in that nickel role a bit, and he would be the one. I don't know if this means they have to go, outside of the organization as well, Clint, maybe look at some practice squads or a trade or something, but they are really, really thin because Jimmy Ward is not eligible to come back until after the Titans game.
Well, look, I think they're really confident in the guys that they do have on the roster. MJ Stewart, I think they're really confident in Miles Bryant. I think they'd be super confident in Jalen Petrie moving back. And so I think this boils down to me to a corner situation, right? I mean, who is going to be your third corner if Derek Stingley Jr. can't go out? I'm not worried about the
safety part.
Yeah, the safety part of it from a numbers perspective, whether we agree or not, I think they are very confident in MJ Stewart. I think they're very confident in Miles Bryant and like I said, Petrie. But I think that third corner, as it was last week, could come into play here. Look, I thought Tremont Smith played really well. The rate means you played well, so I don't necessarily not concerned about him playing. But boy, you're one injury away from who's going to play corner. Miles Bryant. I mean, what are you going to do then?
Outside, yeah.
Yeah, Damon Arnett, you got to move. So who's going to be the third corner this week? I think they got plenty of options at safety. Yeah, they're not C.J. Gardner Johnson. I mean, look, I would argue that C.J. Gardner Johnson is, from a tackling standpoint, from what the Texans look for, from being physical to getting downhill to tackling and filling holes. I mean, C.J. Gardner Johnson does it as well, if not better than anybody out there. I mean, when it comes to tackling, C.J. Gardner Johnson is a machine now. I mean, especially for a guy his size. There's zero hesitation shooting gaps and tackling running backs and things of that nature. That's jumped off the screen multiple times in the first 3 games. And I mean, maybe Azeez Al-Shaair has been better, but he's had some struggle. He's struggled tackling. So, I mean, you got to kind of bounce that around. This ain't about numbers. This is about caliber player, in my opinion, on his defense, and that's going to hurt any way you slice it. Whether you like the guy or not, that's going to hurt.
All right, let's do a little Tape Drop Tuesday here. As Clint has watched the film on that game against the Jags, he'll give you his thoughts on what he saw. That's coming up.
All right, before we do that, though, let's talk about that hair loss issue you got that's got you. That's got.
Jug.com. That's ODOO.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler just said in my ear, can I name this band?
They had a different tune that was one of the first bumpers I educated you on whenever we started here together. No, but great guess. I could hear that.
I think I know the song.
People.
I don't have it.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, wow, man.
I apologize to you, Flea.
It's a great song that was on the Power Rangers
Flea?
soundtrack.
Yeah, he's at every Lakers game he can get to.
Very well endowed man.
Flea had a big piece.
Oh, yeah.
Really? I knew Tommy Lee did.
Yeah. Also blessed.
Shout out to Pete. She's got to be, man. All right, let's get into it. A little tape drop Tuesday, Clint. As we do each and every Tuesday, you watch the tape, and this one was frustrating while we watched the game, as the previous weeks were. What did you see when you watched the tape?
Start the play that I'm reviewing over and over again right now. I think the Gardner Johnson being released from the Houston Texans, I think that's the best place to start right now. That is what has been reported and what is going on with the Texans right now. One of their key additions in the offseason that brought Super Bowl experience and like vocal leader, like a level of dog that was a good ad. Somehow in about a 2-week span has done enough to get ran up out of Houston. He's been released, and a lot of people now are pointing to the big play, the big throw, Trevor Lawrence to, Brian Thomas Jr. To get the Jacksonville Jaguars down inside the 10-yard line that ultimately ended up being the winning touchdown, which we gave to them. We just allowed them to walk in. And I'm not so sure that this is being accurately reported. Now, he definitely comes out of off the hash and got like a quarters look, and he comes off the hash and chases an out route and opens up that middle of the field window. But you've got a backer running and playing man, chasing a running back. You've got a corner and a safety kind of bracketing an outside receiver because a tight end blocked. I can't tell if this is quarters or if it's some kind of man where Kalen Bullock just freed up. But the technique of each corner playing outside shade tells me that it's supposed to be quarters, at least over the top. And if you want to point to this as a reason why CJ Gardner Johnson got a little bit sideways, is he should have sat in that window instead of chasing that out route underneath, which opened the window, if it is indeed quarters coverage, a base quarters coverage. But if it's man, then he does the right thing. I'm not real sure what to think. I would probably bet on it was quarters at this point in time, over the top, because both cornerbacks were outside leverage, inviting the inside route, but knowing that they have help inside there, or that they should have help inside there. But I don't think it's egregious enough. I don't think a blown coverage in this particular situation, under these calls and what I'm seeing, is egregious enough for that to be a reason why you cut a guy. Now, it may be a reason why an argument ensued.
I'm about to say, hell, if that's the case, there's a lot of offensive linemen that should have been sliced and diced.
Yeah. I mean, that
assignment.
Well, yeah, I mean, that is now that may be why an argument ensued. Now, there may be a what the hell was the corner doing playing outside in a man situation. There may be a what was CJ Gardner doing vacating that part of that zone so quickly and allowing that window. That creates some kind of argument, some kind of debate in a locker room post-game, or maybe in a film room Monday when they're watching film, and all of a sudden CJ Gardner Johnson blows up on Kamari Lassiter or on D'Amico Ryans or somebody, and they believe that the best thing to do at this point is to get CJ Gardner Johnson out of the building. But just for Tape Drop Tuesday purposes, it looked like a pre-snap quarters look. CJ Gardner Johnson barreled down on the slot out route, left that window open. Both corners are playing outside technique. it could have very easily been a blown coverage right there. So take that for what it's worth. Again, I don't think we've seen Kamari Lassiter get his nose in the backfield and get beat over the top for touchdowns this year, and it didn't result in benching or getting cut.
But to all of it, even if it was that, what even argument could have sparked, all right, you're out of here.
Right. Yeah, that's tough.
You know.
And it's hard. We're going to have this conversation later about CJ Gardner Johnson probably multiple times, but it's hard to think that 2 weeks ago you were giving him more money up front and getting in bed deeper with him, and now all of a sudden you're at a spot where you're through with him. But nonetheless, the film will show, as I said earlier, I thought he played really well in the game. When I saw this play in the game, I thought it was man, so I thought he was clear. There is a view, again, where it could be a C.J. Gardner Johnson mistake that gave up that long pass. Now, to the other points that are being made out there, he voiced his opinion of we should blitz more, and particularly he should blitz more. He did play center field a lot more. I don't know how. I mean, I noticed it at the time, but I didn't notice it from his perspective. I noticed that Kalen Bullock was spending a lot more time around the line of scrimmage in this last game than he typically does. And so C.J. Gardner maybe didn't take kindly to being the guy that was playing center field more than playing to his instincts around the line of scrimmage. That did show up on film as well. But the only mistake or the only frustration point I could see is that last play. Because I'm going to tell you, the film will tell you that he is as good as anybody on this defense, as good or better than anybody on this defense at getting downhill, plugging gaps, tackling running back. He has been really, really good in flashes on film. So, again, I that's just this week's film. I can't tell you about week 1 and 2. I didn't chart his plays, but nothing stood out of like, boy, that's terrible. So there's that, Ron. I kind of tried to look at this thing from a little different perspective this week and kind of see what position groups really stuck out. I'll start with some positive to stay on C.J. Gardner Johnson's side of the ball. I thought the defensive line was tremendous. I thought the defensive line, Tommy Tojai comes in, and he really anchored down, didn't get pushed around.
He was active this week.
They all did significantly better, which, like I said, it doesn't surprise me that I knew D'Amico Ryans was going to get that part of it figured out. Now, on the offensive side of the football, I think there's a couple things, Ron. I don't believe, and in no way, shape, or form am I minimizing the level of frustration with an organization that decides in a game that you've got to win that you're going to rotate your left guards, Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs. I don't like that approach. However, I would not have a problem at all, Ron, with Juice Scruggs starting from here on out. Laken Tomlinson is one. He is one.
So
guy.
Is that bad, huh?
Well, it's just I think it deserves. I think it deserves to give your guy Juice Scruggs a shot. I mean, Juice is. I've said it before. I think Juice is built to be a guard. He's a man mover. I think he's going to be good in the run game. I don't think that's any level of concern there. But I do think Laken Tomlinson is enough of a liability in the pass protection game where I could see them moving off of. I want quarterback to feel good about who he's looking in the eye, at least throughout the week. I want you to look in the same eyes on Sunday that you looked at throughout the week. And I think Juice Scruggs, Laken Tomlinson last week was not good. I think he's the one guy that consistently just seems to be overmatched, if you will. Seems to kind of the technique mechanics are a problem. He seems to be overwhelmed in pass protection. So I would be okay if Juice Scruggs gets in there. On the C.J. Stroud front, Ron, he's got some bad habits, man. He's got some bad habits, kind of what we've discussed in the past of like the abuse that he took the last 10 games of last year, or last 9 games of last year, I guess. I guess it was 10 because there was 2 playoff games, so I guess it was 10 games. Along with this training camp. I mean, C.J. Stroud, he's not pushing up in the pocket. He could have avoided 2 different sacks if he would have just shifted in the pocket like most quarterbacks do, just some basic pocket movement and or slid up in the pocket. He had Nico Collins screaming wide open across the middle on one where he ended up scrambling for a good gain, but just staying in rhythm and getting Nico involved in that. Like he is seeing the rush. He is flushing the pocket too early multiple times.
Yeah. I noticed that, yeah.
So there's no doubt he has created some bad habits and an early eject button from the pocket, and I think it's becoming a problem. I don't know if it's the pressure or if we've heard D'Amico Ryans talking about I encourage him to do those things. I would do those things when he's a pocket guy. So that may be part of it too. But the bad habits I think are showing up time and time again. Some of the things that you kind of see that you can tell he's swimming mentally is, his internal clock is sped up when it shouldn't be, right? And then it's slow when it should be sped up. There's times when he's an obvious cover 2 look with a corner rolled up in the flats and a safety over the top, and he's throwing a flat route to Nico Collins and getting him blindsided, or Dalton Schultz and getting him blindsided. Like, that's football 101. You just don't do that. You work elsewhere, right? And it hasn't killed the team. It's a completion. It's a 2-yard gain. But those are things that quarterbacks of C.J. Stroud's ilk, typically they get beyond and they move, and it's not a problem. The pick that was thrown, atrocious. You can't do it. You just simply
as bad as it was when you watched.
Well, he can make that decision if he wants to, but that ball's got to be thrown up and over the top to the sideline. And CJ's capable of making that throw. He threw it flat and behind the receiver and allowed the DB to go make a play. That's just that just simply can't happen. You can't throw that ball. You can't shoot that ball in there in that situation. That's got to be an over the top, late on the sideline, and he's just better than that. I think CJ's regressing. CJ's and it's not like last year. It was, hey, you're in the midst of just getting hit consistently. Like there's reasons, there's ways that CJ could help navigate some of this pressure and make a big difference in a Texans game. It wouldn't take but a few plays these first few weeks to make a big doubt. CJ Stroud could do that. And then that brings me to the final play. As I mean, because I always want to go back when I go in hard on D'Amico and Nick Cayley and all these guys. I want to go back and really watch rewatch the All-22. It is criminal to have not helped Ariante Urshey on that last play. Dalton Schultz is literally lined up from me to you. All he's got to do is bury his helmet in Josh Hines Allen's ribs one time and then get out in his route, and we may be singing we may be 1-2 right now with a better feeling, better taste in our mouth, better feeling in our chest. Right now, that's as criminal as I thought it was.
Yeah, I don't think you needed the All-22 to know they could have just given him some help. But it made it even worse to see he was just right there.
Oh, it's just painful to watch.
Hell, a play fake. They could have done a play fake on 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
Just to stop.
And I got some stuff. We don't have time right now, but I got some stuff on the wide receivers too. And it's not all their fault, but man, they just, you can't win with it. Yeah. Can't win with it.
All right, coming up, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk and NBC Sports. He will join us. We'll get his thoughts on the latest, whatever it is, surrounding the Texans as they lose C.J. Gardner Johnson. Don't lose, they release him. We'll get his thoughts on that, as well as many other things around the league coming up next.
All right, y'all, football is back, baby. And Underdog Fantasy is without a doubt the best place to make picks and win money all season. /play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1.
Sitting in the front row. How? Just be listening today in the
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive on an interesting day here in Houston. We thought we'd be talking about the Texans today, but we didn't know we'd have the big story of the very surprising decision to release Gardner Johnson by the Houston Texans, and nobody better than to at least get your thoughts on this, and that's our guy, NBC Sports Pro Football Talks, Mike Florio. And by the way, check out Mike's new book, his latest book, The Big Shield. And I know my guy Tyler, who is really into sports betting, this is probably going to be a read for him and others that are into that. But make sure you go check that out. It is available on Amazon today. But Mike, what are you hearing? Because it is interesting. I heard you yesterday talking about something's going on over there. It reminded you of the Eagles of a couple of years ago when there was some issues going on that led to the downfall of their season. And then we hear that Gardner Johnson is oddly released today. What's your thoughts and what are you hearing about the situation in Houston?
Well, just generally, and I said this on our show yesterday, there's a weird vibe that comes from the Texans, and I'd love to be able to peel back the curtain and get to the truth about what's really happening, because it just seems like something is off generally, and it's the kind of thing they're not going to advertise. But with Gardner Johnson, and I see that Aaron Wilson of KPRC has reported this, it's not a surprise that there's friction behind the scenes between CJ Gardner Johnson and teammates, because that's how he ended up in Houston in the first place. He had some rant at some point before training. He was competitive for the Eagles' liking, which makes no sense because you want competitive players, and everybody in the NFL is inherently competitive or they wouldn't be there, but there's a line that you don't want to cross, and he presumably had crossed it. And with the Texans at 0-3, and it may not take much to have a guy who's being divisive and disruptive, who's maybe calling players out or a little too angry over the situation or whatever it is that caused the Eagles to say, we got to get this guy out of here, manifesting itself already in Houston, causing the organization to say, we got to get this guy out of here. Doesn't matter they traded for him. We got to get this guy out of here, and it's going to be better. It's going to be addition by subtraction, and I assume that that's exactly what it was. It's more about personality and getting along with others or not than it is about his playing.
Yeah, Mike, the strange part of that is he just played 93% of the snaps at safety, and a couple of weeks ago they just pushed some money forward and gave him more guaranteed money, I believe, in a contract. So the whole thing is just wild to think that they had that much trust and that much faith in a guy that has, like as you mentioned, the reputation of making waves at the very least. And now here we are in this spot. I want to go back though, Mike, to your original point, because I think you had this take before this news dropped of just like, again, the what's going on behind closed doors with the Texans. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Of is that a Nick Caserio kind of New Englandish Bill Belichick type of thing? Is it CJ and a young head coach? Like, what made you get into that mind space?
Well, really in the aftermath of Week 1, when CJ Stroud came out and said that we can't have lollygagging, we got to be ready to play, and he had some pretty strong comments and criticisms about some of the other players, and we're just kind of in a spot where something seems strange and something seems off, and the inability to close games. They've been in every game that they've played, but it just feels to me, and this is based on doing this for 25 years, and you start to pick up on the clues and the hints and the patterns, something's obviously not right. And with each loss, and this is something Chris Sims told me back when we started working together in 2017, the pressure that mounts when you're in a locker room that goes from 0-1 to 0-2 is significant. It goes from 0-2 to 0-3. It's even more significant. It just feels like, with nothing specific to point to other than the C.J. Stroud comments after the Week 1 loss, it just feels like something's up. It feels like something's off, and it feels like there are deeper issues than scoring fewer points than the other team. And it's rarely going to be advertised, but the fact that they are cutting CJ Gardner Johnson for nothing and letting him walk away with whatever he's been paid and not trying to turn it around, that's a symptom of it. And it could just be that whatever is happening and whatever that pressure is doing to cause problems did come to a head already, and we'll see what more happens in the aftermath of that. It's just something to monitor. And, you know, we never really got the full story about why the 2023 Eagles fell apart after a 10-1 start, but it just felt like it still feels that something was going on between players that made it turn personal and guys not liking each other, and enough of a problem that they just couldn't win a game once everything bubbled over in late November, early December of that season.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joins us. By the way, check out his book, his latest book, Big Shield. You can get a copy of Big Shield on Amazon today. And I think a big frustration is they are really pretty much damn near dead last in every major offensive category, including scoring 12.7 points a game and only being to the red zone 4 times all season, 0-4 in that category. And the big thing they did was they revamped with getting a new coordinator, getting a new offensive line coach, made the movement. Laramie Tunzel brought in some new parts, and that seems to have really, at the very least, to be a slow start. And it seems like that might be a situation. Were you surprised that they made all of those moves to begin with, moving on from Bobby Slowick after what he had done his first 2 years with C.J. Stroud in this offense?
I was surprised, but I respected in theory the idea that the Texans, 2 straight years, the pattern was very similar, 2023 and 2024. Win the games you're supposed to win, lose the games you're supposed to lose. When it all adds up, it's enough to win a weak division. Underdogs at home in the wild card round of the playoffs, both years. Score an impressive victory over a team that was supposed to, and go on the road and play respectably against an elite team. That's the pattern. And, I've criticized teams for having the attitude that just good enough is just good enough. And it would have been easy to stay the course, keep Bobby Slowick, not make major changes on the offensive line, and be complacent but profitable and relevant. But it struck me as an effort to kind of go all in and get to the next level. So I like that. But the problem is when you make major changes, you've got to win early, because if you have any lingering questions in the locker room about why are we doing this, why are things different, why are we making these changes, you got to get guys to buy in. I think that's why last night's win for the Lions was so critical. You have 8 new assistant coaches. You got new coordinators, not because they were fired, but because they graduated elsewhere to become head coaches. But still, when you make changes like that, it's critical to get the players to buy into the new way that things are being done. You need wins to get the players to buy in. So I like that they did it, but obviously it feels like at some level that's one of the factors in whatever's going on that's causing the team to be 0-3 and to create this sense, this vague sense that is highly unlikely to ever be admitted and shared by way of specifics with anyone, that something's going on and they're having a hard time getting past whatever it is.
Mike, what is your y'all's take on C.J. Stroud on 2 fronts? Just the overall play and the regression that we on the other part of that, like kind of as it relates to, being the next $60 million man in the NFL.
Well, those numbers are going to be harder to reach if he keeps playing like he's been playing. And ultimately, the quarterback is the leader of the team. And when he comes out and calls his shot after week 1 and tries to shake guys up a little bit, and it results in 2 more losses of games they could have / should have won that they were in late, that becomes a little more glaring. And, it's impossible to know who to blame for the breakdowns that you see. And I've seen the videos on social media where people are breaking down film and they're trying to blame this on CJ and that on CJ. And maybe they're right. We just don't know. It's 11 different pieces that are moving in unison or not. And some of the throws have been off when he's had time. And I know people are trying to blame the offensive line, but a quarterback's got to deal with the hand he's been dealt. And not everyone has perfect protection where they can stand back there and, kind of bounce on the balls of their feet and wait for a guy to come open. At some point, you got to be able to deliver even if you are under siege, because every quarterback at some point is, and he just hasn't. And this is that key third year for him, eligible for a new contract after the regular season ends. And it may very well be that they're not ready to offer him the kind of money that he may have thought he was going to get based upon what happens this year. It all comes down to the next 14 games. And when proves that they're being left in the dust by the Indianapolis Colts. And I think this weekend's game is critical when you have the former Houston Oilers coming to town and they're desperate for a win, and they've looked far worse than the Texans by way of being competitive. Lose that one, you really got a problem.
Mike, what about, I know, tell me if this is crazy or not. It's the world that we live in today, right? And I think CJ Stroud has a case to plead. At this point in time, the way things are going, David Mulugeta is his agent. Is this a situation that you could see brewing here where there's some noise of, does CJ Stroud even want to be here? And before, like, my point in asking that is because it's fair. I'm an old quarterback. It's very fair to look at the last 2 years, whether it's the OC hires, the supporting cast, being beat to hell. I mean, there's a real possibility where CJ could go, man, I mean, this has just been rough as hell. I need to see if the grass is greener. Is it too early to think that? Am I crazy to think that could be possible in 2025?
Well, remember, they drafted C.J. Stroud a year after Deshaun Watson got what he wanted, represented by the same agent. Much was made that they weren't going to hold anything against David Mulugeta for the way the Deshaun Watson situation ended. But the reality is David Mulugeta knows the blueprint to get a guy out of Houston if he wants to. And when you consider everything that was going on with Deshaun Watson, sat out the whole year, upset supposedly about not being consulted in the hiring of a coach, and then the 20-plus lawsuits that were filed against him. And Mulugeta navigated that and got the guy what he wanted. He got the guy a massive contract, got him to the team he wanted to go to, not necessarily because that's where he wanted to play, but because they made him an offer he couldn't refuse financially. And even though it's been a disaster from the Browns standpoint, he got what he wanted, and his agent got it for him. So, no one's ever going to come out and say, I really don't want to be here, except Tyreek Hill. But you rarely see a franchise quarterback come out and say it. Deshaun Watson, I don't think ever came out and said it, but we knew it from all the reporting that was done. So I think the bottom line is this. If C.J. Stroud decides he doesn't want to play for the Texans any longer and he's got another team in mind or multiple teams in mind, he's represented by the perfect guy to press the buttons and pull the levers to make something happen.
All right, I know Texans fans aren't ready to be thinking about that yet. But Mike, one of the—
I don't know. They may be if it keeps up this year.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. One of the things that's really, really strange, and I refuse to let it go, and I'm curious your thoughts, if you heard anything, is like the situation with Joe Mixon is just weird. We've not seen him at all. He has not been. We've not seen him even outside at training camp. And Clinton and I have gone out there and been out there, and we've had representation out there every day that they've had a practice. No one's seen him. We haven't heard from him. He's eligible to come off the list and be able to play after the Titans game. Is there anything you're hearing about Joe Mixon? Because no one would assume that because we haven't even seen him.
Well, I'm not hearing anything, and I've been trying, and I got to the point where I gave up because when you beat the bushes and no birds fly out of it, you go eventually beat bushes where you're going to have more luck getting an answer. And I just think the fact that there's so much secrecy and it's so quiet, it doesn't bode well for Joe Mixon playing this year. And I think back to Nick Casario's comments right after they set the 53-man roster. He was asked, are we going to see Joe Mixon at all this year? And his answer was, we'll see. And anybody that ever tried to get something from their parents growing up that they wanted and they heard we'll see knows what we'll see means. It means you ain't getting it. It means it ain't happening. we'll see. Is it just a way to say no without having to say no because you don't want to deal with what the consequences of saying no firmly and clearly right now might be?
Mike, we got hit. Last update we got hit with was we miss him. We hope he's doing okay. That didn't shed much light on the hopes of him playing either here in Houston. Hey, Mike, we appreciate you joining us, man. Can you? I know you got a new book out, Big Shield, man, and nobody better to tell all of our listeners about it today. You can get a copy of Big Shield at Amazon as we speak. But I know you're proud of this one, man.
Well, I have made many stupid decisions in my life, as my wife will attest. Arguably the stupidest is to adhere to my New Year's resolution to make all of my novels available for 99 cents in ebook form on Amazon, even the latest one, Big Shield, far better than any of the others, really, because it's in my wheelhouse, at least from the standpoint of what I'm known for, and that's covering the NFL. So it's a story about a professional football league that is entirely fictional and not the NFL officially. I can't stop you from envisioning NFL teams as you hear the names of cities. No names of actual teams are used in the writing of the book to keep me from being sued. But it's the intersection of professional football, gambling, and the mob. And it's based on a third-string quarterback for the Las Vegas franchise. It is not the current NFL Las Vegas franchise known as the Raiders. He's corrupted by a Vegas mobster who has a network of players who provide him with inside information. And in this case, Carson Jeffrey, the third-string quarterback there, is providing information both before games and during games. And that's the starting point, and everything kind of goes from there. And it's all sparked by the player unexpectedly being released by the team, much like C.J. Gardner Johnson. I'm not saying C.J. Gardner Johnson was providing inside information in the mob. Let's be clear on that. That was just the spark in my book that gets things rolling, and it goes from there. And for 90, I worked it out. If it takes you 10 hours to read it, and I don't know how long it takes people to read. I know sometimes it takes me a little while to just really understand what's going on, and I want to take my time and enjoy it. But if it's 10 hours, it's 9.9 cents per hour for entertainment. As your entertainment dollar goes, you can't find a better deal than 9.9 cents. And as the buying of anything goes, you can't find anything cheaper than 99 cents. So you can get it at Amazon right now. I'm keeping the price of the ebook at 99 cents. And it's a nice diversion from the stress and the strain and the mundacity of day-to-day life. And when you have a good book that you're reading, it's just something nice to look forward to at the end of the day when you've got some free time to just unwind. And hopefully people will check it out, and I'm confident and hopeful as well that they'll enjoy it.
How'd you land on Carson Jeffries as the quarterback's name?
You know, it's funny. I had a name. This came up. And I've got an agent now who's been pushing me to try other things, write some short stories. I'm working on a script for a boxing movie. And I was talking to somebody the other day, and he's like, how'd you come up with that name? And it's like, there's no real process to it. It's like, I need a name. Think of a name. What sounds good? How about that? And so I'd like to say there's a greater, method, but it's just what pops into my head and what sounds right. That was pretty much it.
All right, so
I have been asked if Carson Jeffrey is patterned after my partner Chris Sims, and I hadn't thought about that. But the subconscious has a mind of its own because this guy is kind of tall. He's got a giant head like a truck battery, and he's kind of a dumbass. So it could be Chris Sims.
Damn, Mike.
That is great.
What a dismount. All right, man. We appreciate you jumping on with us. So go ahead, check out Big Shield, and you can get it right now on Amazon today. And Mike, always a pleasure having you with us.
Great talking to you guys.
All right, that's Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Catch him on Football Night in America on MC as well. All right, let's do a little real or fake. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. That's coming up next.
All right, why you
appreciate you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sin is so freaking awesome.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Shout out to Mike Florio for joining us. He cracked me up. That man said, yeah, man, I tried. I just gave up on the Joe Mixon stuff.
He works hard at it, too.
Just threw in the towel on that thing.
They broke him.
I said,
That's what they're hoping we do, right?
Yeah, I guess. I'm not. All right, let's do a little real or fake. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. If and when I make this statement, you let me know if it's real or fake. I'll throw this to you first, Tyler. Real or fake? The Texans would be crazy to give C.J. Stroud a new deal after this season. Real or fake?
Repeat that. I'm very sorry.
The Texans would be crazy to give C.J. Stroud a new deal after this season. He's eligible. Real or fake?
As it stands right now, that is absolutely real. Absolutely real. You got another year to play around with. If it keeps trending in this direction, and we see 18 weeks of what we've seen with the offense, now he's a damn part of it. Yeah, I think that's very real.
I think it's real. I think it's real at this point. You actually have 2 years. Don't forget about that fifth-year option,
right?
That
right.
First-round pick. So you actually have 2 years. Now this should surprise nobody because I am typically a guy that would rather at least 4 years watch them play and see what they got. I mean, taking a big risk and making a guy a commitment of $60 million plus for multiple years. To save whatever inflation is over the next season, I would be the one I want to see more. And so, probably to nobody's surprise, I want to see more from C.J. Stroud. But yeah, you look right now. I think the biggest question is two things, right? One, can you do more with less? Quarterbacks that make $60+ million need to be able to do more with less because you're making so much money you can't have the best supporting cast. Number one. Number two, and probably more importantly, if I'm making the decision, I've not seen enough from C.J. Stroud in the sense of just alpha leadership, taking control of the offense, and being a guy that isn't really. I mean, look, everybody wants the best offensive coordinator in America to be their guy. But if you can't take what you're getting as an offensive coordinator and make hay with it and do better with it and do more with it, take control of that offense, then I don't know that I can give you 60 to 65 either. So I think it's very real. I think the Texans would be crazy, given what we're watching right now, unless there's some major improvement. I think the Texans would be crazy to give him a new.
Weren't you in a space where you were like
big shift? I'd have paid him after year one. I saw enough.
Like after year one, you knew you might as well get on it as soon as he's eligible to get paid because it's just going to go up.
Yeah, I was convinced after year one that what we had seen was going to happen. Maybe not exactly, because with the stats he put up were unbelievable, leading the league in yards per game as well as the fewest interceptions. I don't know how many quarterbacks have ever done that, but it's got to be a few and far between. But yeah, you let this is exactly why I believe in letting things play out, right? You let it play out, and more times than not, you've seen water settle to its level. And I'm not as convinced right now that he's going to be that guy that we saw his rookie year.
I'm going to say real too, and this is a major shift for me. To me, if there is any inkling that that you're not going to move on from him or move off of him, then I think you just have to do it. And I thought the first year and a half, hell, I didn't even thought after last year, there's no way he's done enough to show you that you're going to pay him. You're going to pay him. He's done enough. But man, I don't know. At this point, man, you're giving him more control. He's got new, and it appears to be going downhill each and every start. Right. It's been a while, Clint. He has shown you a space of that dude. That's a dude that is playing like a friend. It's been a while that he has shown that. Again, as both of you have said, it's not all his fault. And we said earlier, this is really starting to become not the scenario in which you would like your young franchise quarterback to be in. So, yeah, I'm surprised I'm saying this, but I'm saying real on this. All right, real or fake, Clint? We can start with you. It's not a bad move for the Rockets to look to add Russell Westbrook after the VanVleet injury. It's not a bad move for the Rockets. Real or fake?
Ooh-wee, boy. I would say
this is interesting. I thought this would have been a fake immediately for you, but you're
well, like I don't know the options, number one, that are out there, and I don't know the dynamic between him and Kevin Durant. Like, I don't know exactly where they're at. If you don't have any other options, if that's your best option, then sure. If Kevin Durant and Westbrook aren't on bad terms or at least to a point where they could play together, then obviously I would pass. But if they're on good terms, then I'm here for it.
I think I know Tyler's answer.
So
he stared me down.
I would say it depends, but if I had to pick one or the other, I would say fake.
Tyler stared it down with the.
Too much crime in NYC. Let that Ninja Turtle live. I ain't need him. Hell nah. Hell nah.
Sean G said, man, that's tough. Russ and KD. I'm going to say real. And this is why I'm going to say real. I still believe that Amin Thompson and Reed Shepherd should be in the starting lineup. I'm going to say real because what I've learned from Russ the last couple of years is Russ seems to understand who he is right now. Russ is not fighting coming off the bench. Russ has not been fighting his minutes. He knows that he is not a starter in this league. His time in Denver, he was fine coming off the bench. He was fine being an energy guy. Now, I mean, Russ is going to shoot a couple of threes, but I mean, I think this Russ, this is not a guy who was a great player, who still thinks he's a great player and is going to go out and try to play like a great player and then try to take minutes away from him. Like, he is willing to come off the bench and step in and be an energy guy for the second unit. And if you put shooters around him, and he's got Durant and he's got Reed Shepherd and he's got Smith around him, I think he could be a second guy off a backup point guard off the bench that obviously can be a good defender and a good energy guy. So I'm gonna say real, just because he's different. 2 years ago, Russ still thought he was a guy that should get 20 attempts. I don't think that's the same Russ that we have right now. All right, coming up, I wanted to bring this to the people. There was a tweet by our guy DJ Bieniemy, who covers the Texans with ESPN. Sources from the Texans, maybe a little deeper reasoning of why CJ Gardner Johnson had to move on for them. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, as I sit back and think about great times to be reading the Mike Florio book, I think a great place to do that is at Clayton Homes. And right now, you got a chance to get your dream home with their Red Tag Sales event because it's going on right now. You've got till December 31st where you can go and buy your dream home. They're slashing prices.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the big news of the day, the Texans, they move on from Gardner Johnson, and I find this really interesting. DJ Bijani does a great job covering the Texans for ESPN. He put out a piece for ESPN, and it is lengthy, but it is really interesting what we're hearing from, according to DJ Bijani, a Texans team source. And this is what they've had to say in response to the move they made, which is official, the move they made to release CJ Gardner Johnson. This, according to the piece that DJ Bijani wrote, each of the Texans' 3 losses have been by 7 points or less at minimum, according to team sources. Gardner Johnson has allowed 3 big plays in those games that have contributed to the opposing offenses scoring touchdowns, adding that Gardner Johnson has struggled to consistently guard the correct opposing player when required to match coverage based on the Texans' defensive call and the routes run by the offense, struggles that also occurred during walkthroughs in the lead up to games. Okay, we're going to get a full breakdown here, folks. During Week 1's game against the Rams, quarterback Matt Stafford threw a 13-yard who ran a corner route into the end zone, which Gardner Johnson was responsible for. Texans quarterback Kamari Lassiter tried to clean up the coverage, but wasn't able to run down Allen. Houston lost the game 14-9. Guess what? Week 2, Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback Baker Mayfield threw an over route to wide out Ryan Miller for a 20-yard touchdown in the game's opening drive. The Texans were in cover 2, which required Gardner Johnson to cover the deep right half of the field. He instead jumped a 10-yard breaking route to Buccaneers wideout Sterling Shepard, exposing the deep half for Miller's scoring reception. The Texans lost 20-19. And last week, against the Jacksonville Jaguars, the one that Clint was talking about, Gardner Johnson made a crucial mistake, according to team sources, with the game not at 10-10 late in the fourth quarter, jumping an outbreaking route by Parker Washington when he was responsible for anything over the middle of the field. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence pounced on the mistake, hitting Brian Thomas on a post for a 46-yard reception down to Houston's 10-yard line against man-to-man coverage. Houston would allow Jacksonville Jaguar back Travis Etienne to score a play later, which allowed them to win. Also going on, compounding the coverage bust, Gardner Johnson has refused to take any responsibility for his mistakes, rubbing his teammates the wrong way, sources added, with one member of the team saying Gardner Johnson's finger pointed instead of owning up to his mistakes. I have never seen a team, me personally, maybe you have, I've never seen a team release a player and then give immediately in-depth stop for stop reason and breakdowns of plays that they made mistakes on. I have never seen that. Never. you said it early, Clint. We're going to hear from C.J. Gardner Johnson. I said, I don't know, man. Maybe he may just go and move on. No, not after this. This is crazy to me. They just team sources went and broke down all 3 individual plays. I am blown away by this, Clint. I cannot believe they went through and did this. I mean, detailed, telling us what coverage they were in. I mean, I'm sorry. That is wild.
Well, it's going to – I mean, it has to be an inside source because I've watched all 3 of these plays since those reports came out. And, like I don't see the same coverages. Like on the touchdown to Tampa Bay, like if he's supposed to be in cover 2 and he's attacking the slot receiver on a little bit of an out route I think that one against Tampa was just a little snag route, then he's just completely running the wrong coverage. It strikes me, and it doesn't look like cover 2 because Bullock is actually chasing the slot receiver all the way to the other side of the field. That is a quarters coverage any way you slice it, any day of the week. And is he being just like that game? Just like the only difference in the Tampa Bay game and the Jacksonville Jaguars game is it's the same coverage, but in Jacksonville attacking from the outside on the same side of the field that he's on when he jumped down, and Tampa Bay attacked him from the opposite slot, which you had Kalen Bullock in what should have been a man-to-man situation. I don't see those being cover 2. I think they were both quarters coverage, and did he get horny and jump down on an underneath route? Yes, but that's always a gray area in quarters coverage of, like, when do you lock on to that underneath receiver? How aggressive do you want to be? And I'll argue that in D'Amico Ryan's defense, you never you take away the quick throw, never expecting the quarterback to be able to hold the football long enough for that receiver to go all the way across the field and catch the ball in the back corner, right? The Tampa Bay throw I'm talking about. So, I think all of these guys are even when they play zone, I think they're coached to be horny in jump routes, and so I don't know how to look at that. I can tell you right now it's not cover 2. I can tell you they weren't playing cover 2 in either the Jacksonville or the Tampa Bay game. They're not playing cover 2. Period. They are playing cover 2 in the Rams game. And I've never seen – it was not 2-man. It was just a base cover 2. I've never seen a dime defender on a slot receiver in a base cover 2 be responsible for the corner, whether it's a tight end or a running back. I mean, or tight end or a wide receiver. We'll see how – I think Kamari Lassiter maybe should have floated back and not jumped up so hard and given that throw in the ocean over the top. But I can't find a way where C.J. Gardner Johnson was responsible for that. Now, maybe should he have bucked him off the line and not given him a free release, maybe? But if that is a cover 2, a true cover 2, it doesn't – like that's not his responsibility. So I don't – unless they're playing some crazy-ass coverages that I've never seen, they're not as egregious. Like it's egregious. It's cuttable. It's finable. It's a finable offense if he's supposed to be playing cover 2 in those situations. He's playing quarters the way he is. It's also a fireable offense if Kalen Bullock's supposed to be playing cover 2 and he's chasing a receiver all the way to the back corner against Tampa Bay.
Or benchable.
Benchable. That's fine. Whatever. However. Yeah, I agree. It's not cuttable. But yeah. So I don't know how much stock I necessarily put in those reports. Because I don't think the coverages are spot on.
Tyler, please, let's keep an eye on C.J. Gardner Johnson's social media of any kind.
Oh, I got
I'm just listen, I'm glad you broke that down and you went and watched all 3 of those. Let's just say that they're 100% right. Like that this is something they be doing. I don't know the level of – is petty the word? Is that the level of want to have it out there for the Texans team source to have this reported breakdown all 3 games, and they break down as you went through every coverage and exactly what he was supposed to do. Like even if they're completely right, I have never seen a team cut somebody or move on from a player. Damn sure not this organization. Move on from a player This is an organization that don't say nothing. They don't ever say anything. Yeah. We still don't know what's going on with Joe Mixon. They don't say nothing. And they've given DJ Bijani an entire breakdown of everything that is wrong with C.J. Gardner Johnson. I'm expecting the C.J. Stroud breakdown coming up next. I'm expecting the Laken Tomlinson breakdown. I'm expecting the Cam Robinson breakdown next. Hell, they didn't do this to Kenyon when they moved on from him. They didn't. I mean, this is wild. Something happened in the last couple of days for this to get to this base that I've never seen an organization do this to somebody. I've never seen it.
Well, I mean, here's the deal, Ron, is if the reports that are coming out, if they're accurate reports and they're being reported that way, and he was supposed to be playing cover 2 in any of these instances, then it's a fireable offense.
Wouldn't that not just be a mess up? That's almost just a double fist.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not cover 2. I'm telling you. My point is that it's not cover 2. The report is wrong. He's not. It's a quarters coverage. He's playing in a super horny fashion, which is exactly what DeMeco Ryans' defense does.
Would you play him the whole game though, Sunday? If he got
two coverages, he wouldn't have played 90%. No, not at all. Yeah, no. So I am very interested in where the reports are coming from, just simply because they're not accurate. They're not accurate scheme wise.
Come from a team source that's got a pretty good breakdown.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you, man. The touchdown against the Rams, CJ Gardner Johnson. Everybody's playing zone. First of all, everybody's playing zone. Nobody's playing man. CJ Gardner Johnson and Kamari Lassett are over a what I call flank, but two tight ends to that side. One's on the line of scrimmage attached to the tackle. Another one's in the hip position off of him. Nobody's playing man. The inside defender, which was a dime defender, the only way he would be responsible for that corner route is if it were 2-man. And in this case, with this film, if it were 2-man, he was the only one playing. He was the only one that's supposed to be playing man. So everybody blew the man coverage because nobody played man, right? And so I don't know how you put that one on him. I mean, which is very interesting. That's going to be anxious. I mean, I'm anxious to hear what. I can't wait for C.J. Gardner Johnson's response because now
there's no way he's not. I wouldn't. Unless he's Bobby Slowick.
Well, now here's the deal. Before I was like, if you're him, do you want to? Which I know he would. Do you want to burn bridges? Do you want to make your former team look silly? And it's like maybe he'll soft shoe it. Maybe he'll move on. Maybe he'll do it, but he'll soft shoot. Now I think he's going to come out and empty the clip.
They backed him in the corner. All right, I'm interested in hearing you as we get going into 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Look, we've got a tape drop Tuesday. We discussed it a little bit earlier. I do want Stroud play according to the film. The offensive line move that has to be made according to the film, and then the third thing. A set of pass catchers that just aren't getting the job done. All of that is next right here on Sports Radio 610.
I tell you who is getting the job done. That is Texas Star Grill Shop, and they've been getting it done for a long time, and I can attest. There's no other place I go to for anything that concerns my grilling needs, and it's the right spot for you. I bought my Traeger there, Weber Smoky Mountain there. I get my pellets. I get my wood. I get everything I need from Texas Star Grill Shop, and they got plenty of locations. I go to the one in Houston, but they got one in Katy and Spring as well. And the experts that they have all over the place, you will not go wrong with anything you need help with. So head to Texas Star Grill Shop, get everything you need because it's always grilling season here in Houston. Texas Star Grill Shop, TexasStarGrillShop.com.
I am obsessed with smoking meat.
Surprising is an understatement. The Texans have officially released safety C.J. Gardner Johnson. In a DB room that already lacked depth, what does DeMeco have planned to make sure his secondary doesn't become a major issue?
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, Tomball Ford, y'all. If you're looking for a new car, a new rig, a new truck, a new, whatever you're looking for, man, they at Tomball Ford, they got a vehicle for every lifestyle. Here's the deal: it's absolutely beautiful. They got over 700 F-150s in stock, baby. In Tomball Ford, $13,500 in total savings on 2025 Ford F-150s. How about $10,000 off a 2025 Ford F-250? You can lease a new 2025 Ford F-150 Lightning for under $200 a month. I'm telling you, man,
players, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Cal is a kick-ass racquetball player.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it is, and we got a hell of a week going here in Houston. Been a rough one. It was a rough stretch last week with the Astros and the Texans twice. Even Lainey Wilson's concert got canceled, y'all. It was worse, and it just keeps getting worse as we roll. Yesterday, we found out that Fred VanVleet, Rockets guard, Rockets leader, was done for the season, blew his knee out. And then today, we get the breaking news that Gardner Johnson, safety for the Houston Texans, veteran safety, Super Bowl winning safety from last year with the Eagles, Gardner Johnson has been released, and there is a lot of noise around this one, y'all. This is a player that was viewed as bringing that Super Bowl experience to the Texans. He was viewed as the caliber player that was going to help this defense take the next step. He was viewed as a vocal leader that this team, I think the overall team, needs. A couple of weeks ago, he was given some more guaranteed money. I don't know the details of all of that transaction, but he was given some upfront money. Hell, Sunday he played 93% of the snaps, and today he is released. And the news and notes are starting to drop. Sources are starting to talk, and apparently giving reasons why Johnson was cut, and I got to believe that a good chunk of this is coming from inside the building over there, and the fact that I've confirmed, as far as I'm concerned, the reports are inaccurate. They're not schematically what is being said, and I would imagine that is going to rub Gardner Johnson the wrong way, and so we are going to keep an eye on his social medias.
Yeah, that's a reputation thing, man.
What's being again, if the reports are correct and if they are coming from within the building, which DJ Bijani is not a guy that's going to go out there and all of a sudden just start making stuff up. So he's very professional.
He said team sources.
Yeah, team sources. So I don't think it's made up. I think it's coming from inside there. I think it's inaccurate. And I think that is going to as if Gardner Johnson needed a reason to act a fool. I think we're going to get it. We're going to get his side of the story, and we'll also get D'Amico's side of the story tomorrow. Now he may choose to stick his head in the sand, which this organization typically does with these types of situations. But we shall see. With enough reports out there floating around, D'Amico may want to show a little transparency and at least shed a little light on the situation. Again, this is not just a role player. This is a guy, this is your number one acquisition in the offseason. This is a guy that you brought in here to take an already really, really good team to the next level. That's kind of expectations. You paid him handsomely to do it. To now let him go, to not even be able to work out a trade patient with this guy 3 weeks into the season is wild. So we'll keep you updated on all the details. It is a Tuesday, which means it is a tape drop Tuesday, and the tape is dropped. I've had a chance to watch it, both offense and defense, and I think the biggest concern in Houston has shifted, Ron. I don't think that the biggest concern in Houston right now is about the pass protection for CJ Stroud, the offensive line for CJ Stroud. Now, I think that's still a pressure point. I think it's still a talking point. I think we still gotta hold these guys accountable because it has not been good. But I think it's shifted, Ron, to a point of where what's happening to CJ Stroud? What's going on with CJ Stroud? And I think on several fronts. Look, I think the pressers have been very interesting. I'll say this: I greatly appreciate CJ Stroud's response and reaction to being 0-3. I greatly appreciate the lollygagging comment. I didn't think it was funny. I didn't think it should have been made light of. I thought it should have been supported. I love the shift that we've seen in C.J. Stroud. I do wonder how it's embraced in the building. C.J. Stroud has been through hell the last 9 games of last year. In this training camp, he got the hell beat out of him, and I think that's where I want to start, Ron. I want to point out the film this week shows that C.J. Stroud is feeling the pressure, and I'm talking about the literal pressure in the face. There's multiple times in the first 2 games, the last 2 games. Probably, if my memory doesn't serve me real well, because my memory's jacked up, I guess. But there's several sacks that could have been avoided, several pressures that should have been fielded by the quarterback, and plays have been made where it's just a matter of pushing up in the pocket, Ron. It's a matter of not seeing the pressure. He's feeling ghost, isn't he? He's seeing ghost. He's feeling pressure. He's not just sliding and keeping his eyes downfield. He's sliding and taking off. He's hitting the eject button early. He's making decisions, ill-advised decisions that you saw on the interception. It is muddy right now for C.J. Stroud. No doubt about it. It is muddy for him. He's not seeing things clear. He's flushing too quick. He's not C.J. Stroud is a pocket passer. Anybody that doesn't understand that or think that is absolutely dead-ass wrong. He is a pocket passer. And what pocket passers have to do is slide in the pocket, stay in your trigger position, stay in that neutral position, stay a threat to throw the football from sideline to sideline. The minute you flush, you cut the field in half. You do the defense a favor, right? The minute CJ takes off running, instead of staying in there and delivering an accurate ball downfield, he does the defense a favor. Miss me with all the, quarterback, it's the ultimate equalizer. It is if you're Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, a handful of guys. It's not if you are C.J. Stroud. It's not if you are Joe Burrow. It's not if you are I like to say Dak Prescott at this point in time with his he is whether he's being coached to take off running or he's feeling the pressure, it's impacting his play big time. And this C.J. Stroud right here is not going to win games in Houston. There's no doubt about it, Ron. There's one play. There's several plays where this holds true, but there's one where no doubt he's getting a little bit of pressure, but we see it every Friday night in high school. You slide step, which in this case would have been to his face, like just slide, boom, right foot reset, and Nico Collins is screaming across the middle of the field about 15 yards deep for a big play. And he ends up scrambling. Now, he goes and scrambles for 11 or 12 yards and gets the first down, but the point is you can't make a living, you can't win in this league bypassing those type throws and hoping that you go make a run for a touchdown. There's no doubt about it. C.J. Stroud is feeling the pressure, and it's impacting his play a big, big way.
You said regressed earlier.
Yes, absolutely.
And do you think that regression is for the most part to do with the amount of pressure that he has been under the last year plus?
Yeah, I think C.J. Stroud really his entire career, but it didn't start biting him in the ass until the second half of last year. And, C.J. Stroud caught the brunt of it, whether it was due to injuries or just poor offensive line play or injuries to the wide receiver or the offensive coordinator's a tyrant and he don't want to talk to anybody, he don't want to change anything. Whatever it may be, the pressure on this quarterback has been through the roof, tremendous for the last 9 games of last year. And for all of training camp and for 3 games this year, right? We all talk about the pressure, but the defense pressuring him and sacking him, but you talk about the pressure of trying to do your job at the best of your ability and trying to install an offense and trying to get good looks and trying to get good reads, and the organization is constantly rolling you out there and getting your head beat in and creating more chaos around you when you're going ones versus ones with your defense. And all it is a compounding effect of those things happening. Nobody anywhere thought, hey, let's call the dogs off. Let's. And I said this during camp, so don't talk about this hindsight stuff. I said it in camp. Like, nobody ever thought that it'd be a good idea for C.J. Stroud to throw from a clean pocket for a week and let him see these whether these concepts are going to work or not. Nobody ever thought that it would be smart to let C.J. Stroud overwork pushing up in the pocket and pushing up into a clean pocket every single time, so he creates that habit of pushing up in the pocket. Now he gives so much ground, your tackles you can't protect. So I just think C.J. Stroud has been impacted in a major way by the dysfunction, by the inability to protect him, by the constant chaos and pressure around the quarterback. I think we've gone beyond the normal chaos that's created around an NFL quarterback. and the normal chaos that you expect him to navigate. I think it's been a long run, and I think we're seeing it impact his play. There's no doubt about it. From the decision making to the accuracy to the footwork to the way he bails early, the poise in the pocket, it's all struggling. And I think it's because C.J. Stroud, the amount of chaos that he's had to live in for the betterment of a year, really, at this point in time, Ron. I think the film shows that. Number 2, Laken Tomlinson. Now, I'm in no way, shape, or form supporting the rotation at guard during a game that you got to win versus a division opponent on the road. I think that's plumb-ass silly. But Laken Tomlinson is the one piece up front that, from a pass protecting standpoint, looks like he's overwhelmed. He looks like he is overwhelmed.
Have you been seeing that in the other games too?
I didn't. I mean, he got beat. Yes, they all got beat. From time to time. But I didn't notice it being like, man, he's just panicking and losing all of his technique and mechanics and just getting beat just so badly to where he can't even keep contact with the D lineman. This was a game where, although he only played 42 or 43% of the snaps, there was enough there to say that I got to believe Juice Scruggs is a better option. I think Juice Scruggs should start at left tackle. I don't think, again, I hate the way they addressed it. Either you like Juice Scruggs at left guard or you like Laken Tomlinson at left guard and we go play a game, right? You don't go in with the plan of we're going to rotate these guys through and hopefully they'll figure it out. That sounds silly as hell to me. But nonetheless, I think the overall point is Laken Tomlinson, left guard, should absolutely be replaced by Juice Scruggs. And I think he brings a lot to the table. You may see some similar problems in pass protection, but at least you're getting a young guy in there that you're getting him some experience, and you can expect him to develop and grow.
It is concerning because they seem to be hell-bent on avoiding in every way to playing.
Getting him on the field. It's wild to think that's where they're at, but that's where they're at. All right. In this offense, they've got to pick it up, man. The pass catchers in this offense are not doing C.J. Stroud or Nick Caley any favors. And look, Nick Caley's offense, you start charting plays and you start charting routes and drawing them up. I don't know what they're doing, man. I mean, a lot of these concepts don't make a lot of sense, but Nico Collins with the drop. Now, it was tipped. I was harsh on Nico. I think you're a top 10 receiver in this league. If a ball gets tipped at the line of scrimmage, it travels 10 yards and hits you in the chest. I think you got to make that catch. I still think that is a drop. Christian Kirk not getting his toe down on second and 8 or something would have made it, or second and 5 would have made it a 3rd and 2 instead of a 3rd and 5. Now, they ended up converting it, yes, but you got to get your foot down. That's just discipline. That's just work. You're Christian Kirk. You had plenty of time to do it. Jaden Higgins has absolutely no business cutting his splits and trying to block in the box. None. He doesn't have the want to. He doesn't have the ability. It is a liability with him in. You might as well split him out wide, let him take the corner with him, eliminate the corner from the read, and then deal with the safety a different way. There is no doubt about it, Ron. Higgins is not ready to be a guy that cuts his splits and digs out safeties. He doesn't want to. He's not physical by nature, it doesn't appear. And so that's got to be a thing of the past. Guys, Dalton Schultz is a guy that I have been pleasantly surprised with this season, to be completely honest with you. I've been playing. But there's a moment in this game where it's 3rd and 8 or 9. C.J. Stroud directs traffic. C.J. Stroud gets the ball out to Xavier Hutchinson, and he gets 7 yards on 3rd and 9, right? If Dalton Schultz executes a block at all, then it's a first down, maybe even a big play. But you want to talk about busting out of this funk that you're in? Let's go on 3rd and 9. Let's throw a ball 2 yards from the line of scrimmage and let a guy run and go get it. That's when you know you're doing some good things. You want to get some momentum rolling. And Dalton Schultz not making that block, he's been better overall, but that was piss poor. And then Nico Collins, he's just been terrible in the run game as well, in a sense of blocking in a physical manner. These cut splits, Ron, I'm going to cover this tomorrow in Dirty's Daily. I'm going to talk about what this offense needs to look like. But the cut splits, I'll give you a little hint. The cut splits for this team are doo-doo. They got to go. Whether it's Nico Collins or Higgins or whoever you want, they're pointless. You're inviting more mud to the water, if you will. You're making it more difficult for everybody involved. in particular the guys that are struggling, and you got to get out of that. And Nico and Higgins have definitely they have confirmed my thought of you got to get out of that.
Speaking of struggling and having to get out of it, that is the Houston Astros. They need to get out of this thing. And currently right now they are tied with the Cleveland Guardians, but the Guardians won the season series, so they have the tiebreaker. So if it started today, they would be out. I do have a question I want you to chew on during the break. We'll talk about it on the other side. Let's say the worst happens. If they blow this second half lead and they end up missing the playoffs for the first time since 2016, do they deserve a pass because the injuries have been so crazy this year for the Astros? Chew on that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
Sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Houston Astros baseball spring training.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros, they're back on the field as they are, hopefully they're not having too good of a time. They're in Vegas. They're in Sacramento. Not in Vegas yet. Damn it. Well, I was trying to get in there
levels
quick.
of fun are very different between those two.
I bet you Sacramento could be a hell of a time.
Stop.
I bet you. Stop. I bet you. You know what? I think that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, Omaha, Nebraska too, bro.
Nah, hold on, man. Don't do that, Sacramento. Come on, man. It's at least close to the Bay Area. Like, let's not do that. But no, they're in Sacramento to play in that minor league park to face the A's. They've got the A's and the Angels left, two teams that they're better than. They should, hopefully for them, take care of some business and at least come out of that 4-2. You would hope in the final 6 games of the season, because they are currently in danger to missing the playoffs for the first time since 2016, which is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. One, the stretch that they have had this type of dominance, that they have been a fixture in the postseason, which it is hard to do that many years in a row. But this may be it. Right now, as they currently sit, Christian Javier gets the ball tonight, by the way. As they sit, Clint and Tyler, they are tied record-wise with the Cleveland Guardians, who have gone nuts. The Guardians are 1 game out of first place in the AL Central, and they play the Tigers, and they start a series right now against the Tigers. So that one is going to be very similar to what it was this weekend for the Astros and Mariners. That'll be for the Central. And then the loser is the team that the Astros need to look out. Because right now they're tied with the Guardians, but the Guardians hold the tiebreaker. And check with that for me, if you can, Tyler. Did they beat the Tigers in their season series? Did the Astros over Tigers? I'm trying to remember those games. I don't feel like they do. But that's a thing to watch right there. They've got to finish above the Guardians to jump them. And
Detroit's got the tiebreaker.
Okay, so they have to finish ahead of either one of those teams to get a playoff spot. But this was my question. I see some people who have thrown their thoughts out.
That's not right.
That's
not right. Houston has a tiebreaker over Detroit. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Oh, they've got that over the Tigers. They won the season series.
Tigers took 2 of 3, and then the Astros swept them. So the Astros have won 4 of 6.
Sorry, boys.
Well, all right. Well, that's better. All right. That's
I'm just looking at the schedule, so my eyes could.
No, I trust you more than these damn robots.
Well, I just remember them. I remember the last time they played Detroit, they swept them, and I was like, did Detroit sweep them the first time? So no, they took 2 of 3. Unless there's a series I'm missing.
No, they only played twice. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah,
appreciate you double checking.
There you go. So they do have the tiebreaker over the Tigers, so they could just finish tied with the Tigers, but they have to finish above the Guardians, because the Guardians took 4 games in that 7 games they played this year. But my question is, if they aren't able to overtake the Guardians or the Tigers and get in, I guess they're still in play with the Mariners. But if they aren't able to overtake those teams, do they deserve a pass because of the injuries? They're the most injured team in the history of Major League Baseball in a season. Do you think they get a pass? Because no, you know.
No, I mean, because I think it typically I would say yes, but I mean, when you look at how they had a 7-game lead in the division when it was at its worst.
Yeah, they've been leading the entire way until.
I mean, So I can't lean into the injuries as to why you missed the playoffs. I can't lean into that. I think it's been an up and down season. Yes, injuries have been a big part of it. Obviously, losing some of your best players for an extended period of time, if not all season, hurts. But I personally, I can't lean into the injuries as why they missed the playoffs. Not win the division, maybe. But hell, you had a 7-game lead in the division. I mean, you had a half-game lead in the division as early as a couple weeks ago. And so, I can't lean into it. And that's obviously a factor, but I can't lean into it as an excuse, no.
Ray, hate blaming injuries, but when you're the most injured in your sport has ever seen, I got to give them a break. I don't like doing this either. But I mean, Clint, they lost so many guys, man. They lost so much pitching. Like that is the part. Like they lost so much pitching. I can't even keep count of how many guys they've lost. They've lost. The reinforcements have gotten hurt. They've had to dig deeper down in it. And then obviously Jordan, they missed. Paredes, they missed for a long period of time. He's been back. Obviously, they replaced him with then they lose, their closer. It's the pitching to me. That's the part is just so. I mean, right off the bat, they lost 2 starters for the year, and then they had a bunch trying to come in, and then hell, they lost 2 or 3 of those guys that were trying to get going with Garcia and Spencer Arrighetti.
Right off the bat, and it didn't slow down.
They lost Pena. I remember I felt like we saw Pena warming up on the field. It seemed like he didn't come back for another 2 more weeks after we saw him warming up on the field. It was,
Got introduced to reliever McCormick.
I am torn. Yeah, you're right. McCormick had to come in and save the day 7 times. I am torn because, yes, you would think they could be able to drag themselves to a 7 or 8 game lead that they had and drag themselves to the finish. They suffered. Seattle did run down and go get them, obviously. This isn't the same old Mariners we've learned, but I just think if they just could have gotten one of those pitchers to remain, just one of them. I give them a pass. Someone text in, I don't give them a pass when they have that dumbass coach. That's a little strong. Again, with that coach,
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yes, he is. He is trying to do the best he can. His hands are a bit tied. It's a bit tied. I get the anger, and you want to, my God, man. I forgot about Hayden Wisniewski till somebody just texted that one in. Good God, it was just so many of them.
Just Enzo.
Yeah, by the way, I got to watch damn near half of them when I went to the Space Cowboys game. Zach was in the lineup. The amount of guys.
What are all these Astros doing here?
Zach was in there. Bryce was at second. John Singleton was at first. I don't think Pedro Leon ever made it. They tried. They thought about it. Jacob Melton was out there striking out. I promise you, I thought of you in the first inning.
Salazar, you said you saw.
Yeah, man. I think Jacob Melton struck out and he checked for the pitcher review. It was out. I'm pretty certain that was Jacob Melton. They just had him do.
Salazar's got to be like, hey,
Salazar was catching. Yes.
Keep my ass in Sugarland until Frammer's out of town and with his new team. Okay, I'll just chill down here.
He want that check.
Keep my distance.
He want that potential playoff check is what Cesar needs. I ain't gonna lie about that. All right, coming up as we continue. Look, they're 0-3, and the Texans are in trouble, but it may be bigger than just 0-3. We'll continue and discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. If you are going to a tailgate, a watch party, a family gathering, hell, if you're just going to need a little snack at night at the place, at your house, right?
watching Cougars men's hoops versus Florida State December 6th. Get tickets at ToyotaCenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line, think you're being too hard on them, Clint. And it's unbelievable the Astros made it this far with all the injuries they had.
Well, not win a Super Bowl, sure, but I mean, you showed that with those injuries that you were a team that was worthy of building a 7-game lead in the division.
Team macho.
And then down the stretch in the second half when you started getting guys back and you figured out the guys you moved to elevated were the Jason Alexanders of the world were going to be able to give you. I mean, you kind of messed the bed there. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not saying World Series. Yeah, hey, man, it's going to be tough to get all the way back that run. I don't know if you got enough firepower. I don't know if you got enough arms. But given how you were set up in this division, given how you were set up with a big lead in this division, it's hard for me to say that the injuries were what were the reason why you didn't make it.
Yeah.
Personally. I get look, no doubt about it, the injuries were a big deal. But not even making the playoffs? I can't go.
They missed the playoffs.
Not after what you've shown you're capable of doing with all your reserves.
You're saying how they got there, right? Like they were in a lead. It wasn't like they were chasing. They ran out of gas because they had injuries after injuries. It was just going to be hard to get pitching, and then you had Framber just go on a swoon the entire last month plus. So and they
I'll
had
see you in October.
Fall back on. That was tough. All right. This, to me, was a conversation even before the news of the day of C.J. Gardner Johnson being released from the team because he was according to team sources, a bad football player, a selfish football player who went out there and did whatever the hell he wanted to do, and a bad teammate that pointed fingers and didn't take accountability. Even before all of that, according to the team sources. Clint, they're in trouble. They're in big trouble. At 0-3 right now, with the Colts being 3-0. And look, the Colts, I mean, they got to tell the Texans all the Rams, and the Rams had the champs, the Eagles, on the road beat. They opened up I think a 19-point lead in that game, and lost. They got 2 field goals blocked in a game they lost by. Well, it should have been one until Jordan Davis went crazy and ran a block punt of 61 yards back with no time left. They're a good football team, but Clint, the Colts look, when I say for real, at least for real enough to win the division. Like they're going to be a problem when it comes to. They look like they can get to 10 wins, especially with their schedule. So they're in trouble, Clint, and I think they're in trouble on the field and when it comes to making the playoffs. But I think it's even deeper than that, Clint. And if this season continues to go anywhere close to the route it is, Clint, there to me clearly has to be a major change or changes made with this team. And that's where the pressure they're in right now. They've got to win this game against the Titans, and they got to get back in this thing. If not, Clint, I think we see a lot of changes, major changes with this team.
Oh, wow. What kind of changes are you talking about?
Well, I just think, Clint, if this thing continues to go like this, especially with the offense looking like this, I just don't think we're going to be able to turn to the offensive line coach as the one to be the scapegoat. I don't think we're going to turn to the OC for a second straight year. I think it would have to go a little higher up the food. To me, if this thing goes left like it's going right now, and Clint, I mean, they missed the playoffs, and this is some sort of a 7 or 6 win team, Clint, or worse, and they're under 500. I think, to me, one of the big three, which in order of power, D'Amico, CJ Stroud, Caserio, I think one of those three don't return. I think if it goes that way, or you're just, I mean, what are we doing here? I think one of those three don't return because you just can't keep rolling that out. And clearly they're just not working together well. And I don't think D'Amico's going anywhere, and I don't think the quarterback's going anywhere. And to me, the person that would fall on it would be, I would think, Caserio at this point.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think there's going to be some tough conversations if this thing stays the course. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Offensive line is a problem again, and as the picture I painted earlier, I mean, if it continues to go the way it's going, I mean, you can say that the decisions that were made for the offensive line, whether it's drafting the wrong guys initially or not spending money in free agency to protect the guy, you can argue that it's ruined C.J. Stroud, who's gone from leading the league in yards per game and fewest interceptions to a guy that's not even talked about in the top quarterbacks in the league. So you can go that route. When you look at the Nick Caley hire, there's Mario's fingerprints are all over that joker with the history in New England. You look at the Cole Popovich hire, the New England history there. That this all has Nick Caserio written all over it. And so look, there's definitely the big bugaboos that have held this team back and potentially ruined the quarterback, your franchise quarterback. Is definitely lays at the feet of Nick Caserio.
But I would ask you and the people this, Clint, if this thing keeps going the way it is, and what I'm saying is I'm not saying they go 0-17. I think clearly they're going to win some games, even if this thing doesn't get turned all the way around to the way that I think you would hope it would be. I think they're going to win some games with their defense, and I think CJ and Nico will have plays, have moments. They've got some talent over there. But if this team doesn't make the playoffs and this team struggles and it's still going this way offensively, if they didn't make a major change, Clint, what would be your thought process with this team? And I would think they're unserious. Like, if they didn't make a major move. They fired the offensive coordinator last year after back-to-back 10-win seasons and playoff wins. And the offensive lines got worse. I mean, I know the McNairs have said how much they, obviously they like Nick, they love D'Amico, they love Nick, they love CJ, love those guys. But I mean, they got too much talent, Clint, to be looking the way that they, as you said, all the issues with the offensive line and all of these things. I mean, Caserio's he's hired 3 coaches in 5 seasons. They've got 2 offensive coordinators in the last 2 years. They fired someone trying to get better. They look a lot worse. The draft has been, I think there's been some really good things done in the draft, but then there's some other odd moves too. I think if this thing continues, I can't take the Texans serious if they would just run back those 3 guys to make the same decisions again. There's no way you can get there and say, all right, our offensive line's a problem again. We're going to let these guys fix it again. They came in here, Clinton said, our offensive line's the problem. Their moves was Cam Robinson, Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson, and crew.
They're all fixable.
They can't let that come by again. Now, I'm not saying all 3 of them got to be gone. I'm not saying 2 of them got to be gone. But, somebody has got to fall on the sword for this team that the McNairs have expectations to get at the very least in the playoffs in this division. Daniel Jones is gonna hold them out? No, I can't. I can't at all get with them. Even the thought of running it back, and I think the fan base would lose their mind if all of those guys came.
Well, it's a messy situation, and look, I'll be honest with you. I don't think any of them are gone. I think they're too.
No matter what happens.
No matter what happens, I don't think any of them, any heads roll whatsoever of the 3 that you mentioned. I mean, CJ Stroud only year 4 to see what happens, and D'Amico obviously is going nowhere. I could see where obviously there's some warts with Nick Caserio, but again, I don't think any of them are going to be, regardless of how bad this season goes. I don't think any of them are going to be quick trigger worthy.
Really?
Yep.
Tyler might quit the Texans if they did that. I'm not even. I mean, I just don't like it. I'm not even saying Nick is bad at his job or any of them are terrible at their job. It's just this isn't working. Like that's what we'd have to get to if this thing continues to roll. Like this isn't working. There's no way that we can keep rolling like this. Text line coming in. Caserio would definitely be on the hot seat. Guys, Caserio should be on the hot seat right now. I mean, like, I'm just saying. This offensive line, this offseason is starting to be rough even more with the Gardner Johnson news today. This has not been a good run for Nick Caserio in the last 6 months.
Well, you got to look at it as you are heavily dependent on the offensive side of the football of Nick Caserio. And you look at it right now, you've got a lack of weapons. You look at it right now, the offensive coordinator that you clearly hired isn't working out. And you look at it right now, the one of the biggest issues, top 3 issue in the entire NFL, if you would have ranked issues in Jay Stroud, the rookie year that he had, and then the rough second year was up there with the top 3, and then you take the route that you did and it doesn't work out. Yeah, I think Nick Caserio is the one, the conversation here. I think there's a conversation to be had. I just don't think heads end up rolling.
I think he's the one that really needs this to turn around the most.
Oh, I agree with that.
I think he is the one that is in line, and I don't even think it's all Nick's fault, because I do believe them when they say that they're making a lot of decisions together. This is a group thing.
Yeah.
That they're making a lot of decisions together. But I mean, if they win 6 games this year and CJ Stroud plays the whole way, I mean, yeah, if they run it back with those 3, that is wild to me. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire as we continue. We'll get you ready for the Astros in this huge, huge series. And as they finish up on the road, they start with the A's. We'll get you ready for that. The news of the day, what does this look like on the field for the Texans with C.J. Gardner Johnson? And our first quarterback change this season in the NFL. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all, check it out. If you're already drinking that cold beer, that cold Coors Light, I tip my cap. You're drinking the world's most refreshing, and you look damn good while you're doing it. There's one beer that's been keeping Texas chill for many a year, y'all, and it is the Coors Light, the Silver Bullet.
Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Go Big Blue.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. The Face that produces the place, Tyler Milner. A little bit later on, he will have his best bets as he will try to get himself back into the green after starting off in the red last night. 5 bets.
It's been a rough several days, boys.
We got to be getting close to Clint, him not having room for you. It feels like, based off last week.
I imagine we're already there.
Maybe. I got paid. No? Okay. All right. The Astros, they get going tonight. They got a day off, and they've got 6 games left, Clint. They are currently tied with the same record with the Cleveland Guardians, but the Guardians have the tiebreaker. And the good news is they are facing the Tigers, which really the Tigers are in play too because they're only 1 game above the Guardians. And so that's a tough matchup for the Guardians, clearly. And the Astros have the advantage of playing the Athletics, and then they'll follow that up with the Angels. And those are 2 teams that aren't playing for postseason, probably playing a lot of young guys and trying to play out the string for the final 6 games. So hopefully they're able to take advantage of this while the other teams in front of them have tougher matchup. Christian Javier gets the ball tonight, and what they really need is avoid what was happening in the Seattle series, and that was Seattle getting into big leads early in games, and this thing just really getting out of hand. 6-0, 7-0, 7-1. They got to get off to a good start, and they really need Christian Javier to give them a big performance tonight.
Well, yeah, they need everybody to step up. Look, these are games you got to win. You should go 6-0 in these games. When it boils down
you got
to
6-0.
Yeah, look, you got the A's and the Angels, and they've all folded up shop, man. this is the time when if you've got Carlos Correa, you've got Jose Altuve, you got Pena, you got all these guys that are tried and true. There's pelts on the wall, man. You've got to put the pressure on any and everybody that's in the standings right around you, and do what you still have it in the palm of your hands right here, and you got 2 bad opponents. So yeah, you got to go get every one of these.
Yeah. By the way, it was just announced with the Astros that Brandon Walter had Tommy John surgery yesterday.
Damn.
That damn you said. It sounds
Here we go.
So real. Damn. That was so genuine you gave. That is the latest injury report there. Also, because they're playing West Coast, we don't have the lineups yet. Jeremy Pena is one to watch as he missed the last game with that oblique situation. He'd have had 2 days off in a row. Hopefully he is back in the lineup. But yeah, they need to win these 2 series at the very least, right? And they got to put themselves in a situation where, all right, we win these 2 series, we take at least 4 of these 6 games, and I think that would probably be good enough to get them in. I know the Guardians have been really, really hot, but that will probably be good enough to get them in. So
4 of 6, huh? That's what you need.
Yeah, I think if they take 2 games in both of these series, I think they should be fine.
I really just need them to win at least 3 of these damn 6 ball games, boys.
Oh, you got the what was the because you were rolling easy.
Oh, it's been rolling easy all year, even amidst the nightmare.
What is the over? Or what was your
I placed a futures bet before opening day on over 86.5 regular season wins.
Oh boy.
So they have to win 3 of these last 6, or I'm gonna. Y'all know I told Clint earlier, I care a lot more about the Astros playing in October and the team and going after a World Series. but that's gonna bring me to a new level of pissed offness.
Okay, that's a new level of pissed offness. Hopefully you don't get there. Hopefully you don't get there, but hopefully they get off to a good start. They go ahead and West Coast.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, the Texans, big news today, released safety CJ Gardner Johnson. He was one of their top offseason additions as they traded their former first-round pick Kenyon Green to the Eagles to get Gardner Johnson. And for most of the year, we heard his teammates praising him for his leadership and his Super Bowl pedigree and his success and the energy that he brings. And we were at training camp. He was the loudest voice that we heard, but all of a sudden we are hearing, as soon as they released him, they're rolling out all of the reasons and negatives from him. We were on earlier with Mike Florio. He joined us, by the way, if you're looking for that, 3 o'clock. Use the Odyssey app or rerun feature later on and listen to that full interview with Mike Florio as he gave us his thoughts on the Joe Mixon situation, on CJ Stroud, the overall situation with the Texans and what's going on with them. But this is his thoughts on the release of CJ Gardner Johnson.
There's a weird vibe that comes from the Texans, and I'd love to be able to peel back the curtain and get to the truth about what's really happening, because it just seems like something is off generally. There's friction behind the scenes between CJ Gardner Johnson and teammates, because that's how he ended up in Houston in the first place. Whatever it is that caused the Eagles to say, we got to get this guy out of here, manifesting itself already in Houston, causing the organization to say, we got to get this guy out of here, and it's going to be better. It's going to be addition by subtraction, and I assume that that's exactly what it was. It's more about personality and getting along with others or not than it is about his playing.
All right, that was Mike Florio, and as he said, clearly there was a thought they've got to get him out of here. And Clint, I do want to hear in a second get to what this looks like on the field for the Texans, because this causes some problems in terms of their secondary right now. But just your thoughts. Were you shocked and surprised when you heard this earlier today?
Shocked, yeah, in a big way. This is a guy that was brought in to be an alpha leader. This is a guy that was brought in to be a mouthpiece. This is a guy that you bring in, and he's been to a Super Bowl. He's won a Super Bowl. He's got pelts on the wall. He's outspoken. You knew that when he came in. Like Florio said, you knew what you were signing up for. For that guy to then get here and before you play a month's worth of football games, he's booted up out of here is very, very interesting. I don't know. I've seen all the plays that people are referring to in a sense of he being a part of some coverage busts. There's no doubt there's something wrong with the coverages, but I don't know if it's all C.J. Gardner Johnson on those particular issues. I got to believe that this is bigger in a sense of he and D'Amico Ryans not seeing eye to eye. This is bigger than just being critical of teammates and holding guys accountable. I would argue that you bring him in here knowing he does that kind of thing. It's just somebody that in-house is going to keep people accountable. And I got to believe that this has more to do with, at some point, D'Amico Ryans getting involved and that even blowing up in the face of C.J. Gardner Johnson and ultimately the Texans. So my man didn't even last a month. So, yeah, it's
I can't
shocking.
believe that. Yeah, I couldn't believe. You would just imagine, and we'll discuss what the Texans have talked about. This ain't, to me, I wouldn't think about no blown coverages. This, as you said, this is bigger. This is something. Somebody got out of pocket, and apparently C.J. Gardner Johnson got out of pocket with somebody that he didn't need to get it, or that he shouldn't get out of pocket with resulted in him being released and let go, because they're willing to eat up, the money that they have invested in him. Like you said it earlier, that wasn't even a trade. That didn't seem like they gave enough time to do that. He just had to roll. But Clint, what this means now, as they said, or as reported by Aaron Wilson earlier, MJ Stewart will step up into his role. But this means right now the only other members of the secondary that they have on the bench right now is Tremont Smith. And that is iffy because hopefully we'll hear from D'Amico, who will be live right here around 2:30 tomorrow, so you don't want to miss that. Hopefully we'll hear an update on Derek Stingley Jr., and he can go. But if he's unable to go, then you would think Tremont Smith takes the role like he did last week. And the practice squad DBs are Arnett, Miles Bryant, and D'Angelo Ross. So that's where they are right now when it comes to the secondary.
Well, I think Miles Bryant is an immediate call-up to fill that void of CJ Gardner Johnson, just from a numbers perspective, can play multiple positions. And I don't know. I'm interested to see what they do at that corner position. I mean, we've seen Ross get absolutely torched, and so that's got to be a special teams move, if anything. I wonder if Arnett gets a shot here to be a reserve corner for this football team. I think Tremont Smith played well enough to be the number 2 corner, obviously. And if you need to carry 3, whether it's to play three true cover corners or it's just in a reserve role in an insurance plan role, you need to carry 3. So I wonder if Arnett's going to get another shot this early in the season.
We'll see. So that is the latest there. We'll talk a little bit more on C.J. Gardner Johnson and give you the direct details of the Texans themselves, according to team sources, what they had to say about why he had to be out of here. That's coming up here in a little bit later.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, our first quarterback change, the Giants. They are planning to start their rookie first-round draft pick, Jackson Dart, on Sunday against the Chargers. Russell Wilson started the season as their starter, had a rough game, ho-hum game against the Commanders, then had a great game where he threw for 450 and 3 touchdowns against the Cowboys, and then another a 4-down goal-to-goal series that most people are talking about. They get him out of there after 3 games. Jackson Dart is now the starter. Do you like this move for the Giants? You like this for Jackson Dart? You think this is the right play for him right now?
Yeah, I think it's the right play. I mean, he played a lot of football in college. It's not like he doesn't. He needs reps. I mean, yeah. I think waiting a month into the season to start him, I think is a plus because now he's gone through a training camp. He sat and watched for 3 weeks, and yeah, look, I think the team needs it desperately. I think there is a level of with Jackson Dart, which I doubted. Obviously, he's already exceeded my expectations getting drafted in the first round and even being considered to be a starter right now. But I think there's a level of swag, there's a level of leadership, there's a level of just genuine, sincere alpha that this team needs desperately. And why wait until it's too late? Why wait until Russell Wilson? You lose enough games with Russell Wilson that it doesn't matter. Why not get him in there when there's still something to play for? So, yeah, I'm good with it, man.
Yeah, I can go either. The offensive line for the Giants are rough. But Jackson Dart's a mobile kid that can probably do a little bit better than what Russ is doing. And, listen, I don't think it's all been Russ, but I think it's obviously it's time. After Sunday night, is the deep ball. Yeah. That's all he has. There's no other throws that he feels comfortable making, and he just puts them up, and it's just jump balls, and then that leads to turnover.
Well, I don't have a lot of confidence in Brian Daboll and the group up there after what we've watched the last handful of years, but
which is crazy to say after what happened with Josh.
Right. Well, the thing here is you hope. What I hope for Jackson Dart is that this is a situation where the offense needs a spark. The offense needs a guy that Malik Neighbors and everybody believes in, and this is a chance to start over and grow a little bit with the offense. And Jackson Dart has proven over, being with the team for 2.5 months or whatever it is that hey, he's got a little something to him. He's got a little. He'll be a nice little shot in the arm for the squad. Squad believes in him.
Went well for him.
Yeah. So I do think if his play from college translates to the NFL, the ability to keep drives alive with his legs, the willingness to drive and ability to drive the football down the field consistently and make those throws, if that transitions, to a small degree, I think it's going to be a big boost to this team.
So we'll see what that looks like. They've got the 3-0 Chargers coming to New York in his first start. So we'll see how that.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, last night was a really, really good Monday Night Football game. The Lions walked into Baltimore and beat the Ravens, and a big reason why is, one, they could not stop them from running the football. 224 yards rushing the football, but Derrick Henry had another big fumble did against Buffalo to help turn that game around. He's fumbled in 3 straight games, lost fumbles in 3 straight games to start off their season. He was very apologetic. He was really down about this. Should the Ravens be on a high level of concern right now, Clint? They're 1-2, number 1 in scoring offense, but 32nd in total defense and 31st in scoring defense, allowing 32 a game.
Well, I mean, I'm not because of Derrick Henry fumbling. I mean, the reality of it is, yes, that has swung games, but the reality of it is they got a defense problem. I mean, they're getting ran through. Baltimore's defense is, I don't know if it's ever been ran through like this, like's going on right now.
Ridiculous.
So, yeah, I mean, they got to fix their defense. There's no doubt about that. The offense is definitely capable of keeping them in games and even winning high-scoring shootouts, but they got to get that defense fixed, or the thought of them being one of the top AFC teams and mentioned in that same vein as the top teams in the NFL, that's probably going to come to an end pretty quick.
Yeah, and it's weird, man. I know they had Kyle Van Noy was missing last night. Nnamdi Madubuike was missing last night. Their best defensive lineman. I think he's an Aggie, isn't he?
He was Justin. He was Justin. He changed his name.
Yeah, He went back. Yeah, he went on back. Yep. And those are big misses across that D-line. But damn, man. I mean, David Montgomery was just running through them. I mean, he had like 12 carries for $151 and 2 touchdowns. Good luck if you played him in fantasy. Yeah, I mean, he ran through. It is got too many dudes over there.
Yeah.
Roquan Smith, Kyle Hamilton, Marlon Humphrey, Madubuike. They just got too many guys over there where they just keep stinking it up. So I think they'll figure it out at some point, but they may want to pick it up. Remember, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. You got a chance to win a pair of Texans tickets in this 5 o'clock hour. Be our winner. 2 tickets in the bullpen. In the bullpen, front row, in the bullpen. You have a chance to win that in this hour. All right, coming up as we continue, we got to look at the piece that DJ Bieniemy wrote on exactly, according to a Texans team source, more details on why they felt they had to make the move with releasing CJ Gardner Johnson. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, more and more people that are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicines. That's just the
610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do it. Caller number 8 for CJ Gardner Johnson. His last night here, his last day as a Texan caller.
Damn.
Number 8 on his last day as a Texan. This is caller number 8, 713-572-4610. Caller number 8, your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Texans-Titans game coming up on Sunday. Front row seats in the bullpen. You can be our winner right now. Tyler will open up those phone lines. Caller number 8, 713-572-4610. You'll be our final winner of the day. There was a winner on Payne and Pendergast. There was a winner on In the Loop, and you will be our final winner today. Pair of front row seat tickets in the bullpen. Hopefully get that taken care of for you. All right, Clint, I think the other part and piece, to me, this was as shocking as the release news to me, and that is the aggressive route that it appears. I can only say the Texans because DJ Bijani, who wrote a great piece, and it says he's getting this info from Texan sources that lay out, Clint, in every way of why, in detail of why they moved on from CJ Gardner Johnson. And I thought it just started earlier today with what Wilson had to say. Why do I just drop my man's name up? But he tweeted this out and said that CJ Gardner Johnson, after friction behind the scenes with veteran safety, criticizing teammates, complaints about his role, including wanting to blitz more frequently, and also reported that he offered a trade request. Also, so that was earlier today. And then later on, DJ Bijani came in and said, and made his report and said, this is coming from a Texan source, and he cites this. Each Texans loss has been, all 3 losses have been by 7 points or less at a minimum, according to team sources. Gardner Johnson allowed 3 big plays in those games that contributed to the opposing offenses scoring touchdowns, adding that Gardner Johnson has struggled to consistently guard the correct opposing player when required to, in quotes, match coverage. Based on the Texans' defensive call and routes run by the offense. Struggles that also occurred during walkthroughs in the lead up to games. They even, Clint, go breakdown from breakdown. They give a play in week 1 in which they gave up a touchdown in which they say Gardner Johnson was responsible for and at fault, and that Kamari Lassiter tried to clean up. They give an example in week 2 in the Bucs game that an over route that was his responsibility as they were in a cover 2, and he decided to cover a breaking in route, 10-yard route, instead of covering his half of the field. That resulted in loss by 1 game. And then the one you talked about earlier when you did your tape drop Tuesday, the big play to Brian Thomas Jr. late in the game where he should have had the middle of the field. Instead, he tried to jump the out route and left Kamari Lassiter, who thought he had inside help, left him out to dry, and he scored, or at least got to the 10 and set up the winning touchdown. They also said, compounding the coverage bust, Gardner Johnson has refused to take responsibility for his mistakes, rubbing his teammates the wrong way, sources added, with one member of the team saying Gardner Johnson pointed fingers instead of owning up to his mistakes. So they give a full detailed reason, both his attitude and him repeatedly making mistakes in every single game that led to scores. I'm as shocked, Clint, that to me, this looks like damage control, and we want to get it out right now. This was within 2 hours of them releasing him to get that. I've never seen a team go into that depth and detail about a player they're releasing like this in my life. I found that part wild that they did.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, it is wild, but at first I questioned the report. Just at first glance, I went back and was able to look at the plays, and I kind of questioned what was going on here. And I'll respond to those 3 plays that are actually mentioned down. Because here's the problem with D'Amico's defense: there's so much disguising going on that it's hard to decipher, what the hell's going on. So. But the Rams touchdown that they're referring to was, I think, some kind of man coverage. I don't think it was cover 2. It was some kind of man coverage. And the 2 tight ends to one side, I think they exchanged. One blocked and went out on a route, and CJ Gardner Johnson's guy was the guy on the route instead of the guy that was blocking. So that's where the cross-up could have happened. The Bucs touchdown, I think was CJ Gardner Johnson is playing some kind of quarters, and they throw the ball over the top of him. Which I would question if it's supposed to be cover 2. Why is Bullock chasing the over route? Some interesting things there, and then the Jags touchdown I think is cover 0. I think Gardner Johnson jumping that out route in cover 0. It's what he's supposed to do. The question I have is why are both corners playing outside technique and giving those in-breaking throws, just giving them away? So I've got questions on a couple of them of whether, what they're trying to do. Are they disguising themselves out of position? Or is C.J. Gardner Johnson really the one to blame here and for not playing the coverages right? They are disguising so much that it's hard to tell exactly what they're trying to do and who's out of position and who's busting coverage. But at second glance, I think there is the Rams touchdown could be a major bust by CJ. Questionable.
Who really knows? I think, as you said earlier, I would be shocked if we don't hear from C.J. Gardner Johnson. I'll be shocked if we don't hear a rebuttal from this.
As would I.
Because the part that gets me is, let's say that they are dead right on everything they put down. And someone texted in, y'all were begging earlier for transparency about CJ. You got it now. You can't believe they released this statement.
Oh yeah, no. By the way,
I think a statement's transparency.
But that's not their statement. This is just a source. This could be anybody in the building.
And that's fair,
let's be honest. It could just be a play to get something out there.
Come on.
But yeah, no. I get down with it. I'm good. Like I don't necessarily know that releasing something, an unnamed source releasing something to a media member is the transparency I'm looking for. But it doesn't surprise me that they're trying to get ahead of the situation.
Yeah. This sounds like damage control to me personally. This sounds like this was put out as a plan to get out as you said, get out in front of things. And yeah, I am surprised that they went this hard to make him look this bad. I am surprised that they publicly are going out of their way to make him look this. They went in detail of coverage and breakdowns of the play. I've never seen anything. Man, naked. I mean, they can't stand him. Like, you ain't never seen no coach come out on the way out. I mean, if it were the same people who made this decision, make the decisions for the Astros whenever Framber's last day is, whoa! I mean, the stories they would run out there about Framber. Like, I've just never seen anything like it. That they were just that detailed. They want y'all to have the narrative painted that this dude was a bad teammate, a bad player that was selfish, that
couldn't pick up the system,
that would do anything he wanted to do. And also, they want us to also believe all of that and know that they just kept playing his ass. They kept playing it. They get a breakdown of that. That even the play that they talked about in Jacksonville, he kept playing the next plays. That would have been the third week in a row he'd blown coverages that led to scores, but they kept playing him. Just an odd situation. All right, coming up, T. Mills' best bets, and Clint has the R word, regression, when it comes to C.J. Stroud. What's he seeing, and what does this mean? That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Synergenics and Low T Center, they are the original MVPs of the testosterone replacement therapy game, and there's no doubt about it, man. They've been changing the lives of all of us.
Houston Cougars men's hoops versus Florida State, December 6th. Get tickets at ToyotaCenter.com.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Congratulations to Brandon in Baytown, who won a pair of tickets.
Come on now. Dirty, get on the east side, baby. Over to Dirty.
What up, Dirty man?
Sunday's game on the front row in the bullpen. Congratulations to Brandon. Hope to see you out there. Coming up behind us is Texans All Access. Tremont Smith will be live. Also, Indy Kalu. Area 45, 8 to midnight. They follow Texans All Access, and I'm sure they will, be getting you through and doing post-game show. That thing ends in Sacramento as the Astros are in an all-important game one of that series against the A's, and I'm sure they will be talking a lot about Gardner Johnson and the news of the day. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up in just a bit. All right. I ain't talked to this cat on the phone in a minute. Larry in Stafford, go ahead, man. What you think about this Gardner Johnson stuff?
I ask a lot in life, man, but I just ask that my football team don't be a circus, right? So I spent a lot of time this summer getting up at 2:30 in the morning, sleeping in my truck to go get in line over there to get a good spot to watch practice during training camp. Bought all the new merch, got those silly Texas Tech looking red shirt with that T on it, thinking that they gonna do some fire stuff with that. Then I'm thinking, I'm watching my boys play, man, and I'm hearing all the reports about how CJ is struggling and the offense is struggling, but I'm like, nah, dog, this is gonna be the year that we gonna make this thing work, and they got all the parts. And we 3 games into the season and all hell and broke loose. Let me say this, man. On the C.J. Gardner thing, I don't know what happened, but I can tell you, if they moved him like that, it had to be really bad, man, because if you don't set up a trade to try to get something for a dude that's an asset, that means they wanted your ass out of there ASAP. They didn't even let you load your stuff up in a U-Haul. They just put your stuff out on the front of NRG and told you to get on. And I don't know. Yeah, it was close, though. I know it was. I caught it, though. But I'm going to tell you what I do know. Y'all ain't going to distract me, Houston Texans. Y'all ain't going to distract me. I see that old putrid-ass offense. I still see Nick Caley over there. And C.J. Stroud over there not being able to throw more than 250 yards. This is a problem, fellas. And I thought we was going to the Super Bowl. And every year they get back behind this squad, they break us back down, man. It's a pain in my neck, and I'm getting sick and tired of it. And you know what, Clint? I'm going to take me a little treat. I ain't going to the Titans game this weekend. I'll howl.
All right, that's Larry in Stafford. He'll be there. It's Tuesday. He'll work himself.
He's going to take him a break, man. He's going to get a little rest on
He'll
Sunday.
work himself back up. He knows his team needs him.
I think he's serious this time.
Okay. It's all right. It's Tuesday. He'll get there. There is the thing that he said off the top, and I think Tyler said it earlier today when we were in prep, and that is damn, man. They have a real circus feel. This feels like a circus brewing thing. It feels like it's starting not to just be about ball. You got people like Mike Florio talking about what's going on. Something vibe smells weird. Something feels weird. And damn it, we've been through that. Trust, we remember it. We came in every day for work for several years of just more circus than ball. And it feels like they're there. And D'Amico and Nick and CJ, they got to get a hold of this. But this today does not add to it as well. And this is more drama. Right? They've added more drama to it because you know what's going to happen? Unless they are sitting here today, especially Clinton Tyler, the way they've described CJ Gardner, if they're expecting him to take the high road to maybe slow down this train of drama, then they're crazy. Clearly he's not. They have shoved him into a corner and said, fight, come out. And he is going to. I'm ready for the CJ Gardner Johnson rebuttal. And he's going to drag a whole bunch of stuff out there. And they're just adding more to the fire. More to the fire. More to the fire. It's just, damn it. I thought we got rid of this with Jay.
Y'all want to hear and want a reminder of what one Charles Omenihu had to say after he departed the Houston Texans a while back? Here it was.
A lot more structure. The leadership between the coach and the GM, it doesn't seem like it's a power struggle. It's very like they're on the same page. They have an understanding of what they want. They make it very clear of what they want from GM to head coach, from head coach to the position coaches. And it's not like it's not a circus show here.
But it was feeling that way. Woo! It had been feeling that way with D'Amico.
He was referring to where he went versus where he was.
Yes, I set that up for him.
But it been that way here. Like you felt like there was a synergy between Nick Caserio and D'Amico and everybody until whatever happened at the end of last year with Bobby Slowick and that whole mess. Since then, it's been brewing and brewing and brewing, and now it's a circus. In the midst of it, Clint's watching film, and in the middle of the circus, even more than that, you're seeing, it looks like CJ's regressing.
Yeah, look, I think it's only natural to see him regress, but it's given what he's had to deal with. But it's even more so to me necessary to talk about it now, given kind of how this team approached training camp and just let the defense. Just create as much chaos as you could around the quarterback, like he needed any help dealing with chaos after last year. And so I just think watching the film, man, there's two different occasions where if C.J. Stroud just takes a quick slide step one direction or the other. There's one time where if he pushes back up into the pocket hard, like all quarterbacks do, he's got some room to work. You avoid the pressures. More importantly, you keep yourself in position to make big throws and make plays for your team. It's just never been more obvious to me. Making the poor decision on the interception. The corner did play that well, but you can't throw that ball flat and try to fit it in there. You got to throw that ball over the top. And so, C.J. Stroud, whether you're talking about decision making or you're talking about the pocket movement, poise in the pocket, or you're talking about having an early eject button versus hanging in there. There's just some serious things that you can see wrong with C.J. Stroud's game. And by the way, I'm not knocking him. I understand. It's understandable as much as he's gotten hit the last year and a half, and as rough as training camp was, everything has been set up for this guy to. It has been set up to, hey C.J., while we're installing this offense, we're going to give you good, clean looks every day, man. We want you to see that pocket develop. We want you to push up in that pocket. We want you to see the ball leave your hands and that receiver catch it, have some success. We want to give you a good, clear picture so you can read the secondary and see your concepts unfold. And, man, we want to get you good and confident. And that's our number one goal. We want to get you good and confident, good and comfortable, and let you install this offense and go get as far along as you can installing this offense. Instead of doing that, we went out there and created as much chaos as we could on a daily basis around the quarterback, and he on a daily basis was throwing picks, on a daily basis making poor decisions, on a daily basis throwing off his back foot, and now you see kind of what the result of that, and I think it's very real. We've had some general conversations about it, Ron. I think it's very real that C.J. Stroud is, you said skittish earlier. I think that's the best way to put it. Whether you come to the line of scrimmage and you're making hasty decisions because your internal clock's turned up so much because you've been living in so much chaos, or you're throwing the ball, you're getting the ball out early when you don't need to, you're throwing it flat in the defender's hands when you don't need to. There's no question about it. CJ's regress.
Is it concerning enough where you're like, man, these habits are starting to develop so much, and we're seeing this is a real uphill climb for it?
Oh, look, all of this stuff is an uphill battle to get fixed. There's no question about that. And I just don't know how you help C.J. Stroud in the middle of the season with these issues. Now, like I said, if I were working with CJ Stroud, whether I was his strength coach or his quarterback coach, every single day, including your off day, we would spend 30 minutes working on pushing back up in the pocket, your slide steps, working just your basic movements in the pocket,